Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite never argues with anyone ever on social media, Adam Brendan.
That's part of my Zen atmosphere
Oh,
that I'm
nice.
going for. Yeah, I'm trying to get tranquility in my life, Sitch.
Tranquility now! There's a reference that all the boomers will get. Anyway, okay, so things are heating up in the election, right?
Are they? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
wow.
things are getting exciting. Yes. But before we watch, so we're going to watch a couple of videos today. One of them is Hasan reacting to the whole anti-Israel protests that Kamala had to deal with. And it's kind of fascinating because, listen, I talked about this during the week. All right. I know this isn't going to happen. Listen, everyone, I know this isn't going to happen. Adam, I know this isn't going to happen, but I can dream, right? I can dream.
Yeah. America's about dreams.
It is. And I can dream that maybe, just maybe, we'll be in some sort of better future where the Democrats will see these insane socialist, internet obsessed weirdos on the left attack Kamala and potentially destroy the election for her, and they'll actually wake up, right? Maybe.
This is
just
the
maybe,
end of wokeness, right?
Maybe,
this is
right?
what
Maybe. Just maybe.
This is kind of what you contemplated with Joe Biden, but it never really panned out.
Didn't really pan out. Yeah.
Yes. So. But maybe they did it wrong. Maybe they needed to do it before the election like this.
Well, maybe before the election also, we had to find the right issue. The issue where the Democrats couldn't just like straight up pander, and this is it. It's Israel. Yeah. Listen, I told you guys, that Jews were the Chekhov gun that was going to exist right there until the left turned on the Jews.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to pander to a bunch of anti-Semites, right? I mean, geez, what do you do, Sitch? How do you do this?
It's a good question. So, but before we watch that, do you want to talk about just how I feel about the race in general?
Yeah, why don't you give me your broad strokes? I don't know. Are we going to watch Donald Trump's press conference? Donald Trump did a press conference at Mar-a-Lago that I think Sitch and I had completely different takes on. I was like, oh, wow, this looks bad. Trump looks rattled. And Sitch was like, nah, he always looks like that. That's just normal.
Yeah, his last press conference, you thought he looked shaken up.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just watched it and I thought this is how I always perceive Trump, is sort of giving these rambly answers that, are kind of vague and whatever. So I didn't really see what you were saying.
It's easy for Trump to be immensely confident when he's up in the polls, right?
Right.
It's a little harder to be immensely confident when you are the underdog. Like he's coming out of a primary where he just destroyed everyone. Like he was 50 points up against all of these people, right?
Right.
Now he's 2 points down in all the swing states.
Also he was destroying Biden, it seemed like, in all the polls.
He was completely destroying Biden. So somebody I was thinking, and you and I talked about this, how he probably regrets agreeing to that debate before Biden even had the nomination, right? And somebody told me, oh, yeah, he was joking about that at some rally the other day. I was like, oh, really? But because, look, we're a week away from the Democratic convention. Imagine, like, normally they have those debates after the Democratic convention. Biden could still be in the race here. Now, granted, Biden could slip at the convention and be like, oh, my God, we got to replace him. But can you imagine all of that madness unfolding August 19th after the convention, or, we're talking August 25th after the convention?
I think it actually would have been better for Harris because.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because so if Biden was nominated, like, let's just say theoretically the first debate was like a week after the DNC.
Right.
And Biden gets nominated. The first debate performance happens. It's like, oh my God, it's horrible.
September.
Everyone's calling for Biden to step down. Then if Biden did step down, it automatically passes to Harris since he's already been nominated. So you would kind of lose a lot of that conversation about like, oh my God, Harris like cooed. There's no primary, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, they literally nominated the guy and then we found out he was like enfeebled and then he dropped out, and then it automatically goes to Harris. And I think it would help it would kind of circumvent some of the coup narrative. And then, but more importantly, number two, I think right now Harris is looking very strong because it's actually hilarious. I was talking to my dad yesterday. I haven't talked to him in like a few weeks since all this stuff went down.
Wow. Okay.
And he was so funny. He was telling me, it was like, oh, I was like really depressed. He's like, son, I don't know if I've ever been like really depressed in my life, but I was really depressed after watching Joe Biden at that debate.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
I was like, wow, this
wow.
is crazy. He's like, yeah, like, just seeing Biden get like, beat up by this bully, Donald Trump. But then finally, when he's dropped out and Kamala's back in, it's like new energy is like rushed into the Democratic Party. And I was like, holy shit, he's like totally emotionally attached to the election in like a way that I think a lot of people are. And I think this is why a lot of the Democrats have found this like new found sense of energy and meaning, maybe even in their lives around Kamala getting the nomination. And he was just so happy that this is going on. So I think right now, like if the election was tomorrow, I think there would be a strong chance that Kamala would win just because the energy around her is so high right now. But, and this is what I said to my dad, and this is what I've been saying on the show since she entered the race, she's surfing on all of that sugar high, as Ben Shapiro likes to say. She's surfing on the sugar high. She's up here on this like cloud of energy, but it's all like it's only her ball to stumble, right? Or to fumble, I should say. Whenever she's asked questions directly about policy, whenever she's asked questions off the cuff that she doesn't have a prepared answer for, she does very, very poorly. She does extremely poorly. We've all seen the clips of her like trying to mumble through and give these nonsensical fucking answers about the things that were, which were brought by which was from before, and all this nonsense word salad that she kind of goes through. So I think that the longer that this race goes, the more dangerous it is for Kamala because the more time that she has to start answering questions, the more time that's available for her to fall off, the surfboard and to fumble the ball. If Trump had not debated Biden until after the DNC, and then Biden drops out, that's so much closer to the election. Kamala has so much less time to fuck up. So
True.
that's
And
why I
she
think it would have been
does.
better for her.
And the wave might still be cresting around November
Exactly.
5th, which could be
Right.
good. Well, I just like to what you said about your dad, it just strikes me how much politics is like the civil religion for
Yes.
America. Like everybody is
Yes.
so caught up in it. And this, I mean, this is a wild ride already. I mean, I think it could even, like this wild ride can continue. And to what you said about Kamala and no policy, what are you talking about? She has the no tax on tips policy. What are you said she doesn't have any policies. She has
Oh, that's okay.
policies.
You're right. You're right. She was like, "Oh, look, Donald Trump had a really good idea. Let me just yoink. Ah, this is mine now."
I know. It's so look.
It's pretty
Isn't that complete?
genius.
It is. It is
Uh,
complete. It's like, look, okay, you voters want this? Well, I'll give it to you too. What do you think? It just shows you how much politics is the quid pro quo. And it seems
mhm.
like Donald Trump was the first one that kind of realized this, but now Kamala's in the game. I thought that's
Mhm.
completely fascinating. And I just the attacks on this I see from the right are like she stole Donald Trump's policy, which I don't think those attacks are effective at all. So, but we'll talk more about that later. And I just
Right.
lastly I want to say on the riding the crest of popularity here. So much of it is a confidence game. I think Donald Trump was doing great when he was in the lead and had all that confidence that he was going to win, right? He narrowly misses an assassination attempt. Like he feels like he's invincible. Right now, I think he's
Yes.
down in the polls. He doesn't feel invincible. Now, Kamala was facing that same thing when she was in the Democratic primary. Obviously, she was doing terrible in the polls. She was getting beat up by all these other candidates. Now she's in the vice president seat and riding this crest of everyone thinking of her as the Democratic Jesus. And I think it is like a lot harder for her to slip up in that kind of situation because she's not really nervous. I think she sounds a lot better. Obviously, she hasn't been tested, but I do think she will probably do better once the interview finally comes out because of this standing that she has, this place of honor that she kind of
Right.
inhabits now.
Yeah, and it seems like that her and Tim Walz are getting good campaign advice from somebody. So I'm assuming that they're gonna basically craft a bunch of policy answers for her to just regurgitate at the debate, at interviews, things of that nature that will, as long as she can kind of stay on the script, I think she'll be able to balance till October.
Isn't
But
that kind of a prosecutor's talent? Isn't that what a prosecutor does for a living? Like memorize things to hit people with while they're
I mean, you
in
would think,
court?
but she's been pretty bad at it before. She was bad at it in the primary. She's been bad at it as vice president. I don't know if it's just because it was VP and she was like not taking. I mean, the VP is kind of like a joke position, so maybe she
Right.
just kind of was like day drinking and not caring or something like. I don't know. See if she'll get her act together. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, we're gonna find out, and everybody keeps. I mean, if she does well, everyone keeps making the same mistake Trump did, lowering
You're
expectations. They're like,
correct. Yeah.
where is Kamala? She's not coming out. She's afraid of the cameras. The more they say she's afraid of the cameras, and the longer she goes, if she comes out and kills it, it's gonna be over. You guys have lowered expectations so low that if
hmm
she does great, if she gives like some sort of Obama level performance, I mean, the right is fucked.
Well, that's not going to happen. Let's be realistic.
Look
This,
here,
this is not going to
and
be an Obama
look,
level performance.
And Sitch comes in right here, lowering expectations again. Of
No
course,
way.
there's no way,
No,
impossible, not
the
gonna
lowering,
happen.
you are correct in that, like the lowering of the performance or the lowering of perceptions of her possible performance for her
Is
could be
great.
is great because if she all she needs to do during the debate or during these interviews is just be competent, and
Yes.
that's all that was required. And
Well, and
it's
if
gonna
she's above competent, it's gonna be
right.
demoralizing.
Well, it depends because if you get like a competent Kamala. And like, I think she should agree to these three debates with Trump. I don't know if she will, because I think there's a high likelihood that first debate with Trump, Kamala's going to be like somewhat competent and Trump's going to be kind of energized like he was in that interview at the Black Journalists Association. But what she wants, what would be the dream for the Democrats, would be a competent Kamala and like a tired Trump, like a kind of Trump that just seems like he's tired and old. That's what they want to contrast. And I
Yeah.
think if they were smart, they would just get a bunch of debates and try to like wear them out, rope a dope strategy, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if they will, but.
Debate is gonna be interesting.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But before we start, I just want to say too, it was interesting because when I was talking about, you're right. Like when I was talking about my dad and he's like literally getting psychologically depressed. It's because he really believes that if Donald Trump wins, it's going to be like this completely detrimental, devastating thing to the country. Like
Right.
he's bought into that narrative. And it's interesting because it seems like now that the right has bought into the reverse of that. When I see how, when Kyle Rittenhouse said he wasn't voting for Trump, you had all these literal
Oh yeah.
subhuman pieces of shit who were supporting Kyle suddenly turning against him, wishing that he was found guilty and all this other stuff. And now we had the same thing with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, there's a clip of Joe Rogan not directly supporting, but saying that RFK Jr. was the only one that, quote, made sense to him and,
Yeah, I
kind of
saw that.
praising RFK Jr. And then you had all these like fucking, like, same horrible people come out and they're all like shitting all over Joe Rogan because apparently we live in a country now where people aren't allowed to express who they want to vote for as long as it's not the preferred candidate. All these people that supposedly say that they believe in free speech and all this other stuff. And then I couldn't believe it. Joe Rogan, much to my sadness, he bent the knee. He totally
Did
bent the
he
knee.
really?
Yeah. He tweeted out that he like wasn't endorsing RFK Jr. and that Trump standing up after he got shot was like badass. And he basically he didn't say who he was voting for, but he just said like, "Oh, I'm just like a comedian. if you want good politics, follow, go follow Dave Smith, which, it's kind of
Did
funny
he
in its
really say,
own, yeah,
oh my
it's
God.
funny in its own way, but
Okay,
like,
now I hate Joe Rogan.
yeah. So I was just like, I couldn't believe it because, Joe Rogan, part of his brand was that he was a intellectually courageous individual who wasn't afraid to say whatever, to do whatever, to speak his mind. And that, the mainstream media would go after him because he was, not afraid to just regurgitate their talking points. Now we have a situation where, just because he implied or hinted that he was supporting RFK Jr., he's just totally backed out of it. When I mean, I'm shocked. I really felt like he should have doubled down and been like, I wasn't necessarily going to vote for RFK Jr., but now I will because, like, despite all these fucking people, just because it was just so weird and gross. And even fucking Trump responded to it too, which is even like worse. Trump literally was like, he posted on Truth, he was like, oh, how much do you want to bet? Or how likely it is it that the next time Joe Rogan's at like a UFC match, he's going to get booed or something. Like, it's just, and I don't know if you saw, so that's Trump's response. I don't know if you saw Tim Pool as like a troll. He said he was voting for RFK Jr.
I sent that to you.
Right,
I
right.
literally sent that to you.
Yeah, I think we might have talked about this on Wednesday too, or Thursday. Um, as like a
No,
troll, Tim Pool said,
we have not talked about this. Yeah,
oh, okay.
Tim Pool said I'm voting for RF. Now I'm voting for RFK as a troll.
As a
And then
troll,
RFK chimes in and goes, "Oh, thank you for your support."
yeah. Right.
What a nightmare.
I know. And then that was all, yeah, very awkward. And then Tim was like, "Oh, I was just joking, RFK. Like, I think you're like a cool guy, but I'm voting for Trump."
But I'm
And
supporting Trump, yeah.
right. But then see, but this is RFK gave a very classy answer, much better than Trump's like really pathetically lame, like, "Oh, I hope you get booed or you're gonna get booed at the UFC." RFK's like, "Oh, well,
There's still time.
there's
Yeah.
still time before the election, and I hope to change your mind, blah 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 blah." Right.
Yeah,
Classy answer. Right,
this
perfect
thing's
answer.
still in flux. Look, I got
Right,
plenty of
right.
time to win you over.
Yeah, so but yeah, it is, and I said this was going to happen. I said this in January. Some people were skeptical. I said as we get closer and closer to the election, people are going to get more and more unhinged on both sides of this, about like whether their team wins or not.
That is going to carry over to the day after the election. Like,
Yes.
this is the problem with this kind of scenario, because the day after the election, you've got half of the country is too depressed to go to work. They're like living in the hellscape that the other guy won.
It's going to be like a week or two because, they're not, I can almost guarantee you that they're not going to be able to call it one way or the other on election day.
Oh,
There's going to be some of these major swing states.
Stop.
It's going to be some of these major swing states, Adam, that haven't fucking counted yet. They're going to be like, oh, it's going to take us like a week to count because we're idiots.
This shit started with Bush and Gore, and I'm like, why?
It's terrible.
I remember going to work every day and going, hey, do we know who the president is yet?
We're not going to know. We're not going to
Please make it stop. We'll know. Right. It's going to be a blowout. I'm not going to tell you guys who's going to win because I don't want to demoralize anyone.
Well, no, listen. So it's still too early to tell. When Trump got shot at, there was a bunch of people that are like, this is it, on both sides, saying this is it. Trump won. There's no way Democrats can win, right? There are a lot of people that were like firmly in that camp.
Yeah.
And I think it's also why a lot of people on the right are kind of demoralized right now, because they had like really bought into this idea that once Trump was shot and he had that picture, that like that was it. The election's over. And I said, listen, guys, November is a long way away. Anything can happen, right? Then what happens? Biden drops out. Kamala gets in. She gets like this massive like energy, a lot of it artificial, but she gets this massive energy boost. Now she's suddenly like riding high. A lot of people on the left are like, oh my God, this is it. Trump can't win. Kamala locked in. And I'm like, listen, guys, it's still a long ways to November. Anything can happen.
It's so not long, yet it is an eternity. It is,
yeah. It's long and it's not long at the same time, yeah.
We're like we're 2.5 months away.
Yep. I mean, anything could happen.
It's so close. So I've also heard, like, I've heard people saying that Trump might drop out if he gets too far down in the polls. You don't think there's any possibility of that, right?
I think that's impossible, essentially.
If
1% chance.
Look, if if he does drop out, does that mean JD Vance becomes the candidate? What if
Yes,
can he replace JD Vance at this moment? Like if he thinks JD Vance is dragging him down, can he substitute JD Vance for Nikki Haley?
I believe so. Yeah.
So what if he substitutes JD Vance for Nikki Haley and then drops out?
I mean, all the Trump voters would not vote for Nikki Haley. First of all, okay, let me tell you why that's not gonna happen. Number one,
Okay.
the Trump voters would never vote for Nikki Haley, especially in that context.
Right.
They would think that the deep state got to Trump or something. But if Trump dropped out of the race, unless he had a heart attack or a stroke or something significant, if he just dropped out, I really think it would destroy his legacy more than losing, and most of his supporters would turn against him and be like, "What the fuck is this?"
More so that's interesting because obviously losing twice in a row in a presidential election is going to destroy his legacy, right? He's going to go down in history as the biggest loser in presidential history. Like there's no way around it, right? He's going to take Jimmy Carter's place as the worst president in human history. Because not only was he a one-term president, he's also a two-time loser, right?
Well, it's hard to So right now we're at a divergence of the two movie scenario. So if Trump loses, then yes, the left and the mainstream will paint him in that picture that you're saying, and maybe even history will, because history is kind of controlled by the mainstream. Will
Yeah,
paint him in
no,
that picture.
yes.
But currently, and maybe even in the future, the right will view it as he was like this great guy, and the elites all ganged up essentially to either steal it, rig it, push bad press about him, raise up Kamala with fake stories, blah 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 blah. Like they'll make up, like the right will kind of not view Trump as a loser. They'll just view the left as using underhanded tactics essentially to win.
He's
Right.
their General Lee.
Yes, right will still hold him up in high regards even if he loses. If he drops out, I think most of his support on the right would turn on him. So
Right.
he would
That's a
have
good
like
point. That
no
is an excellent
support.
point. Yeah.
And I'm assuming Donald Trump would perceive that.
Yeah, that is an excellent counter argument to him dropping out. So he really has more incentive to go down with the ship. I just I the reason why I thought he did terrible at that press conference was I thought that press conference was just like an attempt to do something because the stakes of the situation are starting to sink in. Like it's easy to put these stakes out of your head when you're ahead, right? Because
Right.
if he wins, like he's going to go down as a legend, right? A two-term non-consecutive president. I mean, he's a legend. He's a total legend. But if he loses, I mean, these are incredible stakes for Donald Trump.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Definitely.
So as it looks closer and closer to the outcome that he's going to lose, I think he's going to be looking for ways out. But I think your logic holds tight that that's not like he is basically cornered. Like that's not necessarily an escape hatch for him.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's hard, it's hard to read the tea leaves on Trump because there's so many different people that come out and they say like this is what's going on in Trump camp. This is what's going on in Trump camp. And it's hard to tell how much of that's legitimate and how much of that is just like fake
Yeah,
TDS stuff.
their own tea leaf reading.
Right. Like I don't remember what it was. I was listening to the guy who's like the head of the Lincoln Project, and he was like saying all this stuff about behind the scenes with Trump. I'm like, really? Am I going to believe the head of the Lincoln Project guy? Like
Is
telling
that
me all
Dan
this like stuff?
Bongino? Is he the head of the Lincoln
I
Project?
don't remember the guy's
That's not
name,
Dan.
maybe.
I heard Dan Bongino saying this kind of stuff, but I don't think he's involved with the Lincoln Project.
I don't know. But and then, they had, that podcast I sent you with Scaramucci, who was, he has
Oh,
kind of
yeah,
that
it
weird.
is Scaramucci. It's not Dan Bongino.
Yeah, yeah. But
Okay,
Scaramucci has that
Scaramucci.
weird trajectory because he was Trump's White House communications director for a time period. And
For like
then,
15 minutes, right? I mean, he was there for I think less
yeah,
than
like a
24 hours
week or
or
two.
something.
Yeah, very, very short amount of time. And then he got fired or left or something. And then he basically, I think after that became pretty anti-Trump, didn't he?
Yeah.
And so now it's like, well, and he's claiming he like knows all this behind the scenes information. I'm kind of skeptical, but he's making this he's kind of crafted this theory that he thinks Trump is going to fire his campaign managers. And I guess we'll see. I mean, that will obviously be known. So if that comes to pass, then we can sort of maybe trust Scaramucci a little bit more into his insight. If that doesn't come to pass, and you say, oh, he just kind of like pulled it out of the ether.
Yeah, I didn't mean Dan Bongino. I did mean Scaramucci. Scaramucci's
Right.
been doing a podcast that has been super interesting. So I don't know if any of this stuff is true. He said this is his speculation. So, but I just like to play out the logic of it. We're interested in the motivation behind these players.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I do think that does make it difficult for Trump to step down. Like he's basically all in already.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Squeeze Louise for $20 says, hey, not super relevant, but on Thursday you were speculating on why Trump doesn't talk about the assassination attempt more. During his RNC speech, he said he was only going to tell a story once because it's hard to talk about. Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I do, well, on one hand, I do think that he has kind of that older mentality about like not wanting to talk about things like that because maybe it seems weak or maybe it just is psychologically hard to talk about. Though after I said that, I did listen to his interview with Aiden Ross, which was actually really horrible for two reasons. First, like for the first half of the interview, Trump's audio was like fucked up or something. And it's kind of hilarious. Aiden Ross gets this like big interview and the audio is totally fucked up. Like every other word, like the audio would almost like get quiet and cut out on Trump. So it was like really annoying to listen to. And then the second reason it was horrible is because all Aiden Ross did was like bend over and suck Trump's cock the entire interview. He just glazed him so hard. I was like, this is so pathetic. You're just like, blah, blah, go the entire time. But the reason I bring it up is in that interview, Trump, it was the first time I actually heard it. Trump actually brought up himself. Well, not the first time, but, one of the few times I've heard Trump bring up the fact that he got shot for like America. And he was kind of bringing it up, a handful of times in the interview. I was like, oh, maybe he does bring it up sometimes. So
that's the difference between an influencer and a reporter.
Yes. Right. Well, I don't know because there's so many reporters now. Like I was listening to JD Vance had that interview with was it 60 Minutes or something?
The CNN lady.
Or CNN,
yeah.
And
Dana Bash, I believe it was.
Right. And it was like it was CBS. The one I watched was with CBS. It was in Face the Nation. I didn't see the other one. And she was like he would make a claim or something about the Democrats, and she was like, no, like she's like trying to run defense for him. I'm like, I mean, is that really your role? Shouldn't you just be interviewing him in his position and be tough on him, and you don't really need to like defend the other side necessarily in an interview like that?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
So it was kind of interesting. J-Mac, thanks so much to Circuit Father for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, J-Mac.
Thank you. Oh my God. Welcome new members.
And J-Mac's been outside the simulation. Look at that. He's been real. He sees the real world for 28 months. And says, just wanted to say, no matter how crazy things get, we still have each other. Long live the Sitch and Adam Show community. Well, there you go. Look at that.
Hell yeah. Look.
Beautiful.
I hope none of our community is demoralized the day after the election. Don't let that happen to you. Life is too short. Stress shortens it tremendously. Yeah. So don't get way stressed out by this stuff.
Listen, just think about it this way, whoever wins, okay, Kamala or Trump, just remember, at least we're not England.
Right. Oh, I know. Oof. Oof. They don't even have the First Amendment.
At least we're not the UK. And
whoever wins,
exactly.
Kamala or Nikki Haley.
Wow, terrible. And thank you so much, Circuit Fire J-Mac, for another $20. Says maybe RFK would look like a better pick to me if only he spoke and text the speech. There you go.
Yeah.
His voice is kind of hard to get over.
Did you say you were thinking of voting for RFK? I thought
I never said that. No.
Oh, okay. I must have been dreaming.
You must have been. So anyway, so let's watch this. This is Kamala when she first got heckled. She got heckled the second time with a different answer, but we're going to watch that afterward too. But this is Hasan, who I was very interested to see Hasan's reaction to Kamala getting heckled on the whole Israel situation.
Donald Trump intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to surrender our fight against the climate crisis, and he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
No! No, so bad. So bad, so bad. Oh, so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, no. She's yelling at the Palestine protesters. Oh, no. Oh, no. In Michigan? You're yelling at the Palestine protesters in Michigan? No!
And I got
How should she?
I just love this image of the crowd cheering and Hasan like, no! Oh, what are you doing?
I know. Look, he knows Michigan's been taken over by Palestinians too.
I know.
He's like, how dare you do Hamas owns half of Michigan. What are you doing?
So before we watch the rest of Hasan's commentary, I want to watch this for a second. This is so one of the people,
and when I ask you,
who was either at the protest or was like one of the leaders of the protest, was interviewed, and I found their name, and they were actually in a conversation with Dr. Phil a few months ago. Okay.
Oh, this is great.
Right. And they
so this is a person that was behind that protest.
Yes. I don't know if they were like the head of it or they were just a person there, because the article about it was kind of vague. So here's that person. So you can kind of see like what the quality of the character, at least some of the people involved here, are.
7th, do you endorse?
Wait, let me go back a second. What?
Okay.
What kind of nonsense is that? Like, oh, being forced to condemn, October 7th, that plays into Islamophobic tropes. What does that even mean? What the fuck does that even mean? Doesn't that answer play into the Islamophobic tropes? Because it makes it sound like you're not willing to condemn it. Obviously, right? Like you could just say, yes, I condemn it wholly. It was a horrible thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, whenever I hear Jank in these interviews, he's always like, yes, it's horrible, disgusting. He gives the whole speech, right? Totally fine. And then this lady could just be like, oh, yes, it's horrible, disgusting, blah, 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 blah. But also, I think Israel is horrible, disgusting, blah, blah, blah. Like that would be the answer. But every time they give this kind of like nonsense BS answer, they're like, well, I'm not going to answer that question. It's just so, I can't listen. I'm not going to say I can read in their minds and I know what they're thinking, but it just, everyone listening perceives it as you are not willing to denounce, Hamas attacking civilians on October 7th.
Yeah, ironically, it plays into the Islamophobic trope that she's worried about. She sounds like a fucking terrorist.
Yes, exactly.
It's like, that is the trope. Yes. Yes, and you've played into it perfectly. Thank you.
Yeah. Not a great answer. I like a better answer, obviously, because at least they did say that it was bad.
Yeah.
But not a great answer. And it's also like, and I wish more interviewers would just state this. And maybe because it's one of those things that people intuit, they don't think about. And it's like, okay, the reason that you ask that question is so that you can get an understanding of like the moral platform that the person you're talking to is standing on. Because if they're a person who says it's justified, then you're like, oh, well, this conversation is going to play out completely differently, and I can have a different view of the conversation moving forward. But most people I'm assuming, most people are going to enter in the conversation and make the assumption that the person they're talking to does not support the wholesale slaughter of civilians on either side.
Yeah, it doesn't support political violence.
Right.
Yeah.
Just also from like a strategic perspective, the answer that they gave is retarded too. If you had just given the strong answer at the beginning, yes, Hamas sucks, they're horrible, I condemn it totally, you would have avoided all this like pathway of questions, right? You would have avoided this dialogue tree of answers that you'd have to go down, and you could just talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
like they're
yeah.
saying that Israel is in the wrong for killing civilians, but I mean, everyone they killed on October 7th was civilians. So
right.
It's like, are killing civilians wrong or what?
I don't know. I believe both these individuals in this interview Yeah, that says because University of Michigan, they are both involved, like the University of Michigan encampment and stuff like that, obviously. So
their argument is that Israel has done all of this bad stuff, so therefore what they did on October 7th by killing civilians was justified. Well, Israel can make that same argument. Yeah, they're killing civilians too because of what you guys did on October 7th.
Mm-hmm.
You dummy.
Well, I think there's two possible things that's going on here. The first is that, like as you're saying, yeah, like some of these people literally just are in favor of thinking
political
that Hamas
violence
was justified.
Yeah,
yes.
Totally.
Or I think there's a second thing. If I'm going to be like super good faith here, put on my super good faith Gary hat here for a second. And
Don't do it.
I'm going to do it. But it's still stupid. Okay. I still think they're acting stupidly. There's like this. I think some of these people have been, because I think a lot of these people have been tricked. Okay. I think they've been tricked by the people in their movement who are in favor of violence.
Yes.
But don't want to be explicit about it. And those people have like come up with this dumb fuck dog shit argument about how like, well, it's just not fair that we have to condemn the violence that Hamas does, but other people don't have to condemn the violence that Israel does, which is a nonsensical argument that actually hurts your position in every fundamental way possible and optically completely demolishes your position. And I think they've basically tricked maybe some of the people that actually don't agree with violence into accepting this as some sort of like legitimate principle. And then they go on Dr. Phil and they regurgitate it and they look like retards or violence advocates.
Right.
There's your Dr. Phil editing. He's like, I'm not even going to you don't even get to respond to that. Okay.
It's great. I know. Notice he's got the Sons of Hamas guy. That's from the book that I read. That's the author of the book that I read on stage with him. Yeah.
He does. And then he goes on a long,
Mossab Youssef. Yeah.
Yeah. He goes on a long kind of diatribe afterwards. He actually had a debate with Cenk recently that I listened to.
Yeah, I didn't watch it yet, but I wanted to watch it. Yeah. He was in the Israeli Secret Service. He was an informant. He was actually like a double agent. He was in Hamas and also in a informant for, I can't remember what the Israeli Secret Service agency
IDF?
was, but it wasn't IDF.
The Mossad?
No. It's not the Mossad either.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. But he's an interesting guy because, obviously his father literally was a Hamas leader and he was a spy for them, against Hamas, even though he was, very pro-Hamas for a while. And we talked about this, but he's like a weird guy because he's not just so anti-Hamas now, which is kind of like understandable when people switch sides, that happens. But he's like so pro-Israel. It's kind of weird. It's kind of suspect to me. Like he's just so pro-Israel. Like, I don't know if I've ever heard him say Israel has done anything wrong ever. So that's kind of like strange to me.
He was in the Shin Bet. That's right. Thanks to chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So he's a complicated character though. If you read that book, like Israel, he outed a bunch of terrorists that were just a bunch of 20-year-old kids. And the Shin Bet wanted to do like an airstrike and just take them all out. And he was like, no, I don't want you to kill them. They're just dumb kids that got caught up in the wrong side of this thing. And the Shin Bet was saying, well, they'll be able to identify you. They'll blow your cover. So this was kind of how he came out of the Shin Bet because of this, trying to save these kids from just being basically murdered by the IDF. So,
but that's what's interesting because like that behavior and that mentality is exactly what I would expect from him going forward. Like a person who switched side, but is still obviously, you would imagine, has strong empathy for the Palestinian people and doesn't want them to die. But just whenever I hear him talk, it's so one-sided. It's like recently that I don't know it's just very strange. I don't know what's going on with that.
Well, I think he did a bunch of stuff like that just was unrewarded. That was completely unrewarded. Like imagine saving those kids' lives and then those kids just come at you and are like, you're a fucking traitor. Like I just saved your fucking asses. What are you talking about?
Maybe that's what it is. Yeah. I don't know.
Like his own dad turned on him.
Well, of course he did.
Yeah. But he was like trying to save his dad's life too. Oh, his story is so complicated.
Yep. No, I mean, he's a very interesting guy, but
He's also like a mad Christian. He did that. You know, you can't take the fervor out of a religious zealot. Like, he's still a religious zealot, just now he's a religious zealot for Christianity.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's a big time Jesus convert. Yeah.
Interesting.
Donald Trump.
Let's go back to this.
Uh-oh.
How should she have responded?
The power
To be
is
like,
with
I hear
the
you.
people.
Wait, I want to see what that thing said.
How should she
have responded? Conservatives are just going to call her weak regardless, especially if no one can hear her or she can't crowd control. I'm trying to think how she could have responded. So this is actually an interesting point that this chatter in Hasan's audience makes that he never really addresses. Is this, like, when you're getting heckled by people in the crowd and you're on stage, you have to address it in a way where you can't just capitulate, because then you look like a pushover, right? Then you look weak. And you're trying to run to be the leader of the country.
Yeah, this really hurt Bernie Sanders. Remember when the Black Lives Matter protesters took over his podium and he just kind of stepped off to the side? Oh,
yeah.
Looks so bad.
You might have, well, like, he basically stood in the cut corner with his hands,
He did. You know,
his hands out, like, down across, like, over his crotch, like, oh, let me look down, like I'm totally cucked because, people of color came on stage. I can't possibly tell them to get off.
Yeah.
have responded?
The power
To be
is
like,
with
I hear
the
you.
people.
When I say we're not going back, I mean.
For a second, I really thought that Kamala was going to say the power of one, the power of two.
The power of many.
God.
You know, she loves that series, right?
I bet.
The Acolyte. She's so into it.
So.
Going back to our old allegiances, allowing a country full of beautiful, brave people in Israel that I love, that I've defended my whole life, to be taken over by a right-wing charlatan like Benjamin Netanyahu, just like Donald Trump. They're so closely associated with one another because they're both right-wing and they're both crazy and they're both selfishly holding on to power, no matter what the consequences. That's why we're going to beat Donald Trump, and that's why I will not stand for what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing to Israel. I love Israel. I want to defend Israel. There you go. That's what you say. Terminally.
So his answer is that she should basically say that the prime minister of Israel is a Nazi piece of shit like Donald Trump, so that if she wins the election and has to deal with that Nazi piece of shit, he's going to remember how she called him a Nazi piece of shit and not want to work with Kamala Harris. That's Hasan's brilliant response that Harris should have given in this situation.
It's not a great play when you don't have a lot of leverage. I mean, this is a problem. We don't have a lot of leverage over Bibi Netanyahu. Like, Bibi's basically just spitting in well, I mean, they would say the leverage that we have is we could deny them weapons, but I don't necessarily know that you could do that without suffering electoral defeat in the next election. So they're kind of between a rock and a hard place, which is why they don't have a lot of leverage. Bibi knows this as well. So,
yeah. Well, I think there's twofold. I think the first thing you said is absolutely true. I think the second thing is that I'm guessing that America has probably been working with Israel for so long that we have a lot of dirt on Israel, and Israel has a lot of dirt on America. We probably have a lot of, like, intelligence entanglements that, like, it would be very difficult for us to just be like, fuck you, we're just cutting off ties from you.
Right.
Probably my guess.
The reality of the situation aside, is this a good response for her to come out and profess her love to Israel? Because I'm not sure. Like, the far left, the people in her coalition that are chanting and whatnot, I mean, they hate Israel anyway. So
right. Well, that's interesting too, because Hasan's sort of trying to, like, frame this like the answer he thinks she should have given. Which, if she had given that exact answer, I mean, a lot of people in Hasan's audience would have been like, that's a terrible answer, because you're right, they hate Israel. They don't even think Israel should exist anymore.
Yeah. They think Israel is an oppressor power that is, which has done all this. They think they deserved October 7th, right? And he's going to come out and say, oh, the oppressors are great. Like, she's supposed to say, oh, the oppressors are fantastic and we love working with them. It's just their government that's the problem.
Right.
Hell no. That's a terrible answer. Well, to appease these people, but look, I think she just should tell them to get lost, but in a nicer way than she did.
Yeah, I don't know. It is complicated because, you know, I I do think that her answer was probably not great. I don't know if it was like all, I don't know if it hurt her, but it probably wasn't great because it seems like the Tim Walsh choice is supposed to placate to get like sort of the more internet obsessed progressive left like really excited. And this obviously pisses off those people. So it does sort of undermine, it looked like what her campaign was trying to do by like galvanizing all the left, in a unified front against her. So
Yeah,
not the best response.
short of just decoupling from Israel, those people are not going to be happy. She can't really say anything to make that coalition happy.
Well, so we're in kind of this interesting place now where I think a lot of the far left and internet left was totally comfortable crapping all over Joe Biden, not only because he wasn't radical enough for them, but because they were pretty confident he was going to lose. And so it was like, okay, well, I can just beat on this dying horse, and then I get to tell everyone, ha, you should have listened to me as I was beating on this dying horse. I knew it was going to die halfway through this race.
Right.
But it's completely different with Kamala. With Kamala, the energy is like in her favor, so it looks like she could win. So it does feel like even the more radical left people are somewhat more tepid to just start punching Kamala in the face with haymakers. And I think that puts them in this weird psychological situation where if she does give some kind of like BS neutral answer, some of them would be more inclined to just be like, bend over backwards. Oh, we have to defeat Donald Trump. That's what's important. And just go for it and say, Donald Trump is going to be worse. He's so pro-Israel. He's going to be worse on the Palestinians. You gotta be in favor of Kamala.
Yeah, that was good enough. I think we're going to listen to her second response after.
Yeah,
this,
we will.
Anyway,
she had a better second response. Yeah. Twisted Trading for $20 says, as a registered Democrat, we have to quit giving these terrorist supporting woke weirdos any platform to speak and quit believing the numbers from a terrorist organization. The left has to let the tail wag. The left has let the tail wag the dog for too long. That is
here.
100% true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Completely. Where did I accidentally close it? I accidentally left the watch together. Hold on.
You close the watch together? How dare you?
I'm back.
Online leftists are going to lose the election by sticking to their morals and not voting against the dictator. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. There's an active genocide going on, and it's only being done with our weapons. And the guy most responsible for it is literally in the pocket, in the tank for Donald Trump. He wants Donald Trump to win. This is an issue that you can tackle on partisan grounds. You're going to Michigan, a state with the largest amount of Arab voters, Muslim voters in general. They have friends that are also pro-Palestine. They have family members that are in Gaza. It's ridiculous to just drop that on a dime, not even have any kind of counter message on it. How are you so hopped up on your own farce that you think that like ain't nobody's gonna bring this up? You're right there. You're right next to Dearborn. The uncommitted campaign has been talking about doing counter protests. This is gonna come up in the DNC too. Remember what I said? Politicians need to.
So the point that there should have been a prepared answer for this. You usually should have assumed this was going to come up. That's completely true. And this to me really shows Kamala's weakness is that when she's not prepared, she's very bad at coming up with answers quickly on the spot. She has this, you're going to let Donald Trump win. And then she does the mom look, right? That's a bad answer. I know the crowd loved it, but I don't know. I think it's pathetic and lame, not great. So I agree with that, but it is weird in terms of if they view Donald Trump as being such this like massive support of Israel, and they think he's going to be worse on the Palestinians than Kamala. I mean, do they have a choice at that point?
Do they have a choice? They're not going to vote for Donald Trump no matter what anyway.
No, obviously, right? But aren't they? Well, here's if these people believe that Trump is going to usher in an age of authoritarianism in America, right? Which I'm assuming Hasan believes that. Seems like he believes that. I've heard him say things to that. They call Donald Trump a literal fascist. He's going to be Hitler 2.0 and all stuff. Like, if they honestly believe all that's true, then how can they even? And they think that he's going to be worse for Palestine. Like, how is this even a conversation that he's having in his audience at all?
Yeah, I think these are single issue voters at this time. I mean, Israel seems to be the only thing motivating them. So
Well,
I don't necessarily know that they would. I mean, they probably single issue voters are either going to show up and vote for their issue or they're not going to show up. They're not going to vote. They're not thinking about Trump being an existential threat to the world.
Yeah,
they're
but
just
it's
thinking both of these candidates are against Israel. That's all they're thinking.
Right. I think you're correct. But it's interesting because if I can almost guarantee that if Kamala came out hard against Israel, they'd immediately start saying Donald Trump is an existential threat to the country and the world.
She could win them back. She could weigh in on their issue, which is kind of what she does in the second clip.
Right. No, but what I mean is, like, it's interesting to me that there'll be like these single issue voters, which literally doesn't make sense. If they honestly believed that Donald Trump is an existential threat to America and the world, they would vote against him, even if Kamala's going to be bad on the Palestinians. Just because it's like, okay, well, he's going to be this existential threat, right? Like if you think that you're going to be deported from America or that, your gay friends are going to be rounded up or whatever craziness like that they believe in, then you would say, well, I'm just going to have to vote for Kamala to save the country, and maybe pressure her to being better on Israel or something, right? But I don't know but I guess what I'm saying is I don't think they actually believe any of that if they're going to not vote for Kamala on this single issue. Like it's like this weird psychological phenomenon. They won't believe it until Kamala comes out and says, "Oh, I'm going to be hard on Israel." Then suddenly their minds will allow them to believe the existential threat theory.
Yeah, you're stumbling over the complete contradiction that they have. Like, how can they be a single issue voter when Trump is an existential threat to the world? You're like, oh, that should be the main issue, right?
Right.
They're like, nope, it's Israel, Palestine. The existential threat to the world, Sitch? That's not even on my radar. I'm a single issue voter.
Right.
But you're saying, look, that should be your number one issue, right? They're like, nah. Look, because they're into this issue because all their friends are into this issue. They're in a community that's going to show up at a Kamala rally and protest. Like, they're really into the protest. They're just in there to stick it in Kamala's face. They're like, we need a reason to yell and break this up and get on social media. I know. How about Israel, Palestine? That's what they taught us in our college classes. Yeah, I think that's what's really going on.
I can understand that people, obviously the people that are of Palestinian descent or their family is Palestinian. Like, I understand that they're going to be very closely tied to this issue. Like, that makes sense to me. It makes less sense the random white college kids. But I understand people are
buy any of that.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
I understand that people are empathetic to massive civilian casualties and all this stuff. But it is weird, sort of the hyperfixation on it compared to other issues and other horrible events that go on around the world every day.
Look, I could see these kids, their parents being, telling them directly, no, we left Syria because it was a fucking shithole. Like, what are you talking about? Like, why are you adopting this Arab identity? Like, we left all that behind. We're in America now.
Right.
And them still being like, no, the Middle East, the Palestinian people, it's part of my ethnic heritage. Well, I got to go out there and blow my social media up and protest.
It's ironic because that's actually a more conservative personality trait, right? To be more into your quote native cultural ethnic identity as opposed to assimilating to a different culture's identity.
I would say yes, if they were doing it with a conservative idea in mind.
You're right. They're doing it from a leftist perspective.
They're doing it for victimhood. They're literally adopting an identity that's a victim identity because and their ethnic identity. If it wasn't a victim identity, you think they'd adopt it?
No,
not at all. They'd be like, fuck that.
Colonizers. Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point.
If their parents were from Germany, they'd be like, oh, fuck that.
Well, and I feel because obviously there's all this stuff going on in the UK right now. And, obviously UK immigration, American immigration, very different things. But I feel like what's lost in this conversation, at least, we have it here on the internet, but in the public conversation with immigration in America is immigration to America is fine when you have this very strong idea of like American exceptionalism and assimilating to the American identity, and America's awesome. And it's interesting because when I talk to a lot of people, when you see a lot of people talk who, their parents came here, in a time period where there wasn't this self-loathing hatred of America, like that was the notion that most of the people that were coming here had.
Right. And they
Like,
did assimilate because of
right,
that.
right. Was like America is great, American dream is great, assimilate, et cetera, et cetera. Like you're American now. And the big problem I think now that's going on is like, okay, so we have people immigrating to the country, but at the same time, a big swath of the left is like promoting this idea that America is this, well, I guess some of the right populists are doing this too, that America is this evil, horrible, imperialist this evil, horrible I keep saying populist, this evil, horrible, imperialist empire that's like filled with evil white racists that are, hell bent on destroying the world and dominating all the other countries. And if that's the identity, if that's the idea that is being like pushed out here, then yeah, obviously no one's going to want to assimilate into that. No one wants to assimilate into becoming a Nazi.
Yeah. They're separating themselves from their parents, as they reach that age. They go off to college, and college teaches them all that stuff that you taught us, mom and dad, how you came to America and assimilated. It was all lies. You fell for it.
Yeah, you're trying to buy into the property of whiteness, essentially.
Yeah. So they get to hate on their parents and hate on America at the same time. And not only that, they're second generation, so they feel like they're justified. They are Americans.
Right.
Earn your votes. How many motherfuckers do you know that are like, no, America has to keep continuing?
Speaking of which, like, isn't that exactly Hasan's backstory?
Yeah, I think Hasan just did whatever was trendy, and then he like convinced himself into, doing.
But he is second generation American.
That's true.
Like his parents came to America as first generation immigrants, and now he's second generation. He fucking hates America.
Yep.
He hates America.
It is hilarious to be a, millionaire streamer who hates the country that allows you to be a millionaire streamer.
Yeah.
Has been talking about doing counter protests. This is going to come up in the DNC too. Remember what I said? Politicians need to earn your votes. How many motherfuckers do you know that are like, no, America has to keep continuing Israel's genocide? The majority of Americans want a ceasefire. What real people-backed power does?
Majority of Americans want a ceasefire after Hamas is bombed into oblivion. I mean, what ceasefire are you talking about, bro? They don't want Hamas to be run Gaza anymore.
Well, that's kind of the problem when people bring up these polls is like, yeah, if you just ask people, do you support a ceasefire?
Of course.
Yeah, most people just say yes. It's like, okay, but what are the terms of that ceasefire, right?
All the hostages are released and Hamas is murdered.
Yeah.
Well, not murdered, actually destroyed. Like it's not technically not murder since they're wanted by the law.
Well, that's why this is like stupid. Like under this kind of like framing of it, even Israel's like, quote, in favor of a ceasefire.
Of course they are.
Once, Hamas is destroyed and gives back the hostages, right? So it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm in favor of that ceasefire. Hell yeah. Can we do it tomorrow?
Does the pro-Israel ticket have? Nothing. All of the people who are unconditionally pro-Israel, no matter the cost, are already in the deep red South, and they're evangelical Christians at the heart of the Republican constituency. The real die-hard voters who will be like, this is the issue that's the most important to me, they're voting for the Republican Party. They're evangelical Christians. They're in the deep South. There's no downside to adding up pressure to Israel on the ceasefire. Biden, who is the most rabid
well, first of all, he's not accounting for there are lots of wealthy donors, lots of wealthy Jewish donors who, don't want to hear Democrat politicians, kind of wavering in their support of Israel.
Yeah, on the left.
On the left, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's definitely a consideration Hasan's not really thinking about here, which is weird because usually as a socialist, he's always like pointing at the money. Maybe he's not doing it because it doesn't really serve the argument at, the moment. But there's another thing too that's interesting, which is since most people vote on a vibe, not so much like all the policy prescriptions. Because the policy prescriptions can be like complicated to sort of sort through and figure out for like the average person. But there is kind of a vibe that gets created for them. And I mean, part of the issue, if you're going to come out and say like be really hard on Israel or whatever, that's like another point that puts you in like the far left vibe that Kamala, I don't think wants to be seen as at the moment. She wants to be seen as like pretty, moderate. That's why they're kind of doing that sort of weird dance with Tim Walz where they're like, oh yeah, no, he's just like a moderate, folksy, Midwestern, Democrat.
Yeah, it's a great play if he visually codes as moderate, but really policy wise codes as far left, because then
Right.
anyone can just pick their poison, right? Whatever they believe, they're like, that's my guy.
Exactly, yeah.
Zionist that you've ever met has put together a 3-phase ceasefire negotiation with a permanent end to hostilities. That was 3 months ago at this point. Israel last week killed the principal negotiator on the Palestinian side. Even if it doesn't cook your campaign in the way that you think it might, in the way that you don't foresee it happening, because you have so much momentum.
Wait,
How's that
did
for
he
a
mean?
negotiation?
Did he mean Iran is the? Wait, what does he mean? Is he saying that like Iran is the principal negotiator that Israel is supposed to work with?
Because is that the guy they killed?
Wait,
I'm just thinking, how's that for a negotiation tactic? You kill the head negotiator. That's pretty good. That's pretty ballsy, right?
Pretty ballsy, yeah.
What is this? Phase 1, a complete ceasefire, withdrawal of Israeli forces from populated areas in Gaza. Well, like that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Release of some hostages and some remains of hostages. Well, this is phase 1. Who came up with this plan?
Mm-hmm.
Palestinian civilians can return to their homes in Gaza. Okay, I thought it was going to say in Israel. At least it's
no.
I thought they were going for the right of return in phase 1.
No.
A surge in humanitarian aid. Phase 2, a permanent end to hostilities. Exchange for the release of remaining living hostages. Israeli forces withdraw from Gaza. Okay, well, phase 2's off. Phase 3, majority reconstruction plan for Gaza. Final remains of hostages are returned from their family. So look, they're literally holding. Well, I guess that's why they're calling them hostages, right? They're holding the hostages. They're like, you got to rebuild Gaza before we give your people back.
Well, I'm assuming I think when they say final remains, they mean like the dead remains of hostages.
No, I know, yeah,
right. But that's weird. Like, first of all, that's a weird thing that you're holding on to that as like a bargaining chip, is like the dead remains of people. Like, that's kind of gruesome, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I honestly, I don't see Gaza being independently governed ever again. Gaza is going to be part of Israel. They're going to take the territory, and just that's what's going to happen. Do you disagree, Sitch? You think
I mean, I said from the beginning, it's either going to be Israel or they're going to give it to Egypt or something. If Egypt will take it.
Yeah.
They're not going to.
Gaza is no more. There's absolutely no homes for them to return to. Why do you think they bombed them all into dust?
Yeah, that's
they're like, your passport has been revoked.
Yep. I mean, I said this a week after it. I said Gaza will never be an independent country ever again after this incident, after their attack. So
sorry.
And then also, I mean, the other thing that we both said like a week after this, October 7th, was the big issue is, Netanyahu was, and this is part of why Hamas obviously retarded. They don't give a fuck about actually, bringing peace to the region or anything good for the people. Netanyahu was kind of being pushed out. He had all these criminal investigations and allegations kind of floating over his head. It looked like things were sort of turning against him. And now, he's just using the war as an excuse to basically stay in office as long as possible. It would be Netanyahu's dream if they can get to some sort of conflict with Iran, because that just further, entrenches him in office, gives him more time to maybe, increase his numbers, increase his power, do things of that nature. So it's hard for me to imagine that Netanyahu is going to be, if he's in charge of any of these negotiations, I don't see how there's going to be peace unless it's basically forced upon him.
Yep. Yep.
The principal negotiator on the Palestinian side, even if it doesn't cook your campaign in the way that you think it might, in the way that you don't foresee it happening because you have so much momentum. This is already a lost cause. Ultimately, I've said foreign policy, this is an American cliche, foreign policy is never top of mind in American politics in an election cycle until it's the only thing that people talk about. There are no assurances from Benjamin Netanyahu that this won't be the only thing that Americans talk about, especially considering his undying loyalty and commitment to Donald Trump. He flew to Mar-a-Lago after delivering a speech in front of a packed house, got a standing ovation. What the did he do? He flew to Mar-a-Lago to meet Trump personally. When people yell at Biden, even he has the decency to at least.
Did you see that? So the guy that Israel took out, that Hasan was complaining about, Ishmael Haniyeh. Did you see there's like footage of him on after October 7th? There's like footage of him in an office like celebrating with people.
No, that's awful.
Yeah, so it's just the idea that guy is supposed to be the people like, oh, Israel's really got to negotiate with this guy. Like,
he's an impartial negotiator, Sitch. How dare you question his ability to speak for the people?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's funny too because it's like, there's articles like at the time of his death, he'd been leading ceasefire negotiations. It's like, yeah, because he wants them to stop, now that Hamas has been totally like basically destroyed and, the area is like basically wiped out. Yeah, now he's calling for a ceasefire, obviously. So
he was a leader because he was the last one left alive.
There you go.
He's be like, no, these people have a voice. Like, these people have a voice. Everybody quiet down. Like, come on. I hate the incredibly scared narrative, like well, AIPAC will come after her. Like, what are we talking about, dude? Like, a foreign lobby that gets to operate on U.S. soil has that kind of juice? Like, what do you mean? What is this narrative? This is the United States of goddamn America, man. Okay, then you actively should be like, we're registering AIPAC as a foreign lobby tomorrow. That's the reality, bro. Cory Bush just lost and you're saying that. What the are you talking about? What do you mean? We have to triangulate around a foreign nation that is literally a welfare state that would not exist without our unlimited billions of dollars of funds? The are you talking about? I'm asking her to reiterate.
He's not against a bunch of Palestinian voters in Minnesota, though. I mean, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a threat to democracy or anything. But
no, I mean, I don't know I don't necessarily disagree. I don't know what the exact definition of a foreign lobbyist organization is and why AIPAC either does or does not like fit that definition or description. And if they did, I don't know what kind of impact that would have on their lobbying efforts. It could be appropriate. It could be appropriate if they're spending. I know they do other things besides Israel, but I know it definitely seems like they do a lot of Israel lobbying.
Right.
But obviously, yeah, it's all one-sided. He only cares about
reiterate her commitment
directionally. Did you see,
like, if Palestinians were spending that kind of money in the U.S., obviously he wouldn't care. He just
he'd be
because it's Israel that he thinks it's horrendous, and it's completely. It is because of evangelicals more than anything.
Yeah,
because the evangelicals have the numbers that the Republican Party wants.
It's evangelicals and rich Jewish donors, essentially.
Right.
Did you see that video of Cory Bush, like, losing her mind because she lost her race and she's like, I'm going to go after AIPAC and we're going to destroy AIPAC and blah, 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 blah. She's like foaming at the mouth.
No, but it sounds hilarious.
It's really funny. She's so mad that she lost.
They all think they're invincible until they lose their election.
Yep.
It's not even the election. It's a primary, right? Did she lose?
Yeah, she got primaried. She got primaried.
To a more moderate candidate or more?
A more moderate candidate that was not
thank goodness.
Israel. Yeah.
Thank goodness. Yeah.
To a position that this administration has put forward, chatters. I'm simply saying, reiterate your commitment to a permanent end to hostilities that your administration has put forward, that you have championed, supposedly. She had all the smoke to leak to the media months ahead of time that she actually wanted to say permanent ceasefire, and the Biden administration changed their narrative. I mean, I'm one of the people. I'm one of these people that has taken a wait and see approach, hoping maybe with too much copium that like they will be smart enough, because they've been pretty smart on a lot of stuff, that they'll be smart enough to make the right calculation and to know that if you're 10 miles from Dearborn, Michigan, the largest American Arab population, largest American Muslim population in the nation, that you would at least have one line about Gaza. It's like the moment that Tim Walz went on Morning Joe and said Republicans are weird. Before that moment, Democrats would hate that. They would be like, oh, they're deplorable, they're fascist. They'd never say something like that because they'd be too afraid. Just like Democrats, liberals have a tendency to be too afraid of change. That's why they were afraid to switch out the ticket with Kamala Harris. They were afraid.
Okay. Hasan doesn't understand politics at all, which should be pretty apparent for a socialist. And he's looking at it from his weird liberals are bad lens. He kind of like glosses over something. So there's two things going on. Number one, Kamala doesn't want to talk about Gaza because Kamala's strategy right now is to not talk about policy as much as possible.
Right.
Right. That's her strategy. I don't. Now,
she doesn't want to get cornered by
right. She
saying
doesn't
something
really
that she has to actually back up.
Right. So that's why she's sort of vague on everything. So, I agree she didn't give a good answer, but that's why she's not going to bring it up. She doesn't want to bring up anything controversial, especially like Israel-Palestine situation, which is probably one of the most controversial topics on the left, one of the most divisive topics on the left. So why the fuck would she bring it up from a strategic perspective? That's number one. Number two, this comment about the weird thing. Hasan completely missed the entire point of like why the Democrats have pivoted. Because if you remember, when the race was first kind of getting, energy in the summer, what was the rhetoric? It was Donald Trump is a fascist, end of democracy, threat to democracy, authoritarian, right? And right now, the messaging has completely shifted. Maybe I should say completely. There is sort of like a threat to democracy vibe, but it's shifted a lot more away from that to, JD Vance and Trump are weirdos who want to, touch women's bodies, be engaged in women's bodies and all their weird issues, right? That's sort of and we, the Democrats, are just this normal, down to earth, sensible, joyful warriors, right? That's kind of how the Democrats are trying to frame the events.
Yeah, I think the pivot came for two reasons. One, the weird stuff plays into the abortion, and also I do think the assassination attempt sort of made them think about the
ding ding ding
a bit. Yeah.
Ding ding ding. Look, you remembered the most important shift here that apparently Hasan forgot. Yes. Yeah. The assassination attempt. When the assassination attempt on Trump happened, it sort of put a big kibosh on the whole saying Donald Trump is Hitler, threat to democracy angle. They had to shift gears. Yes.
Exactly. They're like, well, if we can't hit them with that, well, we'll just say they're weird.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Which now, again, whoever is advising Hillary and Tim Walz is doing a good job.
Hillary?
This is a masterful
Did you just say Hillary?
Oh, did I? Whatever. Hillary, Kamala,
advising
same person,
Hillary,
right?
Hillary part two.
Yeah, Hillary part
Kamala, two. Hillary was a like a black hole for charisma. Kamala does have some charisma, so
she's got a little bit. Yeah. Well, Kamala is like
in that
Hillary,
stoner girl from Southern California way.
Yeah, that's. Well, Hillary seemed more like evil. Kamala seems more empty. So they have like a kind of a different vibe to them. But anyway, yeah, no, that was it. They had to pivot away from that because of the assassination attempt on Trump. It has nothing to do with like this super weird, liberals are afraid of change. And that's why they wouldn't have gone with the weird angle. Like, yeah, before Trump got shot at, I don't think they would have gone at the weird angle. It would have been, especially with Biden running, because, Biden is kind of weird himself. He's the guy who sniffs the little girl's hair and things like that. So it only really worked once he dropped out.
And it did kind of work for just erasing the news cycle on the assassination attempt. Just think if they were still calling him Hitler, we would probably still be talking about the assassination attempt.
That's a great point. Yeah, because every time they call him Hitler, threat to democracy, people say, well, isn't that the language that motivates someone to try to shoot him? Yeah.
Right, but as soon as they start calling him weird, they're like, okay, well, let's move on. Let's talk about something else.
Right.
Wow.
It's a good point. Val Van Gogh for $20 says the 1,500-meter Olympic runnings event was outstanding. All season long, all attention was on the European rivalry, but on the day of the event, two humble U.S. runners beat two of the cattiest European runners out of nowhere.
Well, that's awesome.
Based America. Sick. I haven't really been following any of this stuff whatsoever, so
it's hard to perceive America as an underdog, but that's a nice underdog story. I like it.
I think what's the medal count? Let's see. I know it's always like between us and China. Okay, so right now we're tied with China for gold, 40-40, but we're crushing them in overall medal count with 126 to the US and only 91 to China.
Oh.
So, and look, third place, Japan. Look at that. Base Japan, third place.
Nice.
So, and actually what's kind of interesting too is Australia. Australia's in fourth place. They've been pretty, for a country with a very small population, good for them, I guess. Even though everyone's making fun of the horrible breakdancing lady. So, Twisted Trading, thanks so much for $20. Says, fellas, I'm glad I found this channel a while back. It's nice to find a place where people can just talk. By the way, I'm the only one that looks at Hasan and thinks, am I the only one that looks at Hasan and thinks he drives a van with no windows? Well, first of all, thank you for the compliment. Exactly for the Hasan comment. It's weird. Like there's the aesthetic right now for leftist dudes is to look like a sketchy hobo potential sex offender.
Right. Yeah.
Like that's the look. That's what they're going for. I don't get it. I don't understand why any girl would be attracted to like the dirty hobo look, but here we are.
Yeah, that's the look, right? Get yourself a van and go hang out in front of the high school.
Oh, and so speaking of the Olympics, so there's obviously the whole conversation with Imane Khelif, the
is that still going on?
The quote female boxer.
Trump so they called them transgender, and I think I mean that's an incorrect designation, right? I was like, oh no, he's stepping in it again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think Trump knows or cares what's going on in that situation. I mean, Trump has never cared to be accurate. Let's be real here. But so the seemingly intersex, seemingly DSD individual who was the female boxer. So, they won. They got the gold medal for boxing.
Right.
And this kind of long article came out today that was kind of fascinating, where if the article is true, I don't know if it's true or not, because obviously the source is very biased. It's from Redux. And they're like a pretty anti-trans women kind of participating in sports, and that would include intersex women. They had this very long article where they were claiming that it said that their trainer knew, that Khelif's trainer knew that they had a problem with chromosomes, and that they had actually, it says, they actually had a study, or some hospital had done some kind of research, and they were aware that they might have a Y chromosome. So it's not like this wasn't some like news to them. And it wasn't just the quote Russian organization that made this determination, and that they refused to accept the information that maybe they had a Y chromosome, and that when they were training this individual, one of the trainers said that they couldn't train them against other women because they were afraid that they would harm them. So they were so strong. Yeah, because they were too strong. They had to train them against a man when they were training for the Olympics. So,
well, look, it seems like this person has a vagina, but probably testicles up in that vagina.
Internal, yeah. Internal. Well, it's what it definitely seems like, that they have an intersex condition. They have internal testicles. Obviously, from how they look,
they look like a man. Yeah,
they look like a man. That they seem to have probably went through a male puberty. So, and it's so ridiculous because, if they wanted to put these questions to bed, if none of this was true, it would be a very simple test to just sort of shove it in everyone's face. Let's say like, look, they don't have a Y chromosome. Look, they don't have a high amount of testosterone in their blood, and all the people that were like simping hardcore for them and attacking anyone that questioned it, attacking me, attacking you for questioning it. It's like, when the Paris Olympics, said, oh, like they can compete, they're a woman, they didn't even the only evidence they gave for that. Okay. They didn't say we ran a test and found that their testosterone was at normal levels. We ran a chromosomal test. They didn't do anything. All they said was, well, it says on their passport they're a woman.
They looked at the passport.
Right. That's all they said. That's all they fucking said. And it's just ridiculous that all these people were like eating that up like that meant something. Like, oh, well, okay, well, there you go. Case closed. Shut up about it.
Is she married?
I have no clue. And then I believe the other person who seemed like they were intersex, I forget their name. I think they're Taiwanese or something. I think I believe they also won in their weight class too. So
don't the aren't testicles and ovaries from the same tissue? But when during fetal development, they either become ovaries or testicles?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so.
I think so too.
Mm-hmm.
You can read that book, Galileo's Middle Finger. They talk about a lot of these conditions in there, and you're like, wow, there's just like all of these different conditions. And a lot of people don't even know. So, I mean, obviously, if they tested for Y chromosome and they found one, they told her, right? They said, look, by the way, you have a Y chromosome and your ovaries are probably testicles. But then she probably was like, no. I mean, look, if you've lived your life as a woman, you've had sex with men, everything seems to be normal and everything, right?
Well, I don't know, because if you don't have ovaries, you wouldn't have a period, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So
she's just like, I have never had a period, but who wants a period anyway?
Right. I believe there's like a bunch of, there's like, I don't know, like 50 of these fucking conditions that can have all sorts of outcomes. So maybe some of them make up periods. I don't know. But that's the problem, is that we just don't know, because the Olympics won't do testing on any of this stuff because they're too cucked about the whole situation.
There's a lot of strange stuff in that book that I was just like, okay, I don't know if I might have to skip this chapter. It's pretty. You start wondering, you're like, I wonder if I have one of these conditions. Because a lot of the people don't even know. Like they end up being in their 40s or 50s and they're like, oh, by the way, you've got testicles and ovaries.
Right. So there's this person named Georges Cazarola. I don't know how to say their name. Let's see. They told the magazine of Khelif's distress when disqualified by the IBA in 2023, confirming the biological test had been carried out by the IBA that revealed that Khelif may not be female. Cazarola is the president of the Association for Research and Evaluation in Physical Activity in Sports, a scientific advisor and former lecturer at University of Bordeaux, who supervised the master's thesis of Khelif's manager, Nasser Yousaf, at the end of 2022, and was contacted to assist with Khelif's training for the World Championship. They said they inserted that Khelif lived as a girl and has a girl sensitivity, but adds that Khelif has a, quote, special body type when asked if individuals with XY profile, whatever that means, right? What is a special body type? So it seems like they know that something's up, right? Special body type.
Yeah, of course they know.
When asked if individuals...
bring up the clip of her talking, you're like, okay, well, this is a woman. It's obviously a woman.
Okay. When asked if individuals with an XY profile have specific physical advantages over those with an XX profile, Cazarola refused to say. And then they say, during the revealing interview, they claim that Khelif did not understand the meaning of signing the letter acknowledging the IBA's test results, but says the Algerian boxer was still taken assessment by Greater Paris University Hospital. And they said they confirmed that there was a problem with Khelif's hormones and with Khelif's chromosomes, but continued to insist during the interview that Khelif is a woman. So I guess that would be a second source saying that there was some sort of issue. Okay, well, I don't know.
That person probably had sex with her. That's why they're like, she's a woman. God damn you.
Terrible.
How dare you question my masculinity?
Terrible.
What?
Awful. Awful.
Some of the things these athletes do to get in the Olympics, Sitch.
Neither boxer, it says neither boxer appealed the decision when the IBA said that they were disqualified.
Can't
Neither
she just
appealed
drop
the
her
decision.
pants and just settle this once and for all?
Yeah, but if they have an intersex condition, that might not settle anything, right? So
Why not?
because they could have a vagina or something, but have internal testicles, so they went through male puberty.
Well, look, if they have a vagina, I say let them compete.
Okay,
It's
that's
the vagina
that's your
rule.
cutoff. That's your cutoff. The vagina rule. Just
See,
drop
this is
them.
a
Let me
problem.
look. Yeah,
This is a problem. They just need to make it clear.
right.
They're like, if you have a vagina with Y chromosomes, no, you're out. It just needs to be clear. Why don't they
Right.
do that? Look, I've seen these terms of services. They're like 85 pages just to be on Twitter. And they just check your passport to be in the Olympics?
No, you're correct. But see, I thought usually with most of these sports, they would check your testosterone level, just not even because they were concerned about
to
like
see if you're
trans or
doping.
intersex. Make sure you weren't. Yeah, make sure you weren't doping, and that has to go out the window, I guess, because of all this stuff. So hilarious. Anyway,
Afraid to switch out ticket with Kamala Harris because they're always running on the worst instincts. They're running with fear. But looking at the numbers, looking at the polling, looking at everything.
Yeah, can you imagine him being your campaign manager?
I know. I think it's hilarious. He's like complaining about liberals running on fear, like socialists and Hasan's audience isn't running on fear. They've been literally being the Donald Trump is the Hitler reborn 2.0, cheering squad for the last 6, 7, 8 months.
Oh, hell yeah. They're all just living in fear.
Looking at everything, it's obvious that you stand to gain from taking a stance like this instead of just hoping that it goes away when the entire region is dialed to 11. 4,000 Marines in aircraft carriers have moved around the peninsula to take a defensive posture for Israel. 51% of Americans think that is unacceptable, by the way, or 54% of Americans. The majority
taking a stand to make one voter coalition in Michigan happy that's going to make the rest of the nation hate your guts is not a good play, Hasan. It's not a good play at all.
No. Well, and also Hasan completely misunderstands the point of this action. The point of this, America does not want, and has told Iran this directly, America does not want Iran to give Israel an excuse to attack them.
Yeah, they keep telling them, back down.
Right.
Israel wants to attack you.
Yes.
And there's nothing we can do about it.
Right.
As soon as you attack them, you give them the go-ahead. You're the one that's turning the green light on.
Exactly. And so America putting their forces there, they're trying to be like, they're trying to deter some sort of attack. Or they're trying to be able to shoot down any missiles so that there's no excuse for Israel to do anything.
Right. Yeah. Look at this. Preemptive right there.
I know. But Hasan with his amazing, very low, he's got like a 1 in perception and he rolls constantly like, single digits on that D20. Just can't see what's going on here.
Can those ships intercept inbound missiles?
Sure.
Can they do that?
Yeah.
Like a Star Wars thing?
Of course they can. What do you mean?
Look, shit's getting real here. That's amazing. Like, stop shooting. Stop shooting at them.
Yep. Now, I don't know whether Iran might attack anyway. Who the fuck knows what they're going to do? But
I mean, this is why Hamas got so emboldened with the rockets. They're like, they just shoot them down anyway.
That's true.
Terrible.
Majority of Americans do not want American soldiers to die defending Israel. If you do not think Americans care about foreign policy, why do you think the White House's position on Gaza is a potential election loser, especially when both parties line up on policy? Oh, easy. Michigan and Minnesota. Now you got Waltz, but Minnesota is locked down regardless. But Michigan, there's also a way to cut into the momentum. Okay, the emperor has no clothes moment that happened for Joe Biden will happen with Kamala Harris. This is the start of that panic. Do you understand?
Kamala Harris is ahead in both those states right now, too. She's got Michigan, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania. She's ahead. She's up, and she might even be outside the margin of error now, which is, talk about a turnaround. Jeez.
Right. Well, and if we have a situation, and again, this is like, everything when sort of the Trump elections get kind of unique. If there was a situation where the only reason Kamala Harris lost was because Muslim Americans in 2 states didn't want to vote for her, Do you think that's going to
Never gonna
help?
happen.
We'll just say theoretically it did happen. Do you think that's going to help? You know, you think it's going to make the Democrat Party lean more in their favor or more against them as retribution? Because I think it's going to make them like
Yeah, they're going to turn
incredibly
on them.
incensed.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
They're going to turn on them. They're going to blame everything on them.
Yep.
They're going to call them terrorists openly.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be like a disaster for them. So just not a lot of good thinking, in my opinion, on this.
Yeah.
This is the start of that panic. It has been rosy as hell for the past 48 hours, 76 hours. All of a sudden, obviously, issues are going to start coming up. The Republicans are going to get their shit together. They're going to be able to potentially launch a successful campaign strategy at a certain point, right? You have to be ready for that. You can't be just like flexing on all of the momentum that you've built up by being not Joe Biden. There's also then my own personal moral conviction on the matter. I think it's utterly repugnant to not even address it, you know, but I rarely ever bring that up because I know many of you don't give a shit about that because you're only enjoying the show because most people in America that care about politics understand the powerlessness that most Americans feel and therefore simply tackle the issue on team sports.
So that's the real rub here. Kamala is shitting all over Hasan's fans and Hasan knows it. He's like, oh no, why are you shitting on my fans?
No, it's, you know, it's such a good point because it's funny. Like we're all talking about constituencies and people doing things for their base.
Yep.
And Hasan is like a politician in that respect too. He has his base that he has to constantly appeal to. And because of sort of his coverage of the topic and because just sort of this is where the far left is, you know, at the moment, he has to take stances and behave in certain ways. Otherwise he'll lose too much of his audience.
Yeah, he's between the rock and the hard place because he wants to obviously support Harris, but now it makes it difficult.
Right.
When she's off on this issue that is basically one of his main issues. What else does he talk about beyond this? I mean, this is ever since October 7th, which I mean, we're almost, this is almost a year ago now, but it's like Hasan's world here.
Yep.
Bizarre.
In Detroit, VP Kamala Harris spoke briefly with the co-founders of the Uncommitted National Movement, which mobilized tens of thousands of voters in Michigan to withhold their votes from President Biden. Abbas Aliouye and Layla El Abed said that they were in the welcoming line for Harris and Governor Walz and communicated to Harris that they wanted to support her, but the voters wanted her to consider an arms embargo to immediately stop the carnage in the besieged enclave. Harris listened to the stories of people in Michigan who have had dozens of family members killed in Gaza. The leaders asked to meet with her about the embargo request, and she indicated she was open to it and introduced the two leaders to her staff. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why won't you just say it then? Not that, but just say you are committed to a ceasefire. That's it. Bro, what's wrong with that?
So it's interesting to me too, and I don't know if that group that was in the article, if they were the same people that were protesting, because if they were, obviously that looks really bad for your cause. If you get some conversation with a candidate and they say they're open to having a further conversation with you about, you know, this stuff, a ceasefire, an arms embargo, all this stuff, even though I think there's like fucking no shot of an arms embargo. But if they at least say that they're open to having this conversation with you, and then you turn around and you protest and embarrass them at their rally immediately afterwards, like they're going to be like, fuck you.
Yeah, not a great move.
No, of course. It's like retarded.
Sounds like a good thing. It is, but it also shows that she's just so bad at campaigning. Just the one aspect that has been unique about the Democratic Party this past month is that they are no longer incompetent. They're not whiffing. That is incompetence. You meet with the uncommitted campaign, she needs to come out with a statement, dude. Look, what are you doing? Just go out and speak. That way it's a double win. You get the talk to the media, which is something that the Trump campaign keeps trying to harp on. Person also happens to be a war criminal. It's like, it's the easiest W of all time. A couple things that the Democrats should never do ever again. Are you ready? Number one.
How can
go ahead?
How can anyone take him seriously when he keeps saying, you know, this is the easiest W of all time? It's not. If this was the easiest W of all time, yeah, like you know, as I said, I think whoever is managing Kamala's campaign is doing a good job. They have good instincts on these things. You know, if this was such an easy W, Kamala or Trump or anyone would just pick up the free money lying on the table and just run with it.
Look, she hasn't had a proper interview since she took the nomination, right?
Right.
Can you imagine if the first thing she talks about when she comes out is is Israel,
That would be bad.
not like domestic policy.
Inflation,
it's like, let me talk about,
immigration,
yeah,
right,
exactly.
Yeah.
Like, screw
Good
your
point.
problems. I'm worried about the Palestinian people. It's
Right.
like, you think that's a good move, Hasan? Really? That's the free money? That's the epic win?
It's dumb.
Come on.
Dumb.
Come on. Yeah, exactly. The first conversation better be about the middle class.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and it probably will be. You know, that's what Tim Walz is kind of hitting that tone, like,
Of course.
So
Look, she has a policy now, Sitch. No tax on tips.
that's right. She was like, she's in class and she sees Donald Trump writing on his test, no tax on tips, and she, like, you know, peeks over.
Yeah, exactly.
She writes the answer down. Trump looks at her and he, like, starts covering up his paper. He's like, what the fuck?
This is a pretty brilliant move because, and I just, the right framing it as a copying. I mean, I think that's bad framing. It comes off like cope. It really does.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the way to frame it is, oh yeah, it's such a good policy. Everyone wants to adopt it. Like, I'm amazing.
Yeah, I guess the way, I think the way the right should frame it is like, this proves that Trump is a leader and Kamala is like a follower.
There you go.
Vessel, right?
There you go.
You know,
exactly.
like, Trump is such a good leader that even Kamala has to follow, you know, and do what he says.
But
That
no, they're
probably
going to
the way to
frame it as,
it.
oh, she's a copycat. Like,
Right. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. Here's the thing. Because I was like, I said this is really funny. I said, you know, I'm not going to vote. But the only way I would vote, the only way I would go against my previous statement is vote, is that if one of the candidates, which was Trump,
no tax on super chats,
no tax on tips, and then that meant super chats. If Google had announced that they would change super chats from royalties to tips, and I'd be like, listen, guys, I don't give a fuck about anything else. It's time for me to get mine, baby.
now you can vote either way, right?
That's true. Now it doesn't matter.
It's wide open.
Now it doesn't matter. Now I can continue to just not vote.
No tax on tips either way.
I am curious. Well, this is what's going to be annoying because I bet neither of them are going to probably write out exactly what that means, like what constitutes a tip. Because is it like, does the person receiving the money, obviously there has to be some, they can't just, anyone could just say they got a tip, right? There has to be some kind of definition for what it constitutes a tip. And I don't see how, I mean, super chat should be tips, should they not?
Look at you.
I'm just saying, theoretically, how is it not? How is it not a tip? Right?
Yeah. I agree.
Like right now, their YouTube says that they're royalties, right? And I don't know. There's got to be some tax reason that they do that. I don't know what it is, but
yeah, and they lump in ad money and super chats together, which doesn't seem correct, right?
Well, it wouldn't matter unless there was something like this where there's no tax on tips, and they should separate them, obviously.
Yeah.
If you don't vote for me, you're gonna die. So shut the fuck up and vote for me. Literally never do that on any issue. It is the dumbest way to try and change people's minds. The only people that agree with you are people who are voting for you anyway.
Now he's saying this. I mean, their whole campaign has been Donald Trump is a fascist. Like, that is vote for me because the fascist is going to kill us all.
Yeah, this is retarded. That fear-based voting is no. I mean, it's very powerful. Obviously, fear-based propaganda is very powerful. Saying you're going to die, your children are going to die. I mean, this is both the left and right are been slamming this button for the entire time I've been alive.
Right. Well, now he's saying it's stupid. He's saying what they've been doing this whole time is stupid. This is not a good way to
partaken in.
He's saying this is a terrible way to do it.
Right.
Everyone does it because it is highly effective, which is the problem. But
well, the problem is the leftists, the socialists specifically, have been really hitting this. Donald Trump is a fascist, MAG movement are racist, neo-Nazis. They've been slamming this button for 4 years, right? Yeah. And then all of a sudden, last year, oops, Israel-Palestine situation kind of explodes, and they're like, oh shit, the Democrats are kind of not doing what we want on that issue, and it puts them in this weird position where now they're like, I don't know what to do. What do I do? Everything I said for the past 3 years was wrong, guys. Just ignore it.
Right. They've been calling the right fascists when there's so many fascists in the Democratic side that hate Israel.
Yeah.
is electoral poison. It's poison. That's what Hillary Clinton did. Number 2, don't tack to the fucking right on any issue because
okay, wait a minute. I may be misremembering. I don't remember Hillary Clinton saying if you vote for Donald Trump, you're gonna die. I feel like the rhetoric against Trump. I feel like, if I recall correctly, in 2015, 2016, kind of the election against Trump was like Trump is a joke. He's an idiot. He's just, he's a TV guy. He doesn't know anything about politics. It was like more kind of focused on him being a joke and a racist. They did say he was racist because of the birtherism stuff. It was more like, oh, he's a joke. He's racist. Maybe he's like a Russian plant or something. But the whole like you're gonna die, that like was really set up in the second election. I don't really remember Hillary slamming that button very much.
No. Hillary made the deplorables comment and basically said anyone supporting Donald Trump is a racist.
Right, but that doesn't mean you're gonna like die.
No, not at all. Yeah. But I do think there was a backlash from that. Everyone was like, what? You call me
obviously.
a racist?
Yes, there was a big backlash. The deplorables thing was retarded. You didn't learn from Romney, which is like, it is funny to see these things kind of repeat themselves because Romney made his comment. Was it about the Democrats are on welfare or something?
Oh yeah.
And everyone was like, "Oh, you shouldn't really."
41% the makers and takers.
That was it.
Secret
He was like
recording.
it was like 41% of the country are just takers, and they'll always vote Democrat because they're like all they do is take resources from other people. And everyone was like, "Oh, that's so stupid. You should never insult like the entire voting base." And then Hillary immediately was like, half the country's deplorables." You're like, "Oh my god, what are you doing?"
Right.
They are obviously much better equipped at whipping up votes for that specific issue. Don't do that. Democrats were doing that on the border. They did that where crime this past month was filled to the brim with Democrats not doing that and actually getting hundreds of millions of dollars in fundraising and like hundreds of thousands of people signing up to door knock. Why would you cut that momentum? Why wouldn't you just keep going, keep pumping? You go back to the woke scold shit. You're cooked. You tack to the right, you're cooked. They're going to call you radical anyway. Stick to the message.
Wait, okay. First of all, I fucking despise this with every ounce of my being, okay? These socialist piece of shit scumbags like Hasan, who have made their entire fucking career being the most racist, woke scoldy pieces of shit, right? This is Hasan, the guy who was like, it's totally fine for me to be racist against white people. Cracker piker, right?
Yep.
The most woke scold motherfucker around. And then they're like, oh, now that woke stuff isn't as popular, we have to blame that on liberals instead of us, right? They try to do this like deflection, this fucking ultra instinct Goku deflection technique that you're like, this is fucking hyper bullshit. Okay, that's number one. Number two, the reason Kamala's gotten all the support is just because as soon as Biden dropped out, she's the messiah. She's the second coming. It has nothing to do with any of strategy or anything. Because she doesn't have her strategy is to not say shit. Her strategy is to have a bunch
strategy.
It is. Yeah. Her strategy is for her to shut the fuck up, say a bunch of like vague, points about Trump sucking and her being some kind of new joyful warrior to make up for the fact that she cackles every 2 seconds. And and have social media come up and say, brat, coconut pilled, blah, blah, blah. And to just take every attack that the right throws at them and then to turn it around into a meme. That's what their strategy is. It has nothing to do with anything Hasan's talking about. I know Donald Trump's type. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. I know Donald Trump's type. It is really bad because like I've been listening to a lot of Kamala speeches recently.
No, how can you do it?
I know. I've been listening to a lot of Trump and Kamala speeches recently. And it's like both, like Kamala's worse, but both of them, they just have like the same things. They just say again and again and again in all these rallies.
How can you do it?
It's so bad, so boring.
Trump mixes it up more than Kamala, but
he does. He's not as bad as her. She's like literally word for word, almost the same speech. Trump is more like he has the same like 10 talking points that he kind of circles around the whole time.
Right.
He's like more free flowing about it.
But he throws some jokes in.
Yeah, obviously he's more funny about it.
When people laugh when Kamala says, I know Donald Trump's type, I cringe to my deepest soul.
Oh, really?
It's like, oh, yeah. Everyone's like, what? It's like just, You can feel the TDS in the room.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Like, it's interesting because, you know, if people are giving, like, again, I think
The
Kamala's
whole
got someone.
paychecks over to Kamala.
I think whoever's like running some of like her messaging is smart. But in terms of like sort of like raising money, I don't know. I feel like you could have like a chimpanzee like doing the phones for Kamala Harris, and they'd still rake in like $1 bajillion.
Oh
Just 'cause
yeah,
people
yeah.
are like just debt. Like people are so thirsty to just throw money at someone who wasn't Biden. I don't think there's really like a lot of strategy required for that.
People are signing over their life savings.
Essentially, yeah.
How much money did your dad give? Did you ask him?
I didn't. I
bet
should
it's
have asked.
I bet
Did
it's
you donate any money to
$2,200.
Kamala?
It's probably the max. I think you can
Oh,
donate
God.
$2,200.
Well,
Ask your
to
dad.
her directly. The super PACs, it's like unlimited, isn't it?
Oh my God! Tell me your dad didn't donate 50,000.
Probably no. My dad. I mean, my dad's never been one of these people that gives a bunch of money. So
Ask him.
I will. I should. I should be like, did you give a bunch of money to Kamala?
How much money did you give to Kamala? I couldn't help
Right.
myself. I had to tithe. I haven't tithed for years.
No, Dad, no.
I
That was
finally
my
did it.
inheritance. What are you doing?
Look at that. Look, he gave up your name.
No.
It's over.
Listen, if that happens, I'm voting for Trump. Out of spite.
Oh,
I'll tell him that. I'll be like, don't you give my money. Don't give my inheritance away
Everyone's
to
gonna-
Kamala. Don't do it.
that's going to be clipped, and people are going to say, "Oh, Sitch has absolutely no principles. All he cares about is his inheritance."
True.
Stick to
you
the
can't even
policies and
joke
say,
now.
you think this is radical? You're weirdo. And last but not least, and they haven't done this yet, and I'm very happy that they haven't done this. If you don't vote for me, you hate black women. Hillary Clinton did that all the time. That is, again, electoral poison. Everybody hates that. Literally not a single person is like, you know what? You're right. I guess I don't hate black women, so I should apologize and learn from my mistakes. If you do that, you will lose. And Kamala Harris
She literally did all the calls, the phone calls. White
I know, that's
men
why-
for Kamala. What's he talking
Like,
about? This has
I
been
wish-
done.
I know, like I wish that was true. It's fucking weird for me to say this. I wish what Hasan was saying was true, but it's not, because that was the opening gambit to break in millions of dollars. You're right. Was these super fucking racist Zoom calls that were segregated by race and gender.
Yeah, white people
Yeah.
got on and said, "Look, you're a racist if you don't give money to Kamala Harris right now. I'm giving money and I'm white," whipping themselves. Oh, here, another donation.
Yeah, you had a bunch of white women come on, and they had like the nuns from Game of Thrones with the little shame bells.
Yes,
Going,
totally.
shame. And they're like, oh, and instead of like having to walk through the streets naked, they were just throwing money at Kamala
Yes.
as they got shamed.
Yes.
Shame.
If you didn't give $2,200, you're a racist.
Hey, you know what's funny too? I'm looking at this article, the one that Hasan. It's funny, the article Hasan brought up. I guess he didn't read because it literally talks about this, so I kind of disproves everything he's saying. And here's kind of an interesting thing. You know, first of all, I forget. I saw some tweet. I forget what it was. I saw some tweet today, and it was just so disgusting me about how racism against white people is just so openly accepted. So I guess
Yeah.
on Twitter, like racism against everyone is so wildly accepted now on Twitter. So I guess it's all even now, right? You know, before
it?
it used to only be racism against white people. Now everyone could be as racist as fucking possible as they want on Twitter, and it's totally
It's
fine.
better.
Yeah, there you go. It's better. But I'm looking at, they have the numbers of people on the Zoom calls. Okay. So
Oh no.
they had 40,000 people, 40,000 plus people were on the we're on the Win with Black Women Zoom call, right? 43,000 plus people were on the Win with Black Men call.
Really?
100
43,000 black men were on that call?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
100,000 plus were on the White Woman for Kamala call. All
Wow.
right. And
Yeah.
190,000, okay,
We're on
almost
the white
double,
dudes.
were on the white dudes for Harris call. Now, to me, this is so disgusting because it's like, okay, you literally got out of all your support, you got white men were the largest amount, and you're still so horribly, disgustingly sexist and racist against it.
Right.
Disgusting.
That was the cuck call, the white cucks for
The cuck call,
Harris
yeah.
call.
The white cuck's call. Yeah, the white woman call was like way worse, but the white dude's call was not great either.
I saw little
and
clips of it. So
it was sad because like when on the white, like on the white dude's call, it's like almost all like celebrities were talking and stuff too. So
yeah, of course, trying to get the next Marvel movie.
Essentially,
I know it's true. That's what's sad about it. That's not a joke.
There you go.
Has not done that once. Republicans will be like, she's not a real black woman. She's
wait.
Apologize and learn from poison. Everybody hates that. Literally not a single person is like, you know what? You're right. I guess I don't hate black women, so I should apologize and learn from my mistakes. If you do that, you will lose. And
190,000 white men think you're wrong.
Right. And he says Kamala Harris didn't do that. Which I guess she didn't say it, but her campaign did it through these Zoom calls. So.
Yeah, it was their idea.
If you do that, you will lose. And Kamala Harris, to her credit, has not done that once. Republicans will be like, she's not a real black woman. She's a DEI candidate. She doesn't deserve it. Not once does she address that because that's smart. Don't address it.
I mean, wait, that's not true. She's addressed it. What do you mean? She's 100% addressed it.
The DEI comments?
Well, I don't know if she's addressed the DI comments. She's addressed the people directly asked her about the, Donald Trump saying you're not black comments. I mean,
what'd she say?
She always has like kind of this vague answer, which I guess is probably smart, where she's like, oh, Donald Trump is like, we know the kind of person Donald Trump is, right? She always gives us kind of like vague answer and then moves
well, that's a
away
good answer, right?
No,
there.
it is a good answer. It is a smart answer. She
doesn't want to dip into victimhood culture. She wants to be like, yeah, it is what it is.
Well, I think I wouldn't be surprised if she's probably got some Obama advisors who are telling her like, maybe they're telling her she shouldn't dip into it, but have like her surrogates in her campaign, like dip into it.
Right.
So maybe that's what's going on here.
Good advice. That's solid advice.
It's good advice.
Obama. It's so funny because Obama kind of has a dog in this fight in the fact that he came out pretty explicitly in 2016 and said Donald Trump would never be president. And then, oops. Yeah, exactly. And then not only that, Obama's the one who's like swearing him in and stuff, right?
Yep. Thanks, Obama.
So now Obama's like, when Trump is coming back, Obama's like, not on my watch, bitch. Not on my watch. He's got to be throwing his entire weight into this thing. That's why he was like pressuring Joe Biden to get out.
Yep.
It's like he's like, fool me once. Your fault. Fool me twice. My fault.
He like grabbed Joe by the collar. He's like, don't you fuck this up for me, Joe. I already fucked up once. Don't make it twice.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. He's probably got a ton of advisors in on this campaign.
Probably.
Let them look like and if you're ever going to tie it back to identity, be like, yeah, it's not shocking that the party that wants to stop women from getting health care, wants to stop women from getting a medical procedure, are going to say shit like this because they're weird and gross. That's it. Either let people draw their own conclusions, or if you're ever going to bring it back to identity, tie it back to a policy that you are fighting for. Like, look, this is what Biden did when people were yelling at him. And they yelled at him all the time, by the way.
I mean, that is actually, I don't know, that's literally what she's been doing this whole time. That's the strategy that they've been employing. I think it's working. I think, and I said this before when we watched the Trump speeches, him hitting the is Kamala black thing. Like, I'm assuming his thought process is, Trump is managing to do better with the black vote this time around, or at least was when Biden was in the race. I don't know what's going to look like with Harris, but was. And now that Harris is in, he's probably concerned that, if she gets associated strongly as black, that would remove a lot of that support he was gaining, some of that ground he was gaining. So maybe he thinks that attacking her as being not black is a way to pull off black voters. And maybe that's true, but I don't think the way to do it is to just be so directly like, is she black? I do think that is a huge mistake for Trump.
I think it did work for a few days. I don't know how it's going to ultimately play out, because I
Right.
did watch some videos where some black people were basically questioning whether or not she was black, and they were not as down to vote for her in kind of the way, it's kind of almost like a stolen valor thing where they're like,
Mhm.
she's trying to say she's one of us and she's lying. She's not really one of us. So that could hurt her ultimately.
No, I agree with that, but like there was a clip, I don't know if we watched it or not, where like someone basically asked JD Vance this question, and he had a very good answer that obviously they had been workshopping. And this is the answer Trump should have given, which was, Kamala, this is where the chameleon thing came up. Kama chameleon. Kamala is the chameleon, and she just tries to like emulate, she's like the empty vessel. She's just trying to emulate all those around her. And there's like a way to frame that in the fake, phony context without saying like she's not black directly. And that's sort of the key way you'd want to frame that issue. Like make people think that without you saying it directly. Like that's sort of the political hypnosis trick that like that very skillful politicians sort of engage in. They make you think of this sort of incendiary thing without them saying the words specifically, so they have like a level of protection.
The place I do think Trump could pick up voters, and it baffles me that he's not doing this. It's so silly. Like Joe Biden was way ahead with elderly white men. Go figure why he would be, but way ahead of Kamala. Kamala's lost a lot of that support.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be so easy for Trump to pick up that support? Like being the elderly white man in the race now?
Maybe.
Yeah, but he keeps punching Joe Biden in the face. I'm like, what the fuck? Those people were Joe Biden supporters yesterday. Why are you not trying to pick them up?
Oh, so you mean like every time he keeps attacking Biden, it's like attacking the people that were once
yes,
Biden.
Yeah, those people that were supporting him, that don't want to support Kamala Harris. It's like you should be singing Joe Biden's praise, talking about how he did the right thing to get out of the race and that what he did was amazing for the country. You could probably pick up some of those voters.
That's a good point. That is a very
it's
good
stupid.
Point. Yeah.
It's so stupid. And I think I think he was up like double digits over Kamala with elderly white men. I'm like, dumb, very dumb. Who is advising Trump? And he keeps talking. You can hear every rally. He can't help himself. He talks about Joe Biden's brain being spaghetti or applesauce, or like Joe Biden is so stupid. It's like, why? Why are you kicking those voters in the teeth?
I guess maybe no one on his team has like explained it to him this way, but like you should try to.
Do they even do polling? It seems like all they do is go off of Rasputin polls.
Yeah, which is.
Are they even doing internal polling? I have no idea.
Well, it's hard to with Trump. It's hard to tell. Like with Tim and Kamala, it's very apparent that they are politicians who, I mean, especially with Kamala, because I think she's kind of like she's like the empty vessel from Hollow Knight. And she just sort of like listens to, I think, whoever's advising her. So you can kind of see like the puppet, like, her mouth moving is like, okay, this is what her advisor's telling her. With Trump, he's like a very filled vessel of like personality, right? So it's hard with Trump. You're like, is he getting this advice and ignoring it? Or is he just not getting this advice? So we can't really, it's hard to tell exactly what's going on with that.
That's very true. Yes, they could be saying this to him.
Right. He could have the best advice in the world and we wouldn't know because he's just kind of going off, saying
walking away demoralized.
Right.
They could be telling him to try to pick up those Biden voters, and he could be saying insulting things about Biden just to like give him the finger. How dare you try to tell me what to do?
Yeah, and it does make Trump look, I mean, it makes him frankly look weak every time it goes after Biden, because it just seems like disgruntled sour grapes sort of, I don't know, like it doesn't come off as like strong and confident. Strong and confident is what you said, saying, it's a good thing that Biden should have dropped out. He wasn't, prepared to do the race, blah, 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 blah. Like, we're going to beat Kamala, fake Kamala, who was lying about, his health or whatever.
Yeah. The people that were lying about him.
Right.
Yeah. He could even say, I feel sorry for Biden. They were putting Biden up to this. Biden probably wanted to drop out long before these ghouls would let him. Like he could totally turn it around.
Mm-hmm.
All those people be saying, oh yeah, Trump is magnanimous, like all elderly white men are. I can't wait to vote for this guy.
That'd be an interesting play. That'd be an interesting play.
I don't, the people who hate Biden and are going to, when he says that kind of stuff, and they're going to go, oh my God, I can't believe he's saying this. Biden is a commie, threat to humanity. How dare he say something nice about him? Those people are going to vote for Trump anyway.
I know.
They're not going to change their vote because of that.
Mm-hmm. And then there's that, and like all this like hyper fixation on crowd size that like both sides do is just so stupid. So no one cares. This is such like a stupid like metric. And then I don't know if you saw like all those. There's like all these like people that were like, there's that picture of all the people at like the Harris tarmac.
Yeah, that was fake AI.
Yeah, but it wasn't fake. That was
it was real.
It was real. I saw a fucking video of it.
No, it's like
there's
awesome.
literally video of the crowd.
So what was up? Everyone was saying there's no reflection in the airplane.
It's like retarded. You have this picture. You look at it. First of all, like everyone's fingers look totally fine, and you're like, okay, you're telling me AI generated this picture with like 1,000, 10,000 people, and all the fingers are fine, like
with hands. Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, all the fingers look totally fine.
AIs
and they're like, oh, but look, if you
make...
look at the cell phones, like they're all like, you can't, like, shut the fuck up. There's literally video that you can see this crowd of that size. It's so retarded. Like, yeah, I'm sure that there was some trickery. Like they always do little trickery where they cut off the edges of the photo to make it look like there's more people. Like, that's not AI. That's just sort of what they always do. So,
yeah, well, that's interesting.
And
I couldn't tell if it was AI or not. And people are kind of coping on this. Oh, this is not real energy. This is like deep state propaganda. I'm thinking, oh, well, keep thinking that.
Well, it's weird because it's like, it is real energy, but it's real energy being motivated by something fake. So people on the right have to like wrap their brain around that. It is real energy. It is real motivation by the left base. They're very, very motivated, even though it's around something that's sort of hollow. But they don't care,
right?
Or they don't care. They don't perceive it that way, so it doesn't matter.
Is it hollow? This is interesting because I do think psychologically people have a desire to believe that they're living in historic times. This is why so many people fall for these end of the world type scenarios, right? They think we're living in the end times. They want to. It's more engaging to think that you're living in a historical moment. Well, the Democratic Party has kind of turned that into an electoral strategy. If you have the first female president, I mean, that is historic times, is it not?
I mean,
the first black president is, right. I mean, that is history. They're literally making history. So they've turned this psychological desire of people into an electoral strategy. And that is what's driving the energy. That alone is driving the energy.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it didn't really drive Hillary to victory.
It didn't because it worked. It actually worked against Hillary because everyone was like, "This is the most unlikable woman ever. Do we really want to make history with her? Do we really want to see her in the history books forever?"
That's a good point.
But I don't know Kamala. Like, if she's not going to step in it or anything, if she's gonna take Obama's advice, and Obama was like, "Look, I don't think it's good to run a presidential campaign as we're making history. I'm going to be the first black president." I don't need to say that. Everybody knows that. I need to run a campaign on I can be president. If Kamala does that same thing and knocks off the I'm with her shit, she just might do it. She might make it.
That's a good point.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
If she can keep her mouth shut, or if she could, keep on message, which is not message, right? No message.
And if she can if she can keep the charisma level high, which I think that's what people want when they're thinking about this first female president thing.
Right.
They're like they feel obligated to make it someone worthy of that historic moment. They're invested in it in kind of a religious way. They really are. They're like, we're involved in making history, and we want to do right by history. So, but I don't really have an opinion on Kamala. I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to read the room on Kamala. I'm trying to get an unbiased assessment. I do think a lot of people are biased by the fact that they can't stand her. They hate her.
Right.
Yeah. I'm trying to set that aside. Like I've been there and feeling a lot of cringe being put out by Kamala. I'm trying to forget all of that and just look objectively as one of these people that is just losing their minds. And you're dead. One of these people that's caught up in the moment. I'm trying to look at it that way. Kind of see their perspective.
I mean, that's the way to look at it. I don't like Kamala really at all. But I'm just trying to see how it looks like the energy and how other people perceive it. So
I do. I look, I thought Obama was worthy of the moment just because he was such a good orator. He didn't focus on race, which I thought was good. It seemed like an opportunity to at least get past race a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know there were plenty of people on the right that just saw him as a fake, a phony. Like they were seeing a completely different movie than me.
Right.
So, but I don't think I was really politically out of the bubble enough to be able to see what both perspectives were. I guess I guess I could see what both perspectives were. I wasn't really feeling both perspectives. So
right.
Yeah. So interesting. We'll see what happens here.
We shall see.
If Trump drops out and Haley gets in,
there's like no shot. That's not gonna happen. There's no chance. There's no fucking way.
The only reason I'm saying that is on the off chance it does happen, and
you'll look like a genius.
Well, I want the clips of you saying, "There's no fucking way that could ever happen," and like, that's gold. You're doing perfect, Sitch.
Listen. I'm gonna take a strong stance here. Okay, I think there's no fucking way that unless Donald Trump has like a heart attack or a stroke or something, he's not dropping out of the election.
And no one will ever remember that if this doesn't play out. But if it does play out, everyone's gonna go back to this clip.
There you go. Look at you.
We're gonna watch some of the press conference, right?
Sure.
Oh my God. Yeah. You said it was fine, but Donald Trump, I mean, he goes off on how well he's doing with white men, and I'm thinking, why the fuck are you saying this?
Mm-hmm.
That part didn't make you cringe a bit? Donald Trump talking about how well he's doing with white men?
Half of what Trump says makes me cringe. It's not.
Okay, so it's just normal. Okay.
This is just normal, yeah.
I was like, this is going to be in a Kamala ad. Him bragging about how well he's doing with white men. Like, he might as well just act in their ads for them. So bad. Anyway, let's continue.
No.
Poor Biden. Remember this?
I know.
Look, he doesn't even know where he is.
I know. He looks so bad.
Moms demand action. Every town for gun safety. And guess who took it over? The Palestinians.
No. Folks.
That's the weakest 4 more years I've ever heard in my life.
It's pretty bad.
Folks, it's okay. Look, they care. Innocent children have been lost.
4 more naps. 4 more naps.
They make a point. Come on.
Like, he's the guy who's killing the children, dude. Come on. Kamala Harris is supposed to be the person who can break away from that stink. I told you in that moment on that campaign.
Why is he using this as an example if he's saying, like, Biden is the one killing the children? Like, he doesn't care what Biden says, right? It doesn't matter what the rhetoric is.
Yeah, look, they've already labeled him.
Right.
He's the genocider Joe.
stage, she says, we're not looking back, we're going to the future, right? We're looking at the future. We're not repeating the mistakes of the past. That is also mistakes of the Biden administration. She literally actively says, we're going to fix inflation. Inflation is still a real problem. She is separating herself from Biden's biggest weakness, and she knows that that is good. That is good for the election. She needs to do that for Gaza too, to a certain degree. Uncommitted is not the end all be all, though, not to be snarky. What do you...
Yeah, but Kamala's in this weird spot, and I guess this is because of like the collective energy is so in her favor at the moment. Because like every time she talks about no tax or tips or fighting inflation or any policy, the right does have the comeback, which will definitely pound her at the debate, which is, why did you not do it for the 4 years that you and Joe were in charge of the country? What do you mean? We have to elect you again? What the fuck have you been doing this whole time?
Yeah. She was fixing the border. Just say that.
Okay. But she talks about like, yeah, like they're going to be, some border thing.
I was border czar.
Yeah.
She did say that she would sign the border bill. So, I mean, it's not like she has no policies.
Yeah. Right.
You don't believe her?
No, she will. It's the Democrats were very in favor of that bill. But
well, that's good.
I agree. I thought it was a good bill, but who knows if it's depends on what the congressional makeup's gonna be.
Oh no.
You mean the uncommitted campaign is one of the most significant ways in which voters have been able to get their wills across. I just wish for a better tomorrow, just like so many things that were completely and utterly impossible, that so many of these chatters said would be impossible to happen. Biden dropping out of the race, Kamala Harris being swapped for the ticket, that not actually having negative consequences for the election, but actually unimaginably positive consequences for the election. Kamala Harris picking a pretty solid vice presidential pick. All of that stuff was seemingly impossible, and yet it happened over the course of a couple weeks. At no point did I say you should stop the pressure. Without glazing you too hard, since you've been right about a lot, do you think she will come out harder for a ceasefire? I hope so. I don't know if she will. It doesn't seem like it. I think she is very malleable, and I think someone in her corner needs to convince her that this is the smart thing to do. But this is also an issue that terrifies Democrats to the core, because it's not just Israel, which is hot button in and of itself, because there's like a litany of different counters that you will.
This is okay. There's too many people. Obviously, it's just like this is like political punditry fail 101. And me and you, I think we do a good job of trying to avoid the number one pitfall of like all political punditry, which is the political pundit thinks that whatever policy they're in favor of is like the good, smart move for the country, right? Isn't it interesting that every single like political pundit left and right, whatever policy they support, for some reason, the entire country is behind them.
Well, you said two different things there. You said, you said they believe that the policy they support would be good for the country.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant
like that people are behind them because look, I support. I think custodial voting would be good for the country. I know everyone is against me. It's like complete opposites.
I meant they think that whatever policy that they support, it has like broad support from the country.
Yes,
right.
That progressives always fall into that trap. They always believe that. Oh, the polls are always on their side. Everyone supports my policy.
Right.
They just don't vote for it.
If Kamala comes out hard against Israel, that she just she would just basically be taking a stake and stabbing in the heart of her campaign and destroying her chances that she's been sort of, riding this wave right now. It'd be the biggest, most retarded fumble before an election possible.
Yeah, Trump would thank his lucky stars that she made that giant mistake.
Right.
Yeah, and Hasan is pitching it like, oh, this would be just the end of Trump as we know it.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It really worked out for Cori Bush.
Oh, yeah. That's a perfect example right there. Yeah. It worked great, didn't it?
Yep.
Will immediately be stuck with like how anti-Semitic you are. It's all anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic. I hate that shit so much. But
well, you are anti-Semitic, so you should look. Hamas Piker. Why do you hate it so much? Thou protest too much. I think.
He's too busy sucking off, a Houthi pirate talking about anime.
Right, exactly. Oh my God, so cringe. Yeah.
Beyond that, there's also going against American foreign policy. Like, that's a thing that you can't do. Like, no one ever goes against American foreign policy. It's bipartisan. It requires courage. It requires to take a leap. I'm trying to explain to those who are listening that,
I mean, that's actually not even true. This huge, especially like on the right, it's been kind of a big shift in favor of isolationism on the right. And Trump's sort of he's been kind of trying to do a tightrope walk between the isolationists and the more hawkish right-wing people by taking the whole like, oh, well, when I'm president, there just isn't problems. Because so we get to be de facto isolationists, right?
Right, yeah.
that this leap in this circumstance is actually one of the few instances where there's enough evidence that it would not take much to take. It would only have benefits and no negatives. No negatives. Ain't nobody in the Rust Belt is going to be like, oh, wow, you want a ceasefire? That's it. I'm voting for the other guy. It's like, hey, we recently got unionized. It's sick. I'm kind of riding with Kamala Harris. But honestly, her position on wanting to end the war in Gaza has made me reconsider everything. That's not a real human. No one in Alabama is voting like that. No one in the Rust Belt is voting like that. Those guys are already voting for the Republican Party. If anything, you're bringing more voters in to the party's base, because there are plenty of people that look to the situation and go, this is unconscionable. And they're right there in Michigan too, which is why it blows my mind that she didn't have a single line about Gaza. Who was writing the campaign?
So there's a technique, I don't know if you're aware of it, where if you yell, what you say becomes more true, right? You just have to yell it louder.
Right.
Very full of emotion.
It is entertaining.
It is. But this point, so again, as I said, number one, he's completely skipping over the donor point, right? That is just, she doesn't want to lose her donors, at least at this stage in the game. Doesn't want to lose any donors. You need those rich Jewish donors who are going to get mad if she comes out too hard, number one. Number two, in her second statement, she gave basically a bullshit statement that is like designed to somewhat placate the anti-Israel part of the left, but it doesn't really mean anything. Like, it's a completely vapid statement, and Hasan's audience isn't going to really stand for it. Maybe Hasan, I haven't seen his commentary on it. Maybe he will accept it or not, even though it's a completely bullshit statement about like, well, we're going to push for the ceasefire that we've been pushing for a month and Israel isn't in favor of. I was like, okay, well, what does that mean? Right? Like, are you going to, threaten to withhold aid unless they do it? Oh, I don't know. Right. So it's bullshit. But the issue isn't necessarily like, Hasan's like completely wrong about how he's conceptualizing this. The issue isn't, oh, there's going to be a bunch of people in the Rust Belt who are suddenly, they were going to vote for Harris and they're not going to vote for Harris because she comes out strong against Israel. The issue is right now, the Democrats they've moved away from Trump is a threat to democracy to Trump and Vance are these weird people. They're these weirdos. And we're joyful warriors. They're weirdos full of hate, right? This is kind of like the branding they're trying to do. If Kamala comes out hard against Israel, that 100% plays directly into Trump's messaging. Trump right now is trying to say Kamala and Harris are these far left socialist weirdo, people who want to destroy America with their weird far left ideology, right? And they're going to point to, they want to bring up the images of, all the BLM riots that happened, when Tom Walz was governor, and they want to bring up images of the encampments at the college, which notice Hasan hasn't talked about that. All those college encampments, wildly unpopular, even among Democrats in the polls, wildly unpopular. None of those protests were popular. Everyone fucking hated those protests for the most part. And if they can saddle Kamala with that imagery, with that opinion, it's not just a question of the Rust Belt. It's going to hurt her overall. It's going to strengthen the Republican hand. It's going to definitely hamper some of her energy that she's been riding on right now. If they can hit her with the loony left label.
Yeah, if she surrenders to Hamas, I think it's going to hurt her in the Rust Belt. So,
well, yeah, and it just makes her look weak. She surrenders to terrorists.
Yeah. So, I mean, the ceasefire is, it's very nebulous what's going on there. But if it's
Right.
perceived as a surrender to Hamas, it is going to hurt her. It's totally going to hurt her. So
Right.
I don't,
But
what he's saying is nonsense.
Yeah, no. But that's why her second answer was kind of like the bullshit safe answer. Was like, oh, we're just going to push for the thing we've been pushing for. It's like, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Campaign speeches. Only 2.5% of Michigan is Muslim. Brother, do you know how many voters that is? There are more than 200,000 Arab and Muslim voters. More than 200,000 Arab and Muslim voters in Dearborn. They have friends. They have family members. They have people that also care about them, that they can sway away. You had 100,000 uncommitted voters in the Democratic Party's primary. You are delusional if you think that that does not matter. Where are the liberals right now? Hillary Clinton lost because of 13,000 votes in 4 states. Hillary Clinton lost because of 13,000 votes in 4 states. That's 100,000 voters in the primary. Biden won Michigan by literally almost the same number of total voters that voted in the primary against Biden. Real uncommitted voters don't even vote in the primaries. This is just uncommitted voters that are in the pocket of the Democratic Party, that were committed to the Democratic Party, that want to make a message to get the Democratic Party to change its stances. Is it possible Kamala's acting like she's playing down the middle to not lose Jewish voters? Dude, what are we talking about, dude? What? Oh my God, this is not a real calculation. Please be for real. One, not all Jewish voters are like 100% genocide in Gaza, or I'm not voting for you. And two, even if that was the fucking case, which it is not, even if that was the case, oh my God, do you think we're going to lose California and New York? Where do you think the Jewish population is? This is not a real.
It's about the donors, though, dude.
Point of contention.
Look, I didn't know this. Look at that. There's a bunch of Jews in Pennsylvania, 3% of the population. Same as higher than California and higher than Florida. Holy shit. I didn't even know that. Look at that. Interesting.
Pennsylvania.
Wow. Pennsylvania.
Holding it in.
Well, look, I mean, that's an important state.
It is.
It's an important state, Hasan.
It's actually a swing state.
Yeah, look at that. Okay, kind of destroys your whole. I mean, listen.
Oh, you're right.
On,
it
Hasan's
does destroy
editor
his whole argument
for destroying his whole argument by mistake.
And not only that, he's arguing that 3% of the vote in Michigan is essential.
Right? There's a big chunk in Pennsylvania.
The only difference is there's not a very big Muslim population in this country either. It's actually, I believe, smaller than the Jewish population in this country. But they happen to be in Michigan and they happen to be in Minnesota. That's important. Notice how I didn't bring up Florida, which is the third enclave with a high Jewish population, because Florida is deep red, so it doesn't matter. I think my favorite part about libs yelling at you is that they also yelled at you for saying Biden should drop out. They also yelled at you when you said they should pick out a progressive for VP. It's bad political instincts coming back. The temporary buff wore out. I know. That's the funniest part. Every single person that is like riding the Kamala momentum right now, we're like, can we really swap out Biden? Is America really ready for a black woman to run for president? That wasn't that long ago. That was a couple weeks ago. There'd be so much chaos, guys. Oh my God. The voters would hate it. They would hate it. It's untested. Remember that fucking coward.
It's weird that he's saying like his evidence for this is the Biden campaign saying that. Well, like obviously the Biden campaign is going to say that. He was trying to stay in he was trying to claw it by like his like little fingernails were like dug in, trying to like hold on to the races. Nancy Pelosi and everyone else was trying to pull Biden, out by his feet.
Yeah. Did you see that article where she was like saying they could do it the easy way or the hard way? They were going to take, they were going to take him out the hard way if they had to. Biden was coming out one way or another.
If Kamala wins, right, and wins by like a good margin, I wonder if Biden's going to feel good or bad about that.
Right. Like he could have won if he just hung in there.
Right. Or is he going to feel like, oh, nobody loves me anymore. I won the first time and now everyone wants to kick me to the curb. I'm so sad.
What if he begs for Secretary of State or something? Oh, so cringy.
That'd be worse. Going from president to being like a cabinet position, that's way worse.
Right.
He'll just go somewhere and be forgotten.
Exactly.
This is interesting. If Kamala wins, I am curious if history will look kindly upon like this, or they'll still sort of blame him for hanging on way too long. Even though, honestly, I think if Kamala wins, this drama of him hanging on is probably the only reason she won. I think if they had a normal primary and say she won the primary, which I think was unlikely, and they had she had to run a campaign for this entire year. I think there'd be no way. I think she would have been fucking stumbled 200 times by now.
Yeah, she would not be in this great spot.
No,
I completely agree. First of all, history's not going to remember Joe Biden. Like, that's all just blowing smoke. But he is going to be thought of as a hero if Kamala wins for a little bit. Like, he's not going to go in the history books or anything, but everyone's going to be like, Joe Biden did the right thing. And now the Democrats are in charge, and we dodged a bullet with Trump, and Trump is going to complain. Trump is going to tell everyone he won. They robbed him again. The deep state is after everyone. Do his best to destroy all of our institutions on his way out the door.
right.
Yeah. Beg one of his kids to run in 2028. All that's coming.
Well, number one, I think if Kamala wins, I think Joe will be remembered in history just because he defeated Donald Trump. Not for anything else, really.
Oh, yeah.
Well, actually,
but
no,
Donald Trump is going to, if Donald Trump loses, he's not going to be remembered for anything more than just like a Jimmy Carter joke.
No, he'll be remembered as the evil January 6er. That'd be all that he gets talked about.
Right.
And then Biden will be remembered for two things. He'll be remembered for defeating Trump, and then getting so annihilated in the debate that he dropped out for the first time in, I guess, U.S. history. Yeah. I mean, he will be remembered for that, and probably somewhat negatively. But then,
I don't know why Trump does that. Trump makes it sound like he was so good in that debate that he destroyed Joe Biden. And I think, why are you framing it like that? Like, Joe Biden fell apart himself. Like, you didn't do anything but stand there.
Well, I mean, he's framing it that way because it makes him seem stronger. At least he perceives it makes him feel stronger. Do you think there's a downside to framing it that way?
Hell yeah. It's like saying, look, I'm so strong because I beat up this cerebral palsy patient. It's like, does that make you look good? Look, I defeated the guy in the wheelchair. Yeah.
You're right. You know what? You're completely right. The way he should frame it is he should frame it as the Emperor's New Clothes situation. He should frame it as he he ripped off the cloak of lies and showed the world the truth about Biden.
Now you're talking. You're talking.
Right.
But he frames it as, I'm such an epic debater that I destroyed this guy. I'm like, what? What? You destroyed the dementia patient, dude.
I don't know if this would work, but that'd be kind of a fascinating thing for Trump to, if Trump's entire campaign was kind of this. I mean, I know they always say that Trump lies about everything. So what if you just kind of threw it back and said, his whole campaign is running on destroying the lies of the left-wing lies.
That would be good.
The lie of Biden and showed the world the truth. And now he's got lying, phony Kamala, and I'll show the world the truth about her too.
That would be good. That would be great. Yes, that would be a smart, cogent campaign argument. It would.
Kind of like Drain the Swamp 2.0, Trump cutting through the lies. Trump brings the truth.
Yeah, the True Social. Yeah.
There you go. Trump brings the truth. You have the picture of him, the fist up. Trump brings the truth. You can have a picture of him holding a Bible, looking upwards, and there's a ray of light shining down on him.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't want you to have the truth.
Yes.
I want you to know the truth.
So follow me on True Social to get the truth.
That's why I agreed to debate Joe Biden early, because I wanted you to have the truth. My campaign suffered, but now you have the truth.
Yes.
The truth is more important than my selfish needs.
Preach.
Me, one man, Donald Trump.
There you go.
No.
Listen, we keep saying, man, Trump campaign. Listen, hire us. We got ideas.
Yeah. Who's he got? I don't know who he is. We're not, he's not going to hire us.
Listen.
The first time we say, that's a terrible idea, you're fired. We have a habit of saying, "Oh, that's a shit idea."
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get kicked out too quickly.
It'd be a fun story though.
It would be, yeah.
Yeah.
Cowardly instinct that you have inside of your soul every single time. Remember how wrong you were. Remember how good you feel now. And then listen to me when I say that there's a couple issues in this fucking campaign that need to be sorted out. This is one of them. Most people, for the record, that are coming in here will perhaps be shocked tomorrow when like the media doesn't cover it as much. And this is like a minor blip or a mere disruption that will be cast aside, except it will not go away. It will keep growing and growing and growing. It scares me a little bit.
That would be so.
Is that another one? What was that fucking headline?
It says some pro-Palestinian group was planning the protest at the DNC.
At the DNC in Chicago? Oh,
Yeah,
please,
Chicago.
let it happen. Let it
Was
happen.
Was it the DNC in Chicago when they had that big thing with like was it Walter Cronkite or no, it was who's the guy that got
The
beat up?
DNC is in Chicago like every single time. It's like,
Oh, is it always in Chicago?
Obama is like, come to me. Yeah, Obama like rules Chicago. Well, maybe Obama's still in Washington, D.C. Obama is from Chicago. I think he has a
Right.
home in Chicago and in Washington, D.C. His library is probably in Chicago.
It was the famous 1968 DNC convention in Chicago
In Chicago.
that had all the Vietnam protests rioting and everything going crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which
Yeah.
I mean that I'm assuming that definitely hurt the Democrat who yeah, no, because that was Humphrey. So yeah, that definitely hurt the Democrats, I think.
Herbert Humphrey.
Yeah, because they got beat by Richard Nixon.
Ooh, ouch.
That was the Nixon. So
The Nixon licking.
if it's gonna be, it's very fascinating too, because like, and maybe this is why Hasan's kind of freaking out so much. Maybe he knows this is if the mainstream left is like so galvanized around Kamala at the convention, and you have like the Gaza people sort of trying to like shit on that. I mean, I don't think the mainstream left's gonna be happy about that.
No, they're going to. This is what you were hypothesizing about Biden, that the far left was going to turn the wokeness cannon on Biden, and Biden was going to say, no, fuck you.
Yeah.
But he never did. He just bent over and he's like, oh, yeah, I love wokeness. Here, so let me swallow it down.
Yep.
But if wokeness is going to stand in the way of Kamala taking her rightful place on
As
the Iron Throne.
as the brat queen of Westeros.
Yes.
Yes.
Then, some heads are going to roll, right? This is what we wanted. This is what we wanted all along.
That would be pretty epic. That would be a pretty epic victory.
Right. Yeah. Wonder if they can spell out no more woke with the severed heads. That would be a good message, right?
That'd be good. Thanks so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, for the $100.
Nice.
Look at that. It's at 217 star systems later, and I finally found a floating island planet with oceans. I love you, Sitch and Adam show. There you go. Look at it. As we said, if you don't know, J-Mac, our father, our surrogate father, he was looking for a very specific biome when he's playing was this No Man's Sky.
Nice.
And he couldn't find it, and I said, like, just listening to our show, okay, we just propel good luck. That the longer you listen to this show, the more good luck, more of our good luck, rubs off of us, because we just produce it, and it like you get absorbed into your flesh through your ears. Okay.
Yep. It's best to be lucky. It is.
So there you go. Keep listening.
But that they do not think that people will talk about this. Protests will get even worse when school comes back around, which subsequently happens to be during the election. Number one. This is only
Isn't school back in session in September? They're going to dodge a bullet here because the convention is late August. So, I don't know, that could be.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Could be helpful or hurtful because they're still off, right? They got plenty of time to travel to Chicago.
Right. That's interesting. Yeah,
going to continue to snowball, especially with the protests of the DNC. There's going to be pro-Palestinian, anti-war, anti-genocide protests in Chicago during the DNC. And if the Harris campaign has no clear, coherent narrative on this matter that specifically with real terms explains what she wants to do, is cooked. And then, as this snowballs, the media will start talking about Harris's lack of interest in dealing with this. And then the Democratic Party, I fear, will do the same exact thing that they always do and start complaining about the leftist spoilers. This
is so naive. I can't believe he's even saying any of this.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, of course, they want to get rid of the leftist spoilers. Just the idea that she can win on this issue is ridiculous.
This is a perfect ticket to lose. And not just Michigan, other states too. If you turn around and constantly left bash, you will lose this election. Right now, you have potentially Obama constituencies that you can activate, you can tap into. That means you have to stand on business. That means you have to be very clear about your progressive message. And the leftist spoiler narrative is the same as what Van Jones did the other night. Oh, anti-Semitism is the reason why Josh Shapiro didn't actually get selected. Boom! That was immediately seized on by the right wing. They're trying desperately to be like, Democrats are anti-Semitic, Democrats are anti-Semitic, Democrats are anti-Semitic. It's not going to work because obviously Republicans align with Nazis. But like the thing I'm trying to point to here is that the moment that the ship has holes in it, Republicans will try to seize on that. You have 90 days to win this election. If you spend any time on this, any time talking about, oh, I guess the left wants Donald Trump to win, don't do it. Especially, and I mean especially, this is very important, overwhelming majorities of Americans want a ceasefire. You stand to lose nothing. You only gain. You need to understand.
I can't believe that this is like a big election issue for people. I mean, this is a big issue for a bunch of leftists that are anti-war, anti-colonization, pro-Palestine, anti-Israel. But the electorate doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff.
No.
Yeah. This is so ridiculous. Yeah, they're dragging it into an election. The reason why the Democrats hate this is because they don't want this to be an issue. Like, why are we talking about this? Shouldn't we be talking about Donald Trump?
And another thing here, Democrats, if they want to win, give assurances to how they will follow the agenda, show feeding kids isn't radical, call Republicans weird for their pathological obsessions on culture war, and then stick to kitchen table issues, let them say the sexist and then tie it back to abortion restrictions, tie it back to policy. Now, what a lot of people are doing already is the classic scared narratives. You have this very real fear inside of you because you're a liberal and you're constantly used to losing all the time to these goddamn Republicans. So you do not understand. You're always running scared. Stop running scared. The very same thing I said about the Joe Biden swap with Kamala Harris exists in a firm commitment to a ceasefire. Denying weapons transfers to Israel with a firm commitment to a ceasefire literally is a popular policy. Let me tell you why. For a couple different reasons.
He's going to tell us why, right? Do you think that denying weapons to Israel is a thing that's been polled and has shown to have been like a popular thing in America?
Well, I'm not sure it's been polled. If it has been polled, I'm sure it's very unpopular. I can't believe people would be in favor of just letting Hamas walk all over Israel.
Right. Like, there's like this weird conflation. It always happens when you're talking to people and it's like, like they have an issue where it's like, oh, there's, a lot of people, they'll support like a ceasefire. It's like, okay, but what does that exactly mean precisely? Right.
Means all the hostages are returned and all the terrorists are dead. That's what it means.
Right.
There's no reason to be shooting anymore because we've won.
Here's an article from 3 days ago. BBC. Harris rejects claims she would support Israel arms embargo. Kamala Harris will not support an arms embargo on Israel, her national security advisor says a day after the presidential candidate was heckled by pro-Palestinian protesters at a rally in Detroit. In a post on Twitter/X, Biden administration official Phil Gordon says, Ms. Harris has been clear she will always ensure Israel is able to defend itself against Iran and Iranian-backed terrorist groups.
Yeah, because it would be electoral suicide to support that. And she knows it. But Hamas Piker here has a different idea about how to win this election.
Right.
You have to come out and deny Israel, okay? You have to throw Israel to the wolves. That's what he's thinking. He's like, that'll, and hope to God all those stoners show up on election day.
Actually, I did find, maybe this will be something. I found a poll. I found one poll from March. And it says 62% of President Biden voters agree that the U.S. should stop shipping weapons to Israel. So maybe that's what he's like feeling built up on this poll.
62% of Biden voters?
Yeah. It's from March.
Say that we should stop shipping weapons to Israel?
Oh, wait. I read the question. Oh, my God. Wait. This is so fucking. This is a joke. I'm so glad I actually
how
found
badly
the poll.
worded the question is.
Okay, listen to this. Listen to this. This is the question, right? So talk about your unbiased polling question. Experts have said that Israel would not be able to continue these attacks on the people of Gaza without the continued shipment of weapons from the United States. Do you think the United States should stop weapon shipments to Israel until Israel discontinues its attack on the people of Gaza?
You literally primed them with the question. You primed them.
What kind of fuck? This is like when we have a disagreement and I put up an intentionally like super biased poll question
totally,
as a joke.
Totally. Yeah.
This is like insane. What the fuck kind of question is? What kind of polling agency is this?
You might as well ask, are you in favor of bombing innocent children? Yes or no?
This is retarded.
Like, who's going to answer, oh, yes, I am in favor of bombing innocent children? Who's going to answer that?
I don't. Oh my God, this is so terrible.
This is ridiculous.
Okay. I mean, like, this is the only one I could find that asks this specific question. So.
And they got up to what? 60%?
Only 62% for Democrats.
Right. Even 40% of people could see past that ridiculous question.
They were like,
and they were like, silly. Yeah, but wouldn't Israel just be a sitting duck for Iran?
Right. Oh man, that's interesting. That's so funny.
That's so
I gotta
silly.
find this whole the whole questionnaire here.
All right.
Hit it up.
Reasons. One, is it not odd to you that Donald Trump and the Republican Party routinely try to act like they are now the anti-war party? Nobody believes it. We all know that's bullshit. But isn't it weird that Donald Trump keeps saying no new wars happened under my administration? Look at Joe Biden. He did Russia. He did Ukraine and Russia. He did Israel, Palestine. That would never happen with me. He's lying, but it doesn't matter. What matters is he ran as an anti-Iraq war candidate in 2016, and he won. What matters is his instincts are correct on this. Americans overall, by and large, don't.
I mean, he's saying he's lying, but is he lying? What do you mean? I mean, it's true. Trump didn't start any new wars when he was president. So I don't know, Hasan. I mean, if you're going to say it's a lie, I don't. What is the basis that he's saying that this is a lie exactly? Not that he's going to tell us.
Don't care about foreign policy all that much. Foreign policy has the capacity to become the most significant part of the election. And at that moment, oh, God forbid. I mean, if that happens, you're regardless. And it can happen for this election. You never know what Benjamin Netanyahu, who is pro-Trump, might do at the fucking last second. You don't want that October surprise to be Benjamin Netanyahu doing something that makes 4,000 Marines in the 4,000 U.S. Marines to put their lives on the line for the nation state of Israel. That's number one. Number two.
I mean, no one is suggesting. I'd agree it would be vastly unpopular for American troops to be involved in some kind of invasion of Iran or something, but that no one's really even suggesting that on either side. Just a complete red herring.
The majority of Americans, including the majority of the Republicans, want a ceasefire. That's insane. The overwhelming majority of Americans, including independents and the Democratic Party, want a ceasefire. Majority of Americans also believe that Israel is committing a genocide. Now, while Americans don't give a shit about foreign policy overall, and you can usually brush that aside and let business as usual take place, you have to understand something. Just like with the Joe Biden swap to Kamala Harris, you do not lose a single vote if you come out 10 toes down stating you want assurances, you want a permanent ceasefire. It's been on the for the past 3 months, no more weapons transfers. You say that, you don't lose a single vote. You say that, you gain votes. This election
Hold on a second.
is, you want a permanent ceasefire. It's been on the for the past 3 months, no more weapons transfers. You say that, you don't lose a single vote. You say that, you gain votes. This election
I'm trying to find, this poll. Like, I want to find the whole poll, not just this one question. And it's actually super suspect to me when you have some polling agency comes out and they say, listen, we found this like extraordinary claim, about, not sending weapons or whatever, or anything, some kind of extraordinary claim in a poll. And you go on their site and you can't actually find the poll. You can't find any data about the poll. All you find is like the one part of the poll they want you to look at. That's
someone's
hyper
hiding something.
suspicious.
Yeah.
Right. Like on their website, I cannot find the actual poll. I just find the one press release about it. And on the Twitter page that the guy who supposedly worked on the poll, he just has the same thing. He just has it highlighting this one page. Right. He doesn't have the whole poll. Because the thing that makes me kind of even want to see the poll is like the way the question is worded is very like interesting. Besides obviously what we talked about, because the question was, experts have said that Israel would not be able to continue these attacks on the people of Gaza. Okay. That statement implies that there's some kind of previous framing to the question, doesn't it? Because they have to explain what these attacks on the people of Gaza look like. That's why I want to find the whole poll to see what that's like referring to. And the fact that that doesn't seem to be available is kind of interesting to me.
Like previous questions involve the experts?
Yeah. But, who knows?
so far has dramatically changed. The calculation is dramatically changed. Biden was going to lose. And now Kamala Harris is most likely going to win unless she it up and starts doing that dumb shit. Oh, you're just privileged, and that's why you care about the literally least privileged people on the planet. The whole point is, as an American voter, I have a voice. As an American taxpayer, I have a voice. I'm supposed to have a voice. It's a democracy. What do you mean I'm privileged? Yeah, I am privileged to be an American, and as a goddamn American citizen, we are using our privilege to stop this genocide. Anyway, let's listen to
Does he not even he doesn't even understand the privilege. That the privilege is that you're not worried about things like economic issues. You're not worried about $5 gas because you're fucking rich.
Yes. Yeah. No, and it's funny too, because Hasan's whole argument about why he can be racist against white people is because they're so privileged. And now suddenly he's like pretending like he doesn't understand the argument, even though he's used it and levied it against people for years and years and years of his career.
Oh yeah. Total hypocrisy.
Mm-hmm.
Dearborn, Michigan mayor. What's this all about?
Dearborn, Michigan mayor on the uncommitted movement in Kamala Harris.
Group that has vowed to vote uncommitted in the election to protest the war in Gaza met with Harris after the rally last night, and they told CNN the vice president was receptive. They said, quote, "It feels fruitful. We're hopeful that she will engage substantively with our request for an arms embargo that stops sending bombs to kill people we love." But Harris's national security advisor said this morning that she, quote, "does not support an arms embargo on Israel, but will keep working to protect civilians in Gaza."
That person is a vice presidential advisor and not a campaign advisor for the re-election campaign. That person is Kamala Harris's VP. Like that person is acting as a part of the White House. When they say that, it doesn't matter.
Joining me now is Abdullah Hammoud. He is the mayor of Dearborn, Michigan, which is home to a large Arab American and Muslim community. Mayor, thank you so much for being with us. In the primaries, of course, an overwhelming number of Dearborn's voters chose uncommitted. It was 57% that voted uncommitted rather than vote for Joe Biden. First, I want to get...
Yeah, this is correct. This man is Biden's assistant and Harris's advisor in her capacity as a vice president. Pressure on Harris while she's campaigning to be president makes sense. It also makes sense to ensure Biden isn't forgotten. If the demand is ceasefire/arms embargo now, he is right now still president. That is precisely the reason why Phil Gordon's take on the matter is inconsequential in terms of like what the Kamala campaign will do. Do you understand? That's what I was trying to explain to you. This person, of course, is going to say, say that like the VP can't sidestep the president. Yeah. Also, the American liberal political history is long, has a long story tradition of people with very real demands, very understandable demands that were also seen as impossible to achieve at the time, actually routinely disrupting protests. Dream Act protesters occupy Obama campaign office. Children of undocumented migrants would regularly disrupt the protests. I mean, disrupt the campaign. Sorry. They would do that for gay marriage, and they would do that for dreamers. They would do that for important moves in terms of civil rights and liberties for people that we now take for granted. Why? Because at the end of the day, in order for this to at least be a theoretical democracy, you still have to respond to nonstop pressure. So you have to keep exerting pressure. Let's continue.
Get your reaction to the vice president's response to those hecklers last night.
Yeah, I would have advised the vice president differently. I think what you have is people who are hurting, people who feel dehumanized. And I think in that moment, there could have been an opportunity to recognize the disenfranchisement that many voters, not only in Michigan, but across this country feel as it pertains to the genocide that's unfolding in Gaza. And what I'm hopeful for, though, is the opportunity to have constructive dialogue. We have seen Vice President Harris have some tough rhetoric following her private meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And what we would like to see is that tough rhetoric paired with tough policy.
How would you describe how she responded?
You know, for me, I wasn't on the ground. I wasn't using hard words. I think it makes people feel more dehumanized and less seen. But again, I think what's most important here is to center the policy. Rhetoric only takes you so far, as we've seen with President Biden. And what we really want to see is what is the policy conversation that we can have? How can we have a new course on what's unfolding in Gaza? Because that is what is centered for so many Americans across this country. They want to find a pathway to end the killing of innocent men, women, and children. And that is the value and principle that we're leading with.
Y'all are forgetting a key aspect of this, and I think it's because the media rarely ever talks about the key aspect here, which is that actually bringing about a ceasefire would literally be so insanely popular. Like, what are we talking about, dude? This is something that the overwhelming majority of Americans want. I feel like I'm losing my mind. It's like,
dude, he's so high, I can't take it anymore. Look, if they still have a bunch of hostages over there and Israel cucks to Hamas, you think that's going to be popular with the American people? You think people are going to be like, woo woo?
No.
Go team, leave the hostages there.
No.
Fuck them.
No.
Yeah, this guy's retarded. This is so retarded. Not only that, do you look like a strong president, Sitch? Cucking to Hamas in Gaza?
No. If you got a ceasefire that like people liked, then yes.
Yeah, if you got all the
ceasefire,
hostages back, yeah.
Oh.
If you got all the hostages back and you got a ceasefire, all right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not going to happen. Look, Hasan even came out with his points, and they were like, "Don't give the hostages back." Hasan doesn't even want to give the hostages back. What is he talking about?
75% of Americans wanted Roe v. Wade to remain, and the Republicans decided to ether that, and they've been eating dick as a consequence of that decision since the Supreme Court did it. And y'all somehow forget that, like, popular decisions lead to popularity for the candidates, and unpopular decisions lead to unpopularity for the party and the candidates. Why are we just discounting that? This is from May 8th. 7 in 10 U.S. likely voters support a permanent ceasefire and de-escalation of violence in Gaza. 7 in 10. Majorities of Democrats at 83% by May. Independents at 65%. Republicans at 56%. This is in May. Majority in the U.S. now disapprove of Israeli action in Gaza. Approval has dropped from 50% to 36% since November. This is back in March. This is another poll. What are we doing? This is not a controversial position. This has higher approval ratings than America's dealing with Ukraine and Russia, dude. If they start eating away at the momentum, which things like this will inevitably eat away at the momentum of the campaign, they'll land on the worst instincts that Democrats historically and notoriously land on. Majority of Biden voters oppose weapon shipments to Israel, poll says. The poll comes as Israel's military offensive in Gaza has become a political
That was the poll I was talking about, by the way.
Oh, it is? The one
Yeah.
you're looking for?
The one that I can't find the whole poll is that one excerpt that was a very, very biased question. Yeah.
I was trying to figure out what the voter split, how much Biden won Michigan by, in 2020, because the number of voters that they're talking about, the 6,400 voters, that's 0.01% of the voters that turned out in Michigan in 2020. So, I mean, we're talking about a number of voters that's just completely inconsequential.
It says, let's see, according to CNN, in 2020,
Yeah,
Biden
what was the split? Did he win
won
by
Michigan
0.01%?
No, he won by, well, what is this, 2.6%?
So he won by 2.6%.
Which
so,
translates into 100, about rounded up, like rounding it, it'd be about what, almost 250, 100,000 votes?
Yeah, okay. And we're talking about 6,400 votes. Like, why are we even having this conversation? Well, we're having this conversation so us Hamas Piker can make this insane argument that Kamala Harris should come out and cuck to Hamas. And that would be great for her electoral chances. So that's why we're having this conversation. This is like probably the stupidest thing ever. This might be the stupidest thing on the internet talking about the election.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I did the math. Wait, he won by 150,000 votes, 154,000 votes. So even if he lost all the whatever, the 60,000, he still would have won.
It's 6,000.
I thought he said it was
not,
like,
no,
6,000?
6,400, 6,400. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
6,000 votes. 5.5 million people voted in Michigan.
Right.
That was the turnout in Michigan. So, and you said the split that Biden won by 2.6%, I think you said.
Yeah. Which
and
is
we're talking about,
154,000.
so, and we're talking about 0.01% of the electorate.
Right.
So, like, it's completely inconsequential. Biden won by like 220 times that.
Well, it's also sort of he's trying to rely on the fact that like literally every single person who's Muslim in Michigan is going to come out and vote against Joe Biden or not vote for Joe Biden, which to me seems highly unlikely would be the situation.
No, Biden won by 260 times that. Much more. Yes. Yeah.
But it says, because I'm looking at something, it says Dearborn, Michigan has the largest Muslim population per capita in the United States. Is considered the largest concentration of Arabs in the country. It has a population of about 110,000 people that identify as Middle Eastern or North African.
Okay.
So even if every single one of those people didn't vote for Biden, he still would have won. If they all single issue voted, said we're not voting because of Gaza.
Right.
And it's 55% the population of Dearborn, Michigan. So there you go.
Anyway. Continue with what you're saying, Hamas.
Right.
Albatross for the White House. This does not necessarily mean that this will be their only decision maker. I'm not saying that at all. It's far from the most significant issue in the minds of Americans, because Americans don't give a shit about foreign policy, as I have repeated time and time again. America's responsible for 60.
It's so funny that he says that in the middle of this.
Yeah, he's saying that they care, but they don't. Well, was he implying that the Muslim Americans are not American? Because he said Americans don't care about foreign policy.
Maybe. Well, I'm just saying, he's saying this would be free money in the election, but then he comes out and says Americans don't care about foreign policy. Well, isn't this a foreign policy issue?
I don't know. Make up your mind. Yeah, it's kind of confusing.
69% of Israel's weapons. 69. It ends tomorrow. Polls suggest there is less downside on Gaza than one might expect. A Democrat who is soft on Israel, as Biden is seen as having been, loses support on the left, but a candidate who takes a more critical line wins those voters back without losing votes among moderates. Exactly. Why haven't they done it yet? Because they're bad. What do you mean? I think you guys are just paying attention to politics for the first time or something. Democrats are bad. They're not very good at campaigning. They're not very good at doing politics in general. Republicans, on the other hand, used to be very good at doing politics. They're not anymore, but they used to be. Democrats are very feckless. They're cowardly. They don't like to make risky decisions. They don't like to make good decisions. They don't like to run good campaigns. This past month was not the norm. It was the exception. This past month of...
I mean, okay, I'm trying to think. So in my lifetime, we had George H. Bush. Okay, that was after 2 years of Reagan, right? Then you had 2 years of Clinton. Then we had switched back to Republicans, 2 years of Bush, of W. Bush. Okay. Then we had 2 years of Obama. Then we had switched to Republican 1 year or so 2 years, 2 terms, 1 term of Trump. Okay. And now then it switched to Democrats, 1 term of Biden. So if to me, I mean, it seems like it's been going back and forth pretty evenly so far. I guess this will be like if Trump wins, it will continue the back and forth. If a Democrat wins, it would be a tip in favor of a Democrat overall. So I don't know what he's talking about when he's like Democrats are like worse than the Republicans. They seem pretty even in terms of winning elections so far.
In terms of badness.
Well, no, I mean in terms of just winning elections, in terms of political victories, going back and forth.
I think Obama and Clinton. Well, I guess Reagan was a good orator on the Republican side. Reagan was really good. Obama was really good. Clinton was really good. As far as like really motivating people, really being charismatic.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's two different things because there's charisma and there's orientation. How do you say that? Being a good orator,
right.
Being a good speaker. Those are like different things because I'd say Trump is just as good as Obama in terms of galvanizing people to come out and vote for him, at least the first time.
Right.
And probably the second time too. So, but obviously, I don't know if I'd say he's like a good speaker. He's a good speaker in his own way, I guess, not like the classical way you think of as like Reagan, Clinton, and Obama being good speakers.
Trump has the same thing that Reagan had, as in he was a giant celebrity before he ever ran for president. Like Reagan was actually a good speaker and a celebrity.
Right.
Trump is not such a great speaker, but a good celebrity. But look, I think Trump is funny, and I do think you understand what he's saying.
Also,
like,
I
don't think he's bad.
It's weird because, like, as I said, he's a good speaker in an unusual way.
Yeah.
Like, people find him funny. They find his campaign events funny. They like, obviously Trump fans really like him. He's just not like quote classically good the way we think of as Reagan, Clinton, and Obama. But like obviously, Bush wasn't known, or neither Bush was really known for being good speakers or anything.
Right.
So
did Bush Jr. score high on the authenticity? I feel like he did.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah. I mean, that was the thing. That's why people voted for him the first time. They're like, oh, Al Gore is like this boring weirdo talking about lockboxes. No one knows the fuck he's saying.
Lockboxes.
Yeah, remember the lockbox?
I do remember. Yeah.
Yeah. And Bush was sort of this, he's the guy you can go get a beer with, down to earth Texas governor, even though like I think the accent was fake because he didn't grow up in Texas. Didn't he grow up in like some northeastern state or something? And for some reason he's like a southern accent, but okay.
He moved to Midland, Texas. We need to do a tier list, our own like 13 points. I think authenticity's up there pretty high on the tier list because there is authenticity, the ability to speak, the ability to say intelligent things. Like all these weird are a factor.
Out of those three, Bush only had one of them. He only had authenticity. He couldn't really speak well.
Well, that's why I think authenticity is so high up there.
Right. Right.
Because you can be lacking in all these other areas, but if you have the authenticity, they're like, yep, that's my man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Gore seemed a lot smarter than Bush.
Oh, I was incorrect. Bush actually did grow up in Texas as a child, and then later in life moved to Massachusetts.
Oh, did he?
Or no, he was sent to a boarding school in Massachusetts. Then he went to Yale. So okay, maybe the accent is legitimate then if he actually grew up in Texas.
Well, he was returning to Texas.
He was returning to Texas. Okay, there you go. Interesting. But yeah,
back Bush, to Hasan's.
Yeah, Bush high in authenticity. Not really much else.
Decisions that were bold.
I think people are voting for change. I think we're having we've had 2 one-term presidents in a row. I think we could have a third one-term president in a row. I think Kamala could win and then be a one-term president as well.
It's super interesting because as people who have been longtime listeners know, I always say this is all because of the housing crash. And, we had the housing crash in 2008. People wanted massive change. They vote for Obama. Obama didn't bring about any real economic change. And this is, the Mark
Blythe.
Mark Blythe, had that very interesting point about how whenever there's been these massive economic problems in America that were on the same par or same level as 2008, there's been some kind of massive economic policy shift.
Right.
There's
like
to
a
accommodate that.
New economic operating system is installed, and we never really got that. Yeah.
Yeah. We had that, after sort of the gold problems in the early days. Then you had the inflation crisis with Carter, and then you had the housing crisis with Bush, but then nothing changed. Everything just basically, we put a patch on it. Everything continued forward. And I think that is the problem. And then people voted for change again with Trump. Trump didn't really, I guess he definitely changed the policies and kind of the outlook of the Republican Party pretty drastically, but they didn't really change the economics system of America. And then interestingly, we kind of have a part two of the economic problem, which is this massive inflation problem that kind of came out of COVID. And I think you're sort of right. There is kind of people clamoring for a change. And it's very fascinating because on one hand, you say, well, how is voting for Kamala change? She's literally the vice president of the current administration.
How is voting for Trump change? He already was in office for 4 years.
Exactly. He's not really changed either. It's very fascinating to me that people, I can sense it. And I can understand why it frustrates Republicans, because it doesn't really make logical sense. But there's like this weird psychological haze that kind of goes over people where they just don't perceive Kamala as being part of the Biden administration for the last 4 years. Maybe it's because she was so under the radar, for the whole time. She was such like a non-figure.
Yeah, they do see her as change. Yeah. It's just, and it's crazy that we're in this election, and I've been joking around about the no taxes for tips, but it is indicative of both parties catering to the middle class. They're like basically saying, yes, we're going to do that economic reset that you guys never got, that you keep clamoring for. You keep voting people out of office because you're not getting it.
Is there any way to even to lower inflation? Is it even possible at this point?
More stuff, make more stuff, or tax
but you have to
the money
make
away.
More stuff with having it that drastically increase with a money supply not increasing that much. I guess if
Biden did a double whammy because he passed the inflation, I think they called it like the Inflation Reduction Act, but it was the infrastructure plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is a massive spending plan. Like I always say, when do you want to spend on bridges and roads and stuff like that? When the economy is slow and the private sector is not trying to hire people, right? You've got all these unemployed people, so you can hire them on the cheap. It's just like in business. When do you want to buy things? Well, when they're on sale, right? You don't want to buy labor when it's expensive, when unemployment is at 1%, right?
Right.
But what does the Biden administration do? Well, the economy's screaming. Unemployment is at 1%. We're going to build a bunch of bridges and roads.
Yeah.
Hire all these people away from the private sector. Drive up wages. People have more money. Oh, what happens? Oh, they want to spend that money on cars and trucks and food and going out. And so you've got inflation. And they do the student forgiveness thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would shrink the money supply too. People paying back their student loans. No, just keep the money. Keep it out there. So I just like everything they've done is not really good for inflation. Obviously, they're doing it because they want to give perks to their constituencies, right? All these perks are supposed to help people on the left, college graduates and the working coalition that's going to build the bridges and roads and stuff, right? Well, they probably just give the money to the state. So I haven't looked deeply into the infrastructure bill. We probably should look at it though. I am curious how inflationary it is.
Because like you're looking at the economy and how it would function as like just a pure like logical, okay, how should you look
at it?
Right. No, but like So, but like the Democrats and Republicans, since they basically have to do like, okay, well, we're in power now. We want to spend a bunch of money now.
On
Doesn't
our
really matter if it
constituents,
makes
yeah.
sense.
Of course.
Like at the moment to do it or
Of
not.
course. Yes,
Though,
of course.
Because the problem is like, say Biden hadn't passed the infrastructure bill, and it actually, inflation, like, I don't know, was some percentage lower. Like we still would have had inflation, but say it was lower. Like no one would be able to perceive that, right? They wouldn't say, "Oh, well, it's a good thing Biden kept it down like 5 or 10 points." Like no one would know that.
Right. Yeah. You only get hit by where you mess up. You don't get any points for keeping inflation down.
Well, there's no like what if machine box that would have been like, well, look, if Biden passed this bill that he wanted to pass, it would have been worse. So people had like, there's nothing for people to compare it to.
I want to look at the infrastructure bill because they literally called it, I believe, the infrastructure or the Inflation Reduction Act. They like folded that in.
There's two different ones.
But didn't they pass them together? I thought
they might have passed them together.
Yeah.
But there was both the infrastructure. There was both it's called the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and then there's also the Inflation Reduction Act.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know if.
And what is the Inflation Reduction Act? Just to.
It says
we can go ahead.
Here's the summary points. It says 15% corporate minimum tax, prescription drug pricing reform, money for increased IRS tax enforcement, carried interest loophole, energy security and climate change. I don't know what the fuck that means.
God, no.
Affordable Care Act extension.
Right.
And then it just says 300 billion plus for total deficit reduction, which I don't really expound on what that means.
Okay. Well, deficit reduction is shrinking the money supply. So.
Right, but it doesn't say how. It just says that. It doesn't say how it does. What was the mechanism? I mean, I guess you'd say, okay, like if you increase taxes, obviously that would, shrink the money supply. If you increase tax enforcement, that would shrink the money supply. I don't know what the carried interest loophole was.
Well, a lot of times too, they do it like, okay, this is going to shrink the deficit this much over 10 years. And it's some kind of graduated program. So you're barely shrinking the money supply right now when that's what's causing the inflation, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. With the energy thing, it would depend on what they would do. Because obviously, if you could lower energy costs, that would be good for inflation. But if it has a bunch of climate change shit attached to it, you'd imagine that would.
That's
not
probably
lower
the opposite. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So
interesting.
I don't know. No clue. And then
I think that's going to be the big. I think a lot of people are voting based on the rent is too damn high.
Yeah, rent and food and gas are like the big three. I mean, even if like, because obviously, the war has affected it because Ukraine was a big producer of food and that has kind of dropped off. The whole gas situation with Russia obviously affected the economy. So we had like kind of a triple whammy, I guess, of things after we came out of COVID. And then, maybe say a quadruple whammy because the Infrastructure Act probably made it somewhat worse.
Probably.
Responded to legitimate public pressure was actually unique for the Democratic Party. You cared about the uncommitted campaign way before the Podjons who dismissed it? Yes, they were wrong on that front too.
And from a policy perspective, based on what I'm hearing on the ground from thought leaders across this country, as well as from my constituents, they want assurances. And an offensive arms embargo is one of those assurances that we believe have to be enacted in order for us to get to a just Palestinian state. The reality is we can no longer go back to the status quo. It no longer exists. We have to find a pathway forward in order to ensure that the Palestinians have the right to self-determination, and that includes a just Palestinian state.
Without that, would you?
They're just like beggars, though. I mean, they don't really have any political power, so.
No.
This is like cup in hand type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Hamas Pikers trying to sell it like, oh my God, they're the make or break for this election, which is just completely naive. So.
You vote for Harris?
Again, I think based on what I'm hearing from my constituents on the ground, and I take my lead from them, there has to be assurances on how we actually move forward and course correct on this issue. We have seen with President Biden talks of ceasefire now for several months that have not led to any outcome. And so we have to do something differently.
It's such an easy narrative, man. That's what's so frustrating about this is like Americans are so delusional and so self-interested and just like can't even understand what's going on and like don't give a shit. And then they act like an electoral W, okay, the easiest one to grab, is like actually such a hard deal. It's not, man. There's no domestic policy where Americans would be like, yeah, 75% of people want to protect abortion rights. But like, honestly, what if the evangelicals don't vote for Kamala Harris? Like, that's what you sound like.
The ICJ, we have seen the...
What? Okay. Like, this is so mind-numbingly stupid. First of all, what population of a country, when they're voting, isn't self-interested? What the fuck's he talking about? Of course, you should be self-interested in what you want for your country, right?
That's the whole point of voting.
Yes. What the fuck's he talking about? That's number one. Number two, this whole like, it's so like eternally stupid. Whenever I hear these pundits say like, oh, you know, the polling shows the majority of people want X. And they keep saying, well, why don't we ever get X? Majority of people want X. Well, if the majority of people want something and the polling shows it every time and you're not getting it, okay, what that means is that there's some other factor that you're not accounting for, right? And I think too many people say, oh, well, there must be some level of corruption. There must be some evil people that are just paying the politicians not to do X, Y, Z, right? But then whenever you look into it, it's like, well, no, there's two things. Either A, even if there's a minority of people that want something like, you know, further abortion restrictions or no gun control or something to that effect, there's still a powerful constituency because those are people that come out to vote. Those are people that go to the polls. And even if they're a minority, there's enough of them to make a difference, right? And I guess like in Hasan's world, he should be advocating that he wants the Gazan people to basically represent that minority, the minority that makes a difference in the elections. But there's just not anywhere near enough of them or enough support for that issue. And I can't imagine that would be some constituency that forms over years and years and years, like the abortion issue, the gun issue. These are things that have been going on for decades and have been gaining momentum for decades.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. This isn't really on the ballot either. I mean, it's just by proxy for a candidate. Right. They're trying to force it onto the ballot by making it essential to the candidate's campaign. I mean, he's arguing hard that it is essential, but it's not.
It's not.
It's totally not.
Well, he's saying both because he's saying that no one cares about foreign policy. At the same time, he's saying,
"Oh, I know, yeah,
like a big deal." It's like, okay,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
he cares about it because it's his entire audience. So
right, and obviously the mayor of Dearborn, Michigan, when 55% of the population is Muslim, cares about it. Yeah, of course.
Those 6,000 voters are the ones keeping him in office.
Right.
It's essential to him. That's why he's going on CNN. And look, CNN cares about it because a bunch of leftists over there. They're like, oh my God.
The UK suspend arms sales. And so I think we can follow their lead in upholding international law in order for us to take a step forward and chart a new course on what's happening across the...
Why doesn't this guy think about the arms manufacturers? All those American jobs, Sitch. Come on.
Oh my God.
Someone has to produce those weapons.
That's true.
Why can't we pay our people to do it?
That's true.
Jeez. So inconsiderate.
At least.
You know, talking to some Democratic operatives, I think there may be a calculation that if the option is Harris versus Trump and Trump's policy on Israel, that voters right now who oppose the Biden-Harris approach to Israel are still going to hold their nose and vote for them.
There you go. Lesser evil voting. You can never rely on that. That's a bad calculation. I don't think that the Democratic Party understands it. Please don't do this. Please don't think that the lesser evil voter. Oh my God. No, you can't do that. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Lesser evil voting especially doesn't work in this situation because the Democrats are doing the evil. Lesser evil voting is one of the biggest electoral poisons that has rotted the Democratic Party's political instincts and is so unimaginably toxic. I hate it. It is a massive failure. Bro, you literally have not contradicted yourself once. I don't know why people are being so whiny and condescending, because there is a smugness and an entitlement and an arrogance to liberals that is genuinely pathological and gross to anyone that's not firmly committed to the Democratic Party. And they just cannot stop smelling their own farts. They have to be.
This is the irony of like the socialists who's like, listen, all the Democrats have to do is run a bunch of socialist platforms and far left platforms and they'll win, right? And this guy's talking about smugness or elitism or smelling.
Oh, I know.
And
it's
like,
so true.
Like, bro, what are you talking about? And it's interesting that Hasan's chat appears to be sort of divided on the issue, because you do have the, brain rotted, diehard socialists who have been programmed to believe that this is like the most important issue that they should focus on. And then you have the people who are probably just like maybe more moderate, sort of anti-Trump kind of people, TDS people that are listening to Hasan. And that's like their primary thing, is to make sure that Trump doesn't win. And they're kind of like, I mean, those people are terrified of the far left basically sabotaging Kamala Harris. Those people are going to like lose their mind if that happens.
Yeah. They're going to have full hatred in their hearts for all of these people. By the end of this, they're going to be hoping Israel nukes Gaza. They're going to be like, you fuckers cost us the election.
Yeah. Well, that's what's interesting. That's what's interesting about the whole thing, is it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Look, and this is why Kamala Harris is like, just chill. Let's talk about this privately.
Right.
Out in late November. Okay.
Well, like on one hand, I understand the skepticism of, a lot of like politicians will tell you anything, right?
Of course.
And then, to turn around and do something different. I understand the skepticism of that, but on the other hand, it's just like this total, like,
the electorate wants to get the politician on record, because I do believe politicians try to keep their campaign promises.
Yes.
So they want to extract a campaign promise from Kamala to show up and vote. But their numbers are just, they're not going to swing the election. So she's obviously not going to make that promise, because the promise can hurt her more than it can help her. So this is just like Kamala wants to see this go away.
Right.
Which is smart, right?
Once she's, I guess she is technically locked in now. So I'm curious, because some people were predicting that she wasn't really going to start staking policy claims until she was locked into the nomination. And I believe she is now. They did the virtual Zoom call or whatever.
Yeah, she's locked in.
Right, and locked her in. So this coming week, right now, would be like, I guess, officially the first week of her locked in as a nomination. I'm curious to see if she'll actually start pushing a policy, or if she's going to keep hiding in the theoretical basement.
She said she was in favor of a ceasefire, which is just, like I said, who isn't? You say ceasefire, everyone can believe what they want to believe.
Right. But I mean some more, I don't mean just on this issue. I mean like a bunch of issues, like more substantive policy.
No tax for tips. She's already on the record. She is. Okay. It's great.
So her two positions are, I want a ceasefire, which is what everyone wants, just different terms. And then the second position is Trump's
no
position.
Tax for tips.
No tips. Okay. Right.
But she's also reversed herself on a bunch of positions. She was in favor of a fracking ban. She's come out and says she's no longer in favor of a fracking ban.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
She was, yeah. You haven't seen this reporting?
I did see the fracking ban.
Because everyone's calling her a flip-flopper on this. And look, I was looking around. I'm like, well, where did she come out and say, like, how did she do this? There's no policies on her website. Like, did she tweet it out? Where did she say, I'm no longer in favor of fracking? I just saw it in like a CNN article. They're like, she said this. Okay. What was the other? There's a few that she's reversed herself on. Medicare for all. She's no longer in favor of single payer health care. Look, she hasn't come out and said, I support the public option. Biden did come out and say he supported the public option. One of the reasons he won the primary over Bernie was in favor of Medicare for all, and Biden was in favor of a public option. Now, if you ask me, a public option is a lot like school vouchers. I don't understand. Like, Republicans are in favor of school vouchers. Like, that's basically the school system would become the public option for school, and then you'd get vouchers for a private option, right?
Right.
I'm in favor of the public option for schools and the public option for healthcare. Like, it doesn't seem like a bad idea to me. So, but there's one more big one that they were like,
there's two more
flip-flopping. Okay, what are they?
Article.
Nice. You looked it up.
There was the fracking ban, the mandatory buyback program for assault weapons.
That's it. There you go.
And then there was another one. It was decriminalizing illegal border crossings.
Oh, and she reversed herself on defund the police too.
So there you go. Yeah, so she's flip-flop on a bunch of things.
Look, she's tacking to the center. She's like, what, me? I'm more like Clinton.
That's what they all do. Yeah.
I'm just a moderate center-left Democrat.
It is kind of insane to me that in 2020, she said she supported decriminalizing illegal border crossings. That's like fucking retarded. Jeez.
Well, look, if she signs that border bill, I mean, that's going to be a major reversal on that.
Yeah, that's true. Obviously.
So look, there's a bunch of policies for you there. She's just not talking about it, which is probably smart.
I guess.
She's going to have to talk about it sooner or later, though, because Trump's angle is he's going to come out and say she doesn't support, like she's in favor of banning fracking. So she has to come out and say, no, I'm not in favor of banning fracking anymore.
Right. And they're going to ask her the debate, why did she change her mind?
She keeps coming out and saying Donald Trump wants to end Social Security. And I keep wondering, well, why doesn't Donald Trump come out and say, she's lying? I'm not in favor of ending Social Security. I've said I'm going to protect Social Security. Why doesn't he do that, Sitch? Why does he just take it?
So I actually have heard him say that. But it's
really?
Like, yeah, because I've been listening to all his campaign speeches. He says it, but he says it like in the middle of an hour-long campaign speech. So it kind of gets lost in everything.
Oh, and the media's on her side, so they never report it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. He doesn't highlight it enough to really to hit back. So
he needs to come out and have a specific press conference, a Social Security press conference.
Right.
That's the way it would be done. Like, he needs to have a press conference that's called Protecting Social Security until the year 3000.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Something big. Yeah.
Listen, the seniors in America, wonderful people, all of them, wonderful people. And I want to protect these people. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Fake Kamala, phony Kamala. She's lying about me. Okay. So I got it. She's saying lies, but I'm the sword of truth. Okay. Trump is all about truth. So let me cut through the lies here.
I got it better right here. Look,
what?
She's stealing all of his policies, like the no tax on tips policy.
She stole my policy.
He needs to come out and say, doubling Social Security. We need to really need to get these guys. Then Kamala can come out tripling Social Security.
I think doubling Social Security would actually be a mistake. I don't think the Republicans would be very happy with
the
that.
Republicans would probably be pissed, huh? He would lose Republican support.
I think they'd start shitting their pants if Donald Trump said he's going to double Social Security.
Look, this might be why he's not doing this press conference, because every time I talk about Social Security, there's like 100 Republicans in the replies telling me how it's a Ponzi scheme. So
right.
Yeah.
No, he said very specifically in his things that he's not going to touch it and change anything. He said specifically he wasn't going to raise the retirement age or change it in any way. So
yeah, that's a good move.
Yep.
Protecting the earned benefits of Americans.
Right.
have to be so condescending. They have to come in here and always be like, you've contradicted yourself. I got you. It's like they're just as cultish as the average MAGA loyalist, but because they have like better education than the average MAGA loyalist, they think that they're coming at this from an intellectual perspective. Okay. It is so genuinely off-putting.
Uh-oh, watch
Hasan.
out.
Right.
Hasan has been put off.
Governor.
Okay, so here's the sort of second response she's done to this. She got heckled again. Right. Okay.
This is the way that Kamala and her team did it after the hecklers knocked her off her game and she gave the mom look and tilted her head and shook her finger and said, I'm speaking now, right? She looked really bad. But I'm sure after that happened, everybody sat down and they said, wow, that was not good. We need to have a proper response if this comes up again, right? Which you do, right? That's how you run a campaign. You tack. You like, okay, that wasn't good. Thank goodness we get another swing at it here. Right. When it comes up again, let's start knocking it out of the park and we can start adding home runs to our score. Do they do that in the Trump campaign, Sitch? Does that happen in the Trump campaign?
I have a feeling they try to do it.
Do you think so? Really?
I feel like they try to. I don't
How
know
does that meeting go?
I don't think it sticks. I don't think any of it sticks.
In the Trump campaign. I don't know that that can't even happen in the Trump campaign, to be honest with you.
Mm. I mean, I still think he should watch. I'm curious, like, how different would the race look if Trump had stuck with the unity theme that he had for like the week after he got shot?
What do you mean for half the speech at the Republican National Convention? Because
for like the 3 days after he was shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah.
It ended halfway through that speach.
That's true.
It's all grievance politics now.
But it like super ended when Biden dropped out. It was like dead and buried by that point.
I have trouble seeing how Trump has a path to victory if he keeps. And look, I've had people I see a bunch of people on Twitter saying the same thing, so I know I'm not the only one saying it, but Trump needs to forget about the grievance politics and start talking about what he's going to do for voters. Mm-hmm. Like the no tax on tips is a step in the right direction. Hence the reason why Kamala stole it.
Right.
It's time to start talking about what you're going to do for voters and stop talking about what the mainstream media is doing to you.
Well, that's actually the second thing she stole from Trump, which is funny. People miss the first thing she stole from Trump, which was she's now saying that she's going to fight inflation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Trump kept saying that he was going to fight inflation. Now he didn't give a specific policy. Neither has Kamala.
He did. But he said, "Drill, baby, drill." He's like, if we can get energy prices down,
right, right. But that's obviously a retarded way to fight inflation because it takes so long for the new wealth to even be produced. But Biden would never really talk about it, and finally Kamala started talking about it. So I'm going to say she stole it from Trump too, is even mentioning that there's an inflation problem that she has to fight.
Nice.
Okay, so here's when she was heckled again. This is her second reaction to it. Now, this video does something kind of weird and funny, where it like glitches and it looks like Kamala's like stuck in this horrifying face for a few seconds. So
I like that part.
Governor, but you'll soon get to know his wife, Gwen.
This is so terrifying.
How'd she do that? She's like wiggling her cheeks and stuff.
Look at that. That looks like it's like a scene from a horror movie where the character is like trying to drain your soul through the image or something.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. So watch that again.
Governor, but you'll soon get to know his wife, Gwen, to whom, you know what? Hold on a second. Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
I've had this happen to me at a party a bunch of times when people are passing the joint around.
Yeah.
So when someone has to tell their fucking stupid story about some bullshit, it's like, no, just pass the joint, you fucker. Hold up, everybody. Hold up. I got to tell a story.
You're like, no, stop.
Hold on. Here's the thing. We are all in here together. I'm told an extraordinary number of folks who are here together because we love our country. We're here to fight for our democracy. Which includes respecting the voices that I think that we are hearing from. And let me just say this on topic of what I think I'm hearing over there. Let me just speak to that for a moment, and then I'm going to get back to the business at hand.
Okay, so this is completely the opposite of the mom stare down here. This is like, I understand your pain.
Well, it's interesting because I didn't really catch it till listening to it this time. There's still a touch of that because when she like just says now, like, I'm going to get back to the business at hand. It's like, it's kind of like you're interrupting me, you fucking piece of shit, but saying it like a nice way, right?
Oh, it's a million times better though. Obviously,
No,
there is
it
a touch of that, and I'll point out
Right.
there's another spot. This is pretty good, but she does mess up towards the end here.
So let me say, I have been clear. Now is the time to get a ceasefire deal and get the hostage deal done.
Nice. Look at that. She's like, fuck you, Hamas Piker. We're not doing a ceasefire until we get the hostages back.
Well, this is like a
fucking cuck.
good statement from a strategic perspective because it's like nonsensical, or it's like it doesn't mean anything, right? It's like, yeah, we're gonna get a ceasefire. Woo, that's what you want. Yeah, when we get the hostages back. It's like, okay, good luck.
Exactly.
And like,
balls in your court, Hamas.
Right. That's like saying, like, yeah, we're gonna stop drilling for oil when we no longer need it. Yeah, it's like, okay, good policy.
The Green New Deal.
Right. Or as soon as we no longer need oil, we're going to have a Green New Deal, baby. Right. It's like, oh, that's a wonderful policy. I love it. All right. Great.
Look at this lady in the background here just laughing her ass off here. She's like, ha ha, we're never going to get the hostages back.
She's very happy about that. She's so happy about that.
Look at her. Look at her. She's like, that's right, bitch. Get those hostages back. She's laughing at you, Piker. She's laughing at you, Hasan.
Right.
Now is the time. And the president and I are working around the clock every day to get that ceasefire deal done and bring the hostages home.
See, this is where I think she messed up because I'm thinking, well, wait a second here. Aren't you here right now? How can you be working? I mean, you're working on it telepathically, like you're Dr. Manhattan or something. Your clone is somewhere else working on it right now.
Yeah, she's got a Dr. Manhattan clone she's got one that's working with Biden, one that's, at home doing something maybe a little bit more frisky, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean, maybe. I'm thinking
as Dr.
maybe
Manhattan was wont to do,
I'm thinking maybe you just say, my people are working on this around the clock, maybe say that instead.
Well,
otherwise it's pretty good.
On one hand, you say we're working around the clock makes it seem more like you're actually working towards it. But on the other hand, I wonder if it's a bad idea just because she should probably want to distance herself from Biden as much as possible.
Oh, yeah, that could be bad.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to keep bringing up that association.
That could be bad.
Mm.
So I respect your voices, but we are here to now talk about this race in 2024.
The stern mom look. Oh man.
Well, she ends it with the mom. Yeah, we're here to talk about this issue right now. You fucking piece of shit. So shut the fuck up.
Stop interrupting.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, I think I agree with you. It's a better answer. I don't think it's going to placate the Hasan Pikers of the world or any of his audience or anything like that. So,
oh, of course not. They're single-mindedly obsessed with this issue.
Right.
Well, and people are talking about it a lot. In left-wing media, it's like, oh man, they can't stop talking about the Palestinian people.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, well, look, maybe I mean, they're probably being fed images of all these bombings and stuff.
Oh, sure, yeah, every day.
Sitch always watches that stuff and doesn't really make an impression on him.
Well, I'm like a unfeeling robot, so.
Yeah, me too. Well, no, I actually am a feeling person, but I don't. I just I ignore it. I don't watch that stuff because it'll depress me.
What frame are you trying to get at?
I'm just looking around. The other one was so good because she had all these like little micro expressions.
Yeah, it's interesting. She was a lot more like, at least for a part of it, a lot more stoic in her face. So maybe they're like, listen, Kamala, you gotta tone that shit down. Okay,
She legitimately was triggered in the other one.
Right, yeah.
She felt like, I'm the alpha here.
Right.
Don't interrupt me. You're
She's like,
ruining. I'm going to be president if you just shut your mouths long enough to let me win.
She was like, listen, you little fucks. Democracy's on the ballot right now, and you're fucking whining about people dying on this side of the fucking planet. I don't give a fuck. Shut the fuck up and vote for me, you piece of shit.
Exactly. You're just here for your social media feeds, okay? We know what you're doing. You click whores.
Kamala's like, I will personally kill 10,000 Palestinian children to be president, you fuckers.
Exactly.
I will strangle them to death with my own hands.
And she would. But that's often what it takes to be president of the United States.
There you go. Okay, so did you want to watch the Trump thing, or did you want to watch the Piers Morgan thing?
Which, let's watch the Piers Morgan thing.
Okay. Let's see.
The Trump thing is super long, and I don't have. I mean, if we could go to the time just when he talks about how well he's doing with white men, that might be a good thing to.
Okay,
that might be a good thing to look at. But no, I just put the Piers Morgan in.
Let's see. It's kind of an interesting conversation.
What was the Piers Morgan?
It was
with Cenk Uygur and.
It was Cenk, and they're talking about the trans stuff at the Olympics. Like it's so funny because like it's supposed to be about like Tim Walz, but it's completely sidetracked into the trans stuff at the Olympics.
Right. Yes, it's difficult for me to have a strong opinion about the trans stuff at the Olympics when I don't know if that woman has a vagina or not. Just for some reason that makes a difference to me. Is that wrong?
Well, that's what's so interesting to me about the whole thing is it's like, there's like not good information on it, and doesn't seem like people really, the defenders don't really care about getting to the bottom of it whatsoever. So
I'm assuming I have a Y chromosome, but I've never had conclusive proof in my life that I have a Y chromosome. Right? So that person if that person has a vagina, like that's conclusive proof that they've had a vagina their whole lives, right?
Right.
That's got to be more evidence for them personally that they're a woman than this Y chromosome nonsense.
Well, you've never obviously 99% of the population has never had chromosomal testing or anything, but there hasn't really been a need to generally.
Right. So. Yeah. Look, and there's ambiguous sex characteristics going on here. So
right.
You're going to have a chromosome test is going to be meaningful, but it's probably not going to be meaningful if the person has a vagina. Like everyone's talking like they're trans, and they're not trans. They probably had a vagina their entire lives. So the whole issue, it's too nebulous for me to be jumping in and saying, oh, there's this grave injustice has taken place in the world. I'm like, oh no, maybe it's just like a miscommunication.
Yeah, but that's the issue is that you have a situation, it appears pretty obvious, I think, to most people, like, okay, like the chances are that this is a person that if they're not trans, they have a intersex/DSD condition. They appear very masculine in their features. They had an organization that literally claims that they took some form of genetic testing and that they had a Y chromosome and high levels of testosterone. and claims that they had to take some sort of testosterone suppressant. And it's like, okay, so all the evidence is pointing in one direction, right? And then the other side is like, well, you can't trust that organization, and we have literally zero counter evidence except that it says female on the passport. So shut the fuck up and just suck it up. And you're like, well, it's bullshit. It's entirely bullshit. It's a total bullshit.
No, I get that, but everyone is coming out and talking like this person has a penis.
Right. Well, they probably
Like,
don't. They probably don't.
They probably have a vagina.
No, yeah,
Like,
they probably don't.
So it's like, it's different than someone who was born male, has a penis, decided, oh, I'm going to transition and I'm going to enter female boxing. It's a completely different situation.
Well, it's interesting because it is. So, like, let's say in the most good faith way, or like, let's back up. Like, I agree with you. It would be different if you have a situation where, there's a person, they're male, they know they're male, they transition after going through puberty as an adult or later in their life, and then they try to enter female boxing, right? So there's a knowledge and intention in their actions, right? And you're saying like that's different in terms of like judging their behavior.
Yeah.
And then you could have a situation with a person who literally, let's just say, doesn't have a penis and, has a vagina or something appears to be a vagina, but they have an intersex condition. They have internal testicles they don't know about. They have a Y chromosome they don't know about. So even though they're raised as a girl, they literally go through male puberty and look very masculine and basically have the body of mostly a male would have, right? Except they're missing some important parts, underneath. And I can understand, like, well, maybe like you say, okay, well, like they don't know, right? And if they never suspected, and I can get that, even though you'd think, I don't know if they'd have their period or not. That should be a red flag for some sort of testing. But I don't know, they're from Algeria. I don't know what their medical community is like over there. But like, okay. And there could be some level of like, okay, well, it's like not necessarily their fault if they didn't know. But I'm looking at it just from the perspective of not really like blaming individual people. It's more just what is
blaming the
fair.
Institution. Yeah.
Yeah. Like blaming the institution and what the institution should look at it. And the institution should look at it, I think, 100% from like, okay, well, like, let's see where your chromosomes are. And let's figure out exactly what the intersex condition is you have if you do have one, because there are intersex conditions where supposedly you could have a Y chromosome and you wouldn't necessarily go through a male puberty at all. Like those conditions exist, but there's also conditions where you would go through male puberty. And that should be what the boxing people should be trying to figure out, right? To actually be fair. But they're not, because of fucking wokeness, because of political correctness. You're like, no, you're not allowed to do anything. You just have to suck it down and swallow it.
Well, I mean, show us the vagina, I think is a like.
Well, I'm saying that doesn't, to me, doesn't really, that's not the
look, they need to iron out the rules so that they're explicit. If you have a Y chromosome, you can't compete. And I'm so sorry. There are plenty of people who are born, without legs. They can't compete, right?
Right.
They don't actually have legs. Okay.
Right.
So there are lots of medical conditions that prohibit people from actually competing. And that's just the way life is. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. But I just, this issue is like, for me, when it is a person who was born a biological male and has transitioned, like it's a whole different issue for me than this is. So, but anyway, I guess we're going to talk about it more in here.
Yeah. But before we get to that part, this part is kind of interesting about kind of talking about like Kamala hiding, not really saying anything.
No, this is amazing. Yeah. Kevin O'Leary is very smart, very astute political commentator here.
This is the Shark Tank guy, right?
Yeah. He's also trying to buy TikTok.
Yes.
TikTok becoming an American company. He's the one that's trying to buy it and turn it into an American company. Which that's big move right there.
That would be great. I would love if someone, not only an American company would buy TikTok, but someone would buy TikTok and, not fall prey to, the woke mind virus of censorship, right? That all the other platforms, except for Twitter, has fallen prey to. So,
Of course, yeah.
This thing is going to run into some big problems, but not before the election. We'll see how that plays out. I wanted to go back to a great modern day example, and I've used it a few times, about how successful you can be by saying nothing. And let's go back recent times to Justin Trudeau up in Canada, when he used a term called sunny ways. Now, you can go and Google this. It was immensely successful. When asked for press interviews about policy, he smiled and said, sunny ways, days away. And when asked about anything about the economy, he said, sunny days, days away. And he never dealt with any of it. Nobody knew he had any executional skills or what his policies were. And he's in the parliamentary system, as you know, Piers, and he won a majority mandate. That was 9 years ago. Canada has been destroyed. If you look at every metric in the G20, his lack of executional skills or any ability to implement policy has wiped out the country. In every metric, whether it's productivity, capital invested, debt per capita, anything you want to look at, we're now in the bottom quartile up in that country. The question is, in the risk scenario for Harris, is she Trudeau? Or does she have executional skills? Because there's two baskets here. You got to have policy. You can get advisors for policy. But if you can't execute, it's sunny ways, one more time with feeling. And that's where the risk is to these advisors I'm talking to. And some of them are worried about that. Not as many as 2 weeks ago. 20% were dissenting back then. They wanted a process. Today, you don't find many dissenters. Everybody's falling in line for the big gala show we're going to see. I mean, this convention is going to be fantastic for fundraising. But then, is it sunny ways time, or is she going to step up and execute? Because there's no evidence she's ever executed on anything yet. And I'm not trying to be partisan or critical, because when you interview for a CEO job, you got to ask, what have you done and what have you achieved?
Yes. You know,
that is so good. That is so good. Because that is what the voters are really thinking about. Look, Donald Trump can promise me no tax on tips, but can he deliver no tax on tips, right? He can promise me they're going to build a big, beautiful wall and Mexico is going to pay for it, but can he execute on that promise? And this is why, you know, they get a second crack at being elected, because that incentivizes them to keep those campaign promises.
I don't know if that many people, I mean, I think people should think of it that way. I don't know if they do.
Really?
Because,
really?
Yeah.
You don't think they do?
Yes, because you have Kamala, who's going to make a bunch of promises, and people are going to say, why didn't you actualize any of these promises for 4 years that you were vice president?
Well, she didn't have the ability. She's got an out.
What the out is that what Biden was against all these policies? Is that the out? I mean, that's not going to look, that's not going to seem realistic.
Well, I mean, she can say it and people can believe it.
I don't think they will. And it's the same problem with Trump, is that's like, okay, well, he was president for 4 years. Why didn't he do these things either?
Well, he'll say the Congress stopped me. The Democrats got in my way.
That's but that's what always happens. Congress stops you unless you get your supermajority. Then even when you do, you get the one or two stragglers, you know, who,
but this goes perfectly to what this guy is saying, what Kevin O'Leary is saying. Because like sooner or later you have to ask, can this person execute? I'm hearing all these wonderful things. Can they actually execute?
No,
and there
I think
are
that's
going to
important.
be things in the way. Yeah.
I think that's vastly important. That's probably the most important thing for a president is, can they execute? Can they get stuff done? I think that was one of Obama's biggest failings, was that since he was this rookie senator,
he couldn't get things done.
Yeah, he didn't have a machine the way Hillary Clinton had a machine behind her that could probably get shit done, force people to do what she wants to do. But I don't know, because I think a lot of people are going to vote for Kamala, and they're not going to give one fart of a thought about whether she can get this stuff done. They're just going to assume she can get it done. They're not going to ask for, proof of that.
Trump got his tax cut done, but it wasn't really, his tax cut. It's something the Republicans wanted anyway. They just were
Right.
like, you just signed this. This is what
Right.
we want.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what we're promising to our constituents.
Right. But I think that's why Trump is running more not on like things he did, but like the vibe he cultivated. Oh, there were no wars when I was in office. There was no inflation when I was in office, right? It's just like, oh, things were just generally better when I was in office, not necessarily I did X, Y, Z.
Yeah, and also Trump, I mean, there's really no incentive for him to keep any of his campaign promises because he can't even run again. So what does he care? Like, that's why no tax on tips is like, oh, okay. I just say this to get elected, and then I don't even really have to worry about delivering because they can't really vote for me again.
Well, I mean, you do have to worry
He's
about
a
your
lame
legacy.
duck on day one.
You do have to worry about your legacy.
No,
If you promise like the moon and you don't deliver anything, you know, people are gonna shit all over you, I think.
Sure, yeah, legacy is something to think about, but I think if he wins, I think his legacy is already set in stone, that he's two-term non-consecutive presidency, and policy everyone's going to forget about.
Maybe. You could be right.
We'll see.
It's fascinating you talk about the sunshine factor, because it reminded me when I was a newspaper editor back in the UK. There was another newspaper editor years before me who edited a paper called The Sunday People. And his job every Sunday was to try and find stuff that would excite the nation and sell buckets of copies of papers. And he couldn't find anything one week, and he was desperate. He was running out of time with his bosses. They were looking to make a move against him. And so he cleared the front page for a headline, "Sunny for Months, Weather Bombshell." And it was his biggest rated circulation boosting issue of the year. The problem was it wasn't then sunny for months, because like all great English summers, it then began to rain on a regular basis. And eventually, before those months were up, my friend got invited to leave his job because he couldn't deliver on the promise of sunny for months. So I think your analogy is absolutely spot on, because I witnessed it happening to my friend. If you're going to say it's going to be sunny, you better well deliver.
Yeah, I think everybody on this panel has to be impressed with what Harris has done in fundraising. I am stunned.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I do think if either of them makes these, massive promises and they don't deliver, it's going to blow up in their faces. I mean, yeah, they already won, but it's going to blow up in their faces afterwards.
Because they're going to be hated.
Yeah, because their approval rating is going to go into the shitter. So, I mean, I guess,
yeah.
Like if it's like theoretic, like if Trump wins and he promises the moon and he doesn't deliver, you're right. Like history will be like, he's the second president to win non-consecutive terms. I mean, like, and that, I guess that will be a thing, but if his approval rating is trash, I don't know if it's going to really help him, sort of fix his image when everything's going to be in the history books, January 6th, January 6th, January 6th.
Who's going to work harder for no tax on tips, Kamala or Trump?
I'm not sure, actually.
I think Kamala, just because she's going to...
Because she has to win again?
It's a campaign promise, yeah.
Right.
She's going to have to deliver. This is the thing, and this is why, I mean, Biden was fighting so hard to deliver that student loan relief because he knew it was a campaign promise. The people showed up and voted for him. Arguably, they were an essential part of his winning coalition. He felt like he owed them. Mm-hmm. Well, especially to keep the Democrats in power again, to get them to show up again in this election. They're just fighting to keep that campaign promise.
Right. I mean, the only other person that had non-consecutive wins is Grover Cleveland. I mean,
oh yeah, I remember we had a whole class on him.
I was gonna say, does anyone, like the average American, does anyone know what the fuck Grover Cleveland even did? Like, I don't think so.
Is Grover from the Muppets named after him?
Yeah, exactly. Like, that guy from the Muppets. Like, no one knows anything about like what he did. So, unless you're like a history buff.
Sunny days.
Sunny
days away.
I'm so impressed. I mean, you got to hand it to her. I mean, she did it in 17 days. It's unprecedented. But those are sunny ways. And eventually the clouds come into the sky, and that's when this thing will get interesting.
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary, as always, brilliant. Thank you very much indeed.
Take care.
Let me bring back the panel. I mean, it seems to me, Cenk, there's a very good point there, isn't there? Is that she is riding this sunny wave right now, Kamala Harris, but her record is there to be attacked. She's never been successful when she's actually had to run for anything. She's got this position now by default of her boss being a decaying wreck. Are you worried about the sunny factor, as Kevin so articulately put it?
No, there's only one thing that could be a curveball here that I'm worried about. I'll get to that in a second. But first of all, you guys bragging about how Trump has got the Beverly Hills and billionaire vote locked up is hilarious. I love it. Please keep going. Okay, so you're misunderstanding politics. It isn't about left versus right, as it is populist versus establishment. And the fact that she didn't pick an establishment candidate as her VP helps her. It doesn't hurt her. So you think like, oh, right-winger or more conservative Democrat, more establishment Democrat would help her with moderates. No, it wouldn't, because those independents are not the moderates of mainstream media lore that are looking for policies that are right down the middle. No, they're looking for policies that are right down.
So I think Cenk is behind here in terms of like the ever-shifting waves of politics. Like, definitely Trump's first win was, and maybe you can even say this about Obama too, it was establishment versus anti-establishment, right? That was definitely where the country was at.
Right.
But Biden winning kind of destroyed that entire framework, because Biden obviously, establishment guy, been in, politics his whole life. Trump, he's still kind of anti-establishment, but not as much because he had been president for an entire term. So I think that, and Harris isn't really seen as an anti-establishment candidate. She's been in politics forever. She's literally the vice president for Biden. So I think we're in a different realm here. I don't think we're in this sort of anti-establishment versus establishment, fight that we might have been in, 4-8 years ago.
Cenk is still in that fight, though.
Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah, I guess maybe he's still in that fight. Sure.
Cenk is definitely and he sees Tim Walz as the anti-establishment pick, so that's why he's making this argument.
But I don't know if he is. Like, the thing that's interesting is, and this is what we said when Tim Walz was chosen, it all depends. Well, it depends on two things. It depends on the polling, which is, do they need to get the base out? In which case, Tim Walz could be a good choice. If they need the base more than they need the swing voters, who maybe would want a more moderate candidate, that could be the first thing. But the second thing could be currently, and now this might all fall apart. This could be a house of cards that the Democrats are sort of building up, but they have this, the Democrats are trying to sort of frame Walz as the like moderate, popular Democrat in the Midwest who's like just a normal folksy guy. Like, they're not really running on him being anti-establishment whatsoever, which kind of hurts Cenk's argument. Like, obviously maybe the people that are more involved in politics say, okay, he seems like he's very left-wing because of the policy things he's, proposed and signed off on during his tenure as governor. But the media and the campaign is definitely pushing him as like this moderate guy.
Right. Moderate, you'd think of as establishment.
Right, yeah. So I guess they are pushing him as, even though they're pushing him as a moderate, they are pushing him as like a outside the beltway kind of not elite politician. They're doing that, so.
Down the middle of Washington. They're looking for policies that are right down the middle of Main Street, that are actually popular, like paid family leave, higher wages, better health care, all of these things that the populist wing of the Democratic Party has, and that Tim Walz is the champion of. So I love how wrong you guys are. And I think this is a totally good night, Irene, for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And so I can't get enough of it. Now, in terms of the...
Why is he saying that when both of them are populists? His argument is literally, this is great. They picked a populist VP, and it's good night to the right-wing populists.
That's a good question. I don't know. That's a good
Look,
question.
that is the most interesting thing about this election.
Right.
You have right wing versus left wing populists, like they're both running as populists. So much to the point where Kamala's stealing Trump's populist policies and saying, "No, I'll give you these policies too."
Right.
You win either way.
Mm-hmm.
What pretty face do you want delivering these policies to you? Because you're gonna get the policies no matter what.
Right.
The one curveball that could hurt. It's none of the things that you guys mentioned, and nobody cares about the tampons and all that. No, it's the giant war that Netanyahu is desperately trying to start in the Middle East.
Oh my God. I'm so glad we decided to watch this. The one thing everybody cares about, Gaza. That's so, oh God, that just seems, is that real?
Is that what he said? Hold on.
It's none of the things that you guys mentioned, and nobody cares about the tampons and all that. No, it's the giant war that Netanyahu is desperately trying to start in the Middle East.
They don't care about the tampons in their kids' bathrooms. They care about the war halfway around the world. That's what they care about.
I think that, so the tampon comment, if you're familiar, this is in relation to that Tim Walz I believe signed some bill that made it so schools either could or had to put like tampons in the boys' bathroom.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Which is silly and stupid and
which is virtue signaling for trans people, right?
Yeah, massive virtue signaling. Right.
You might have a trans man in the boys' bathroom that needs a tampon.
Right. And this was actually, this led to this kind of insane tweet that I responded to, where this woman, this completely unhinged retard woman was like, "Oh man, I don't know why people are complaining. Like, if a girl was on her period and her friend who was a boy was like pulled out a tampon and gave it to her, he'd be like swimming in prom invites." And I'm looking at this post and I'm like, this woman has no fucking idea what's going on in these schools. If you think that in a high school, a boy going, "Does Milady need a tampon?" is going to be like, put you as a high status male. You are so fucking detached from reality. Holy shit.
As a girl, what kind of weirdo do you think is going to like pull a tampon out of his wallet for you?
Yeah, you'd be like, why the fuck does a guy like carrying tampons around just to like give to women? That's gonna be like, that guy's a freak. What the hell's going on there? Right? Because it's a question. You're like, why is this guy carrying around a tampon? It's not like an average item that like men just wander around with.
It's so weird.
Oh, that is gross. But more relevant to the conversation, I would wager that the same amount of people that would care enough about the tampon and bathroom issue that they wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris are the same amount of people that wouldn't vote for the Israel-Gaza situation. I think these are very small minorities of people that that would, their votes would be swayed one way or the other on this stuff.
There are single issue voters around this, but they're so small in numbers, they're inconsequential.
Right.
No, but Cenk, you're wrong. You're completely wrong. Look at the furore going on over the Olympics and this completely, which we're going to come to, but this outrageous situation. We're not going to debate it now. We're going to come to that in a few minutes. But this outrageous situation of two biological males competing in the women's boxing is something that is inflamed most Americans. Now, they are. We're going to come to that in a moment. But my point is, you don't think these issues matter. I can tell you they matter. People do care about this stuff. They do care, actually, about tampons being put into male locker rooms and restrooms. They care about biological males going into women's dressing rooms and so on. This stuff matters to people. It matters to parents, I can tell you.
Look, I want you to run.
It's weird, too, that the right kind of pushed on the tampon thing, because like that, I think that specific element of it is no one gives a fuck about it, even though it's stupid. What would have been more like, what is like a stronger attack was the whole, schools don't have to tell parents if their children transition, even though that was in California, or things like that. Those policies, I think, actually get parents concerned. I don't think their parents get concerned about tampons in the boys' bathroom.
Kamala's from California. You got the perfect end to ask her about it.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Right. So, and also you'd be attacking Kamala as opposed to the VP, who is.
Yeah, it's silly. These VP attacks, I keep thinking.
Right.
And they're going hog wild on the stolen valor, which, I mean, that's a great attack. If you could aim it at the actual candidate, it would be super. Like, aim the attacks at the actual presidential candidate, right?
Well, yeah, I think like whoever is doing messaging for the Democrats, because the Democrat messaging feels a lot more top down, right? You have Tim Walz or someone in his campaign comes up with the weird thing. And it feels like there's this top down messaging that like comes out of the Kamala Harris campaign, and then all the like the Harris supporters, all the little Harris minions, right? They all kind of like regurgitate this sort of effective marketing for Harris. And it feels like the Trump memes are kind of coming bottom up, like just it's like the opposite direction. And the problem with that is that they're not as good, right? They don't have these like professional people that really know what they're doing. Just kind of like random people doing stuff. And so you kind of get this sort of the Tim Walz horse semen thing, which didn't work and didn't go anywhere and was stupid. And now you have the stolen valor thing, which would be good. That is a good thing, but it's missing one key element, which is when they were attacking Vance with weird, after they attacked him with weird for a couple of days, they did something very intelligent and clever, which is that they were able to spread the weird claim to Trump after a few days. They're like, boom, we nailed Vance with the weird claim. Now we're going to move it to shift to Trump. And now whenever anyone on the right talks about anything relating to transgender issues, we're going to call them weird. Right. And it's now to be clear, it's hyper dishonest. It's a hyper dishonest thing, but it's an effective thing. It's like this weird, effective fungal infection of a troll. Just go, oh, you're weird. You're talking about this thing. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. And they spread it to Trump. With the stolen valor thing, they need to spread it to Kamala. And they haven't really been able to do that yet.
How can you do that?
Well, I think you can do it by going into the truth thing. They're all liars. They're frauds, phonies, and liars, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's a good way.
So you got to like pivot the stolen valor thing into phony, fraud, fake, liar, and then you spread that to Kamala and then kind of push with that.
That's a good angle right there.
Though even though I think it would be useful, I still think the calling her a liar and phony fraud, I think it's good. I don't think it's as good as the weird thing is, but it's still like it's within the ballpark of that, I guess.
On the campaign on tampons. I can't wait. Okay, we're going to run on paid family leave. We're going to run on protecting women's rights. We're going to protect the average American worker. She's gone populist. It's fantastic. You run a hateful campaign about how much you hate trans people, and my message to you is bye, bye, bye. Okay.
Do you think you just saw Deadpool or something? That's why I was thinking of that song.
Oh, maybe. He's just so condescending. Like you can tell Jank is really basking in the emotional wave.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like my dad was. Yeah, no. But I mean, well, to be clear, Jank is kind of always hyper condescending when he has these conversations with people. But he's really, jumping with both feet into the deep end here because it's unclear. He's saying that Kamala's going full populist. That does not, we don't know that. That remains to be seen at the moment. Okay,
based
she's
off
definitely
the pick.
Yeah, that's not a good marker here because the pick could be just a total throw to the left and then she just totally pivots to the middle, which she's done on a bunch of issues so far. So we could be like a month down the road and Cenk could be screaming the fact that Kamala's been bought out by the establishment or something.
I don't know. The tax on tips is populist. We'll see what else is coming. I guess none of the other things, like giving into fracking, is not really populist, right?
Right, but those aren't really populist issues for the left populists. So, well, actually, no. I take it back. It would be because the left populists are very climate change oriented, so they would be pretty anti the going back on fracking. Yeah,
and she also reversed herself on Medicare for all, which is
right
anti-populist, right?
And
we're seeing the party switch here. We really are.
Yeah, and the immigration
Even what you were saying,
immigration. Yeah.
even what you were saying about the Republicans being more bottom up and the Democrats being more top down, more hierarchical, I'm thinking, wow, we're really witnessing the party switch here. We really are.
Oh my God. Are we going to see another great party flip like, from the 60s?
Well, there is a
50s,
party. There is a party realignment every 80 to 100 years, and we are due for another party realignment. And I have seen people talking about it. So
it would be fascinating.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to be able to really tell if there's a party alignment until we see what the Republican Party is post-Trump.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That could literally take 4 to 8 years of them kind of scraping together, see what kind of coalition they can scrape together when Trump's gone.
Yeah.
You guys have no chance running that campaign.
We've already...
Please listen to Piers'
hang on, Michael. I just want to say that when you say you guys, I have to remind you once again, Cenk, I'm not actually an identifying conservative. So
come on, Piers. After that intro?
No, you keep trying
After that intro where you framed Tim Walz as totally radical left? Come on, his policies, the core policies that he passed are all over 70% in popularity. You framed him as a radical. Are you kidding me? He's
Tim Walz.
Look, I love when Cenk does stuff like this, because like you could basically trot out a man in a wig who says, I'm transgender and I'm a woman, and he wouldn't do any of this stuff. Like this whole, oh, are you kidding me? You're saying you're a woman? Look, you've got a 5 o'clock shadow there, dude. Right? But he completely does this. And even Piers ways he says, look, I don't identify as a conservative, right? He gives them the signal. It's identify.
Right. I see what you're saying. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Interesting.
But you trot a man out in a wig who says, I identify as a woman. All of a sudden, Cenk is like a pussycat. Oh my God. Of course you do. But yeah.
Right. That's interesting.
But political identification. Oh, he's not letting any of that slide. Oh, fuck you. I see that Adam's apple.
Tim Walz is a progressive, radical, left-wing guy. He is. Now, Michael Knowles, let me bring you in here.
Is America radical left-wing, Piers?
Let me bring in Michael.
Is America radical left-wing? Because all of his policies poll over 70%.
Well, let's see.
Thank you for saying that America's radical left-wing. I appreciate it.
Maybe you'll be right. Maybe you'll be right. I don't think you will. But I'm not saying that as someone who's a conservative. But Michael Knowles, you are a self-identifying conservative. Cenk doesn't think any of this stuff matters. None of the gender stuff matters. None of the ID stuff matters. None of the tampons in boys' dressing rooms matter. None of that matters, apparently.
Well, Cenk challenges us to run a campaign on gender ideology in public schools. We already have done that, and it's been pretty successful. That was the Glenn Youngkin campaign that turned a purple and really pretty blue Commonwealth Virginia red. Ron DeSantis ran for re-election. In large part on that issue, he soared to a re-election victory. You mentioned, Piers, there's global outrage over the unfairness of transgenderism, even in the Olympics. So it's an important issue. The fact that Governor Walz not only put the tampons in the boys' bathroom in the public schools, but also came out and embraced the radical trans policies for little kids that is tearing families apart, that's putting kids on really dark paths that lead to higher rates of anxiety, depression, suicidality, all sorts of dark stuff, sterility, earlier death, the list goes on. That is not going to play very well in the middle of the country. Now, I think Cenk makes a good point in distinguishing between the left versus right debate and the establishment versus populist debate. The problem right now, though, is that the establishment is quite leftist. Don't forget, the people pushing abortion up until the moment of birth, the people pushing for transing the kids, the people pushing to totally open up the border, the people embracing the campus intifada going on campuses around the country, that's the establishment Democrat Party going all the way up to Joe Biden. And Kamala Harris is an establishment figure. Nobody's more establishment than Joe Biden. The guy's been in politics since 1972 at the national level. And Kamala Harris was brought in just to pinch hit for him because his brain has turned to applesauce. So she is playing both of these things right now, but she's playing both because the establishment is so left-wing. And she has raised a lot of money, and that's impressive, but she hasn't really done it because, as we've all observed, including Kevin, she hasn't really said anything since she became the nominee. She doesn't do press conferences. The one or two times she's spoken off the cuff, it hasn't gone very well. She's not really good on her feet. She hasn't articulated much of a policy vision until today, making an unforced error, picking this radical leftist lunatic out in Minnesota. So yes, she's made a lot of money because the Democrat establishment was keeping some money on the line when they were trying to push Joe Biden out. If she can stay in the basement of the White House until November, maybe she wins. But if she has to go out and defend these policies, it's not going to play in Pennsylvania. She came out on Jimmy Fallon's show, said she wants to end fracking forever, once and for all. That's not going to play well. She came out and said everybody needs to be woke. That is not going to play well in Michigan, in Arizona, in Nevada, in Wisconsin. So if she speaks, as I think eventually she's going to have to do, we're going to see whether Cenk or I are right. And the spoiler alert is, I am.
Well, there is a good point here that Knowles is bringing up, which is there is a lot of like, if Kamala has to, and it's interesting because it seems like even Hasan understood this. If Kamala has to run woke, I think that's going to destroy her chances. I think she's riding high now on the not Trump Messiah and is appearing to be something new and appearing to be something that's just kind of like vaguely standard Democrat. Like a lot of people don't really have a strong opinion about her one way or the other. But when she starts to have to answer these questions about like, what do you mean when you say we need equity? What does that mean? Why did you support a Black Lives Matter bail fund? How do you feel about, a lot of this woke trans issue stuff? Why did you once say that illegal immigrants should have, access to Medicare and you wanted to decriminalize illegal crossings, right? When she has to start answering, and what do your governor, your VP candidate, he's governor of a state and signed a bill that allows abortion up to the day, that they're giving birth. Like when she has to start answering these questions for radical policy, we're going to see whether she's going to be able to pivot out of them and move to the center in a way that's effective, or she's just going to completely fucking drop the ball and fall to pieces.
Sunny days away.
I mean, she might just smile and tap dance away and just give some bullshit answer. And that might be the best thing for her to do. But I could, it could be we could have the exact reverse situation that we were in a month ago where everyone was like, oh, Trump's got this. And then people are saying Harris got this. And it could all just fucking crumble to pieces in a few weeks. So.
Yeah, I don't know how she's going to answer those questions. And I kind of think the sunny days away might be the most effective way to answer because if you start diving into the details, you're going to have a lot of unhappy people. I think it is. Look, I'm not a huge Michael Knowles fan, but I think Michael Knowles' analysis here is correct. I think it's interesting that Cenk is like laughing and smugly smiling as Michael Knowles is calling Democrats and people on the left the establishment, as if like Cenk doesn't even seem to realize that most of the news media is left wing. And I mean, they are basically the establishment. I also think it's bizarre to me that so many people on the left have adopted this narrative that the trans issue is tiny and doesn't really affect any voters at all. And, even bringing it up is a waste of time because voters don't care. It's like the reason it keeps coming up is because voters do care. Like parents are literally worried that some insane school teacher is going to trans their kids. Like how many kids are in public schools? How many voters have their kids in public schools? Like people care about this stuff. So just him laughing all smugly, like this is a non-issue, just seems completely naive to me.
Yeah, you're completely correct.
This is why they want Republicans to go to those issues.
Right.
They do matter, and they're easy votes to pick up.
I think the sunny day strategy, if I had to guess, it's going to be sunny days and you're weird for bringing it up. That's going to be the move, right? You're a fucking weirdo for asking me legitimate questions about my past. Sunny days are ahead. Shut up. Shut up and swallow, right? I think that's going to be the move.
Abortion up to the day of birth? You're weird. Get out of here, you weirdo.
Well, I think for that one, that one I think is kind of easy because she's going to just say, it's kind of funny. She's going to kind of take a similar position to Trump. Because she like
again?
Well, no, because it's going to be like, this is what she's going to say. She's going to say, as president, I'm going to support codifying Roe v. Wade into law. And she's going to say that, right? She's going to just repeat that. And then someone's going to say, well, wait a minute. Okay, I get that you're saying you're going to codify Roe v. Wade, but does that mean like that's the cutoff, or is that going to allow states on their own to even increase beyond the Roe v. Wade time frame? And then she's going to sort of pivot to the Trump, like, well, we're going to let the states decide, right?
Wow, her policy is going to be exactly the same as Trump then.
So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That'd be my prediction. Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says the true centrist position is to import 10,000 Palestinians and make them all work as Californian prisoners. What I want to see is policy consistency. There you go.
Yeah.
I like that.
Piers, can I say something?
All right, I want to play. I want to play a clip from just to segue to this Olympic scandal as it's being depicted. I want to play a clip of Donald Trump talking about it.
And I will keep men out of women's sports, if that's okay. If Kamala Harris gets in, the travesty that is taking place at the Paris Olympics will come to America when we host the Los Angeles Olympics. And by the way, which I was president, we happened to get it. I was the president. I also got you a thing called the World Cup, which is coming very soon.
Well, the two fighters at the centre of the Olympic gender furore are now guaranteed to be on the podium for the women's boxing in Paris. Some, however, feel they shouldn't even be competing, given the intense speculation around whether they're actually biologically, genetically male. Joining me now is the former NCAA swimmer and host of Outkick's Gains for Girls podcast, Riley Gaines. So, Riley, the issue here is not that they're trans women competing against women. The issue here is that they have XY chromosomes, is what has been claimed and made clear by other governing bodies in women's boxing who have banned them from competing in the last World Championships. So a slightly different case to the issue of trans athletes competing in women's sport, but nonetheless just as pertinent.
You hit the nail on the head, Piers. And to very briefly address the comment made previously that this campaign is a campaign surrounding being anti-trans, being against trans people, let's be very, very clear before I even say anything. What we are talking about as it pertains to the Olympics, or as Michael Knowles said, I mean, the gender ideology movement as a whole, it is not anti-anything. It is pro-parental rights, it is pro the safeguarding of children, and it is pro-women's rights. You can check any Gallup poll. That is something that majority of Americans, really globally, majority of people across the world agree upon. But yes, Piers, as it pertains to these boxers in the Olympics, they failed the chromosomal testing that every athlete, I believe, has to take. The requirement is that women have to have XX chromosomes. These athletes failed. Here's what we know. I listened to the press conference yesterday put on in Paris by the IBA, and this is what we know. Both boxers were initially subjected to a chromosomal test by an independent laboratory in Istanbul after the IBA received complaints from coaches and competitors during the 2022 Women's World Boxing Championships. Both athletes were then retested in India again during the next year during the same Women's World Boxing Championships in 2023 to clarify and confirm prior results. This is when both athletes were then found to have XY chromosomes. Both boxers were informed of the results of the test in writing. Both boxers were given the opportunity to appeal the findings to the Court of Arbitration for Sports. The IBA even offered to pay for the majority of any cost that would allow both boxers to appeal. One male athlete, he did not appeal the decision. Imane Khelif, I would say the athlete that has received the most prominence from Algeria here, he appealed the decision but then ultimately withdrew the appeal. that's what this is. This isn't an argument that is meant to be hateful. I mean, it's not even opinionated. These athletes are males, and males do not belong in women's sports. Really that simple.
Why'd you have? I just don't understand.
Why did she appeal in the first place?
What do you
makes
mean?
Makes it seem like she's really thinks she's a female if she appealed.
Well, first of all, I mean, I don't think Riley should be like, they're males, because again, we don't really know. They're probably people with intersex conditions. But I mean, it seems like they probably didn't know that they have a Y chromosome or anything like that.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess. So that's probably why they appealed originally. But then maybe when they looked further at the testing, realized that they were going to lose. And so they dropped out.
Yeah, they withdrew because they appealed, but then they probably did a second test and they failed. They're like, okay,
Right.
well, I'm going to end my appeal here.
Yeah, exactly.
Understand why anyone, given what we've just heard, why anyone would think this is right or fair or equal or does anything to promote anything to do with women's sports or rights to fairness and equality. But by all means, try and defend it.
You start off with the clip of Trump saying he's going to promise to keep men out of women's bodies. And you know what? Go ahead and run with that, because Republicans want to...
Promise to keep men's out of women's bodies. Look, she knocked him off his game. She totally knocked him off his game.
Yeah, that's funny.
Have zero regulation, but they want to regulate women's bodies. They're attacking women. They're attacking biracial people. They're attacking...
Oh, is that maybe
Kamala.
that's why he did it? He's like trying to conflate it with abortion or something.
He's trying to get his talking points out.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to regulate women's bodies. That's what all you care about.
It's always annoying on these shows when you could tell like someone has like a politician, they have a script. It's like, here's my talking points. Whatever you ask me, I'm going to transform it into like these talking points.
You want to control women's bodies.
Right.
Harris over her race. Now they're attacking LGBTQ people, and they're attacking Imane Khelif. I am here for Imane Khelif and winning. She medaled. She was born a woman. She identifies as a woman. It's female on her passport. She's boxed women. You are quoting the IBA that is run by Russia, the same IBA that is discredited by the Olympics Commission. The Olympics Commission doesn't even look at their testing and the results, completely discredited it. And the more that you attack these female boxers, the more you misgender them by calling them he. Look what's happening around the world. People are disgusted by it. They're like, this is hateful. This is cruel.
No,
this is mean. You're attacking this poor Algerian boxer, making a fake story, quoting the Russia's IBA, which is discredited. So go for it. Go for it.
Let me just explain.
No one asks these people the question. They say, okay, you're saying the Olympics, the current Olympics Commission has discredited the previous, organization's testing. So what testing has the current Olympics done to discredit it?
Oh, looked at her vagina.
You don't know? Because they didn't? Because all they said they did was look at her fucking passport? Oh, so you're just full of shit. Huh. Okay.
I wish they would ask Riley Gaines if this woman has an XY chromosome and a functional vagina. Does that mean she's a male? Because look, question. that is the question.
Well, when you say functional, what I mean, if they don't have ovaries,
like she's
but had
had
vagina, is that
sex, like she's had sex, and she's like had a vagina her whole life, and I don't know if you want to ask. Look, I mean, it's just a more interesting conversation. Like if she comes back, well, can she have periods? And you're like, okay, now we're having a conversation here.
Right. Now we're going somewhere.
Yeah. Instead of just avoiding all of this. Like if you want to draw the line at chromosomes, that's fine. But then you run into this situation where some people, I mean, their physiology is closer to a woman, even though they have an XY chromosome. And there are, there are women, I think, that have XXY chromosomes that, I mean, they don't even know unless you do a chromosomal test on them. They're like fully functional women.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Maybe she's one of those. Maybe she has an XXY chromosome.
We don't know. No, we don't know. Right. That's the problem.
Doesn't Jamie Lee Curtis have a Y chromosome? I think she does have that condition.
I've never heard this before in my life.
Oh, really?
Jamie Lee Curtis?
Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis has like a Y chromosome. You didn't know this?
I think you're just making this up. I know that she has like
I've
very
heard it,
long
but it could be
hot dog fingers, right? But I
it
don't
could
know.
be in the same realm as Richard Gere put a gerbil up his butt so he could get off. It might be in that just urban legend type.
I feel like it. I feel like this is.
Do you think did Richard Gere actually put a gerbil up his butt, or is that just
No,
like
that's probably not true.
did that happen or?
Well, so apparently this is like a rumor that Jamie Lee Curtis was like born with both genitalia or something. But it's just like a rumor that none of this, I don't believe there's anything ever like come to fruition. So
Okay. Well, isn't it just a rumor that this woman doesn't have a vagina?
well, I think the difference is Jamie Lee Curtis has looked like a woman her whole life, and this individual doesn't.
I mean, she's had some very masculine haircuts.
I mean, okay, that's true. She has had masculine haircuts, but she still has a very feminine body shape and face. So
Riley Gaines has a very prominent jawline there, I'm noticing. And she looks very muscular, so I don't know.
yeah, but she still looks like a woman. She still has a lot of feminine features.
Right. Listen to Algeria talk. I'm telling you. She reads as a woman.
I have not
don't
misgendered
agree with
either
this
of these
at all.
boxers. I've called them she. That's fine. No problem with that. They were born with female
You guessed it.
reproductive organs. Well, I'm told they were born with female reproductive organs, but they have XY chromosomes. They didn't appeal
They
against
don't,
their ban.
Piers.
They had
They don't.
Hang
The
on,
whole
Cenk.
thing's a
I'll come
lie.
Look at this. Piers Morgan sets it straight. I'm told they have a vagina.
No,
Hang on, Cenk. I'll come to you. But Wajahat, they didn't appeal when they had the chance to appeal. And the simple way they can clear this up before they box again, they can actually just say, here we are, I'm prepared to take a test. Let's do a simple swab sex test. And if it turns out they have an XY chromosome, would you then accept that that makes them biologically male? And would you accept that should make them ineligible to take part in a boxing competition against a biological female? Yes or no?
If you and Michael will take a test proving that you're male and submit the results,
Yes, I
then
will.
I'll be fine
I'll do it
doing
now.
the same.
I'll do it now.
Okay, really?
Sure.
So wonderful.
Do you like this like retarded?
It's totally retarded.
Weird. What aboutism? Well, would you do it? Like, okay, first of all, number one, it's completely irrelevant. Like, Piers Morgan is not competing in a competition that his sex would be relevant at all. And number two, he said yes, so it doesn't even matter. Okay, it's like
Piers is like, I'll take my pants down right now and show you all.
I'll whip my cock out on my own show just to show you how fucking stupid you are. You should do it.
Wonderful.
Of course.
Guess what? You'll do it right now? Let's do it. Do
No
it right
problem.
now, and then Imane Khelif will show you all the records where she was born a female, identifies as female, has female on her passport, went through all the testing. The Olympics
No,
Commission
all they've
said she's
seen is
fine.
her passport.
Boxed females, lost to females,
All they've
beat
seen
females,
is her passport.
and she's from Algeria.
She failed the sex.
This guy is so dishonest.
Nice dodge. I
Like,
know.
I know. I don't know if I've ever heard this guy speak. I don't know anything about him, but it's like he's like, "Oh, would you be willing to take the swab test?" And he's like, "Yes." He's like, "Okay, well then she'll show you a bunch of things that are not the swab test, right?" You're
And
like, "Oh,
and
okay,
she's
thank
from
you."
Algeria. So
Yeah,
there.
There you
It's
go.
like, what?
It's like,
What does
okay,
that have to do with anything?
thank you. Yeah.
Test. They've just seen her passport.
If she failed
No,
the
she
test,
didn't.
If she failed the test, she would not be boxing right now. The IBA is run by Russia, which is discredited. This is why the Olympic Commission says that we do not take the result. They laugh
So
at them.
why won't they do
That's
a
why
test?
Since last year, they discredit them.
Why won't they do a test?
Because they don't have
Let's do
to.
a test.
Because they realize
They
it's
don't have to,
nonsense
right.
fiction. You are going out of your way to put a target on this innocent woman who came from poverty and has literally worked so hard to medal, and you have created a fictional target and a bogey woman, and I hope she sues people, and I hope she medals, and I hope she wins
does.
in life. I love it.
I hope she sues people.
There is some kind of claim that she's threatening to sue people, which is hilarious, and that's not going to go anywhere. But this is like, okay, this is my problem.
It could if she has a vagina. Definitely it could.
Yeah, but if people are making the claim that she has a Y chromosome, they're going to just use the truth as a defense. They're going to say, well, show us that you don't have a Y chromosome.
Then it'll be an interesting court case because then it will be going into the definition of male and female, right? She's going to say, look, I have a vagina. I'm a female.
Yeah, but if people were, it depends who she's suing and what they were very specifically saying. Because a lot of people I've seen were very specifically saying that she has a Y chromosome.
Yeah, but
So
if
that
they're
would be
saying
the
that she's
claim.
male, yeah.
Right. But it's, I don't know. I forgot what I was going to say, but. Oh, I was going to say, like, this is like the NPC brain, like coming like full force here. Because if I'm accused of something, like if I'm in a competition, right? And they say, and I'm like winning, and I win a gold medal, and everyone says, Sitch is a fucking cheater, right? He's doped up on steroids, right? He's got 2 extra pairs of balls hidden inside of him that makes him so full of testosterone
Whoa.
that it's just like not fair for anyone to compete, right? And if that were like, and if like half the internet was attacking me for something that I could disprove in 10 seconds by taking a fucking Q-tip and scraping the inside of my cheek and handing it to someone, right? Why the fuck would I not do that? Of course I would do that. I would do that and then I'd rub it in everyone's fucking face, right? It'd be like Obama with his birth certificate. I'd just fucking shove that shit in your face and go, fuck you, you fucking pieces of shit. Suck it. But
yeah,
they don't do that. Isn't that interesting? They don't do that.
They can't pass the genetic test.
Right.
Like,
right. They don't do that. And then
it's
they go,
obvious
oh, well,
what's going on.
I know, but then their defenders are like, oh, well, they're not doing that because they'll fail the test. They're not doing that because it's such an insult to them. What the fuck does that mean? That's bullshit.
I mean, Piers got at the question. He said, listen, they have a vagina, but they have XY chromosomes. Is that fair? And the guy is just dodging. So
Right. Yeah. Of course, he didn't answer the question. Yeah.
I mean, he even set him up. He gave him something to work with. He can say, look, Piers, I think if she has a working vagina, we should consider her a woman. Chromosomes be damned.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
So
if she
you
sues
also
people,
support domestic
then we'll
violence.
find out the truth. Let me go to Emily. Emily, it seems to me that this is a classic case, isn't it? Where people on the left love to talk about promoting women's rights. Right to the moment somebody produces a passport and says, I'm a woman, but has turned out to have been banned from the World Championships because they tested XY positive chromosome, which means they're male. They didn't appeal against the ban, and they refuse to take a test now, but they want to say, hey.
I don't know how you can make the claim that someone who has a vagina is male.
Well, yeah, it's not accurate.
It just seems wacky to me. And I hate the fact that they're using this person who's intersex because it gives so much ammunition to the trans activists who always want to use intersex people as like this third gender.
As a shield.
Here.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
It's fucking bullshit.
Well,
why are we
people
even
gotta
talking
be-
about this person?
People need to be more clear. Just saying, oh, they're male, they're male, they're male. That's stupid.
Yeah, look, Piers, do you think a person who has XY chromosomes and a functional vagina is a man?
Right.
Like, now you're talking about the male vagina. You sound like a fucking weirdo.
Hey, look at my passport. I'm a woman.
Yeah, this is,
None of this is
subject, the fact that we have to talk this deeply about it is actually insane, because any human being on the planet that has any sort of common sense, and of course, this is why only Democrats disagree with this, go, if it's a man, they cannot compete with women. This is not about anything that has to do with trans people. But of course, naturally, what you do, you start attacking, oh, you're attacking Kamala about race. She's the one that's saying she's Indian and black. We don't care. I don't think race should be talked about, but you guys make it your entire platform. If she... So who cares? It doesn't matter. What are her policies? You guys don't talk about that. And when then Trump brings it up, you get upset. It should be about protecting women. We don't care. I don't care. I mean, I live in LA. These are the least of my worries. I'm too busy trying to make sure I don't get robbed walking down the street. Yeah. And it's like protect women.
This is a really bad line of attack this woman's making, because it's like she's trying to tie it into this other thing, which, I mean, Trump was the one, and the right was the one that was sort of questioning her blackness. I mean, obviously that wasn't really like the left doing that, so I don't really know what her argument is. She's gonna like really weakening the position.
Yeah,
here.
why did she drag this in here?
Right. This is like Biden when they asked Biden about
oh yeah, at the debate.
What was the question they asked him about? And he like pivoted to like like the murder, like the illegal immigrant killing someone. You're like, why would you pivot to your weakest position? What are you doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it was like he like went from like abortion to, you know, illegal immigrant murder.
Right.
Keep men out of women's sports. There is no one on the planet who should be able to disagree with it, but of course Democrats do, because I don't know. You guys are nuts. I don't know what to tell you. This is a very black and white situation. This is literally just about protecting the woman. Then again,
It is so not a black and white situation. Look, if you want to say keep X chromosomes out of women's sports, do it.
Y chromosomes.
Or Y chromosomes, exactly. Look, it's all X chromosomes in women's sports.
Right.
Yeah, keep Y chromosomes out. Say that. But you can't say keep vaginas out of women's sports.
I know you guys don't really know what a woman is, so of course you might have confusion, and especially when you're all about like women's rights. Okay, well, you guys weren't about women's rights when it came to forcing them to get a vaccine, but that's a whole nother story.
Why is she on this panel, Sitch? Blonde representation, is that what's going on here?
Terrible.
Look, I don't know that I would do good on one of these panels.
No. Yeah, probably not.
All right, let me bring in Cenk, who's been foaming at the mouth
I
there.
didn't mean just you.
What's that?
I said me neither. I didn't mean just you.
Oh, okay.
And Cenk, I've got a 12-year-old daughter, and if she was competing in any kind of elite level sport, was potentially going to enter the, well, you may throw your hands up in fury, but actually I don't want her getting into a situation where her dreams and aspirations in women's sport are curtailed because people like you think it's fine for biological males to compete against biological women. It's not fine. It's grotesquely unfair. Now, you might say, as Wajahat has done, well, we can't believe a word of the tests that were done because Russia was behind. Okay, so do another test right now at the Olympics and show us the results. And if it turns out they are both XY chromosome, would you then change your mind? Yes or no?
So you guys have no idea what my positions are. I've been fighting the left on this issue for a while, and a lot of people got really mad at us. I believe the Olympics should do the testing. I believe that it doesn't help trans women to compete in women's events, especially in contact sports. Now, having said that, this whole thing is based on a lie. The IBA never showed that test. It's a Russian loon who runs it. It was a Russian sponsor, their only sponsor, and they were worried that she was going to be.
Okay, this is interesting. Cenk is saying that they haven't tested her even. They don't know if she has a Y chromosome.
Right.
The plot thickens.
So do another one now. Let me actually finish, because you've been lying about it the whole time, Piers. Can I just finally tell the truth to your viewers? They never presented that case. There's no test. They totally made it up because they were worried that she was going to be a Russian boxer. Do you know how many times she's lost? She's lost.
So Cenk,
she's lost.
Why
9
didn't she
times.
appeal?
She's not some sort of demigod. She doesn't have XY chromosomes.
Why didn't she appeal?
Totally making it up.
Because no, you're making it up.
Did you watch the press conference yesterday?
No, first of all, Piers, let's go one step at a time. One step at a time. Do you admit that test has never been shown publicly, and you're all taking the word of an absolute Russian lunatic who also said that the IOC was run by a pedophile in chief? Just totally bonkers guy. You've never seen the test.
Let me ask you.
Pretending it's real when it's never been real.
Is this true, Sitch? Have you seen the test?
I have not seen the test personally, no.
Okay.
No.
So we don't know.
Well, but this is why, again, sort of what Piers keeps saying again and again and again. Okay, if you don't trust this other source, then just do the test again. This isn't some complicated thing, right? Just do the test again if you don't trust it. The current commission, boxing commission that the Olympics uses has not even said they've done any testing. I don't believe they've even acknowledged or claimed they've done any testing outside of looking at the passport. That's the only information we have, is that someone looked at her passport. We don't know what the fuck they did, if anything.
Bring up the Brittany Griner video of her playing basketball with no shirt.
I mean, that's fucking weird as shit too, right?
Yeah, but look, you're not questioning her being.
No,
a
what do you mean? I
female.
was 100% questioning her. I was like, that's. I even said, I was. Is she like intersex? Like, what the fuck's going on there? Because I remember I didn't know anything. We talked about this on stream. I didn't know anything about Brittany Grinder, whatever their name is, until like the whole thing with like, them in Russia and then coming back, and then people were talking about this video, and I was like, what the fuck? This is like wild.
Yeah, there's
right?
a video of Brittany Grinder playing basketball with no shirt on, and I mean, she looks like a dude. She looks
Yeah,
totally
and then
like a dude.
I heard Brittany Griner. I heard them talk, and I was like, whoa, that's a very masculine voice.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, I was like, this is very weird. I don't know what's going on here. So, and I believe I said on stream, I'm guessing they have some kind of intersex condition.
Nature's a strange mystery, Sitch. Okay,
Right.
Come on.
Yep.
All right, let me ask you, before I go to Riley,
hasn't been
let me
shown
just ask you,
publicly
Cheng.
because the
Hang on, Riley,
Taiwanese
hang on.
Olympic Committee.
Hang on, Riley, I'll come to you, Riley. Hang on one sec. Cheng, I'm just going to ask you one more time. If they do another test, as I believe they absolutely should, to preserve the integrity of the Olympics, which promotes fairness and inclusion and equality, but is not doing that to women, if they do another test and it turns out they are both XY chromosome, would you accept that that means they should not be competing in women's sport? Yes or no?
So for the Olympics, she would still qualify, but I would disagree with the Olympics. I don't think she should compete
So you agree with
in
me?
women's
Okay.
sports if she has XY chromosome. No, but Piers, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, our positions are not at all unreasonable. But you guys, you don't even know that she has XY chromosomes. It's totally made up. But you are so obsessed with this trans issue. You mentioned you have a 12-year-old girl. I have a 12-year-old girl. I don't mind if she competes against trans girls in junior high and high school. What are you going to do? Check the genitals of all those kids? What are you guys nuts? Now, at the professional level, that's a different story.
I do mind. I can't believe that. So you would be quite happy
go check the
for your
genitals of all
daughter.
the kids, you
You'd be
lose.
quite happy for your
Total,
daughter to
utter
get beaten by
lose.
biological males.
See, that's like the sort of the good, but I think dishonest sort of framing that the left is going to do. They're like, the right wants to check the genitals of children. You're all a bunch of weirdos and perverts and sickos. You're so disgusting, you genital checker.
Yeah, this is a completely dishonest attack. Like, they want to swab the cheek, Jank. Okay, chill out. No one's doing genital inspection day. Okay,
It's penis inspection day, everybody.
No, I'm just look. This is a completely. You're exactly right, Sitch. This is a completely dishonest attack.
Yeah, it's like
Nobody was advocating for checking genitals. Okay,
Mhm.
and that wasn't even the question he asked you. He asked you about chromosomes. Jeez, cheek swab, and we're done.
Completely insane. There's a whole reason, by the way, we separate the sexes at the Olympics. You know what it is? If we didn't, women wouldn't win anything. Let me go to Riley. Riley, as
Sexist piece of shit.
I know. How dare?
They could win table tennis. You pig.
I don't know. Did you see that some of the table tennis thing?
Oh, really? They'd lose even in table tennis? Wow.
They'd even lose at break. Did you see the male versus female breakdancing?
No, that sounds awesome.
The male breakdancing was way better.
Did they lose?
Well, they were it was separated by sex.
Oh, okay.
I think the Olympics said they weren't doing breakdancing anymore after this year.
What? Why not?
I don't know.
They're like the 80s is over. Time to
Let's see.
retire it.
The sport of break dancing was added to the Olympics program as an optional sport for the first time in Paris,
80.
but it will.
Oh no! What year?
But it will not be part of the program in Los Angeles in 2028. Doesn't say why though.
Good.
So sad. Some of it look cool, but I don't know why.
the only elite athlete, I believe, amongst us today. Correct me if I'm wrong, panel. But Riley, you watched that whole press conference. I didn't get the feeling it was just the word of one raging Russian loon, because I heard a lot of non-Russian accents getting involved as well. It doesn't change the fact, as he said, they were found to have XY chromosomes in a test. They had a chance to appeal that to avoid being banned, and they chose not to appeal it. That is so damning. And even if it isn't, even if it was all terribly unfair, as
I heard they did appeal it, but then dropped their appeal. That's what I heard. That's a bit different than not appealing.
It is somewhat different. That's what one of them did. Khelif did. The Taiwanese person didn't.
Right.
Schenk and Wajat would like us to believe, do another damn test then. Show the world you're actually biological women. And there's a reason they're not doing it. Riley.
Absolutely. We see a lot of information being pushed out there that these are just cisgender women with elevated levels of testosterone. The IBA made it very clear they did not do testosterone level testing. They never did that, not even one time. We don't know what these athletes' testosterone levels are. What they did do was test the karyotypes of these athletes. The only requirement was that these athletes had XX chromosomes, and they failed the test. No, they haven't come out and explicitly said these athletes have XY chromosomes, but that's because the Algerian and Taiwanese Olympic Committee have refused the IBA to release these results. I mean, the requirement was have XX chromosomes, and they failed that. Therefore, let's use intuitive thinking here. Let's use our brains. We all have them. That means they have a Y chromosome. And if you have a Y chromosome, you are a male. I mean, do we need to send like half of the population
you just
back to
admitted that there is no such
biology?
test.
They took a chromosomal test, and they failed.
Never been
the
shown.
requirement was two XX chromosomes, and they failed. Because of the Taiwanese and the Algerian Olympic Committee, they're not allowed to explicitly say these athletes have XY.
You know what?
Go watch the 30-minute. It's a 30-minute, very brief
You're going to keep saying everyone's lying, but the answer is just do another test and show us. And there's a reason they're not doing it. Let me bring in Michael. Michael, I think
okay, look, you can make up anything. You can make up anything and then demand a test.
They were literally banned from the World Championship.
True. So
They were banned from the World Championship
by the IBA. A bunch of lunatics who've now been decertified.
So why didn't they appeal?
Because, not just because of this, because they make up things one after another after another. This guy's totally so. Guys, look, we have to have the bare minimum of agreeing on facts and evidence. And Riley just admitted there, and you've admitted, Piers, that there is no such test, that it's never been produced publicly. You're taking the word of a guy who seems to be a total raving lunatic, no matter where he comes from. Okay.
So why didn't they appeal the ban?
Your big thing is, I've accused you of a, hold on. So your big thing is, we accused of her of a thing that doesn't exist, and now she has to prove that it isn't true. Well, that's an absurd standard. I could accuse you of 1,000 things and demand that you prove that it's not true.
This is where you're being
Isn't it likely that she probably went and had a test done by her private physician, and the private physician told her, oh, yeah, you got a Y chromosome. So she's like, oh, fuck it, I'm out. Because she knew she'd fail it.
Right, that would be the guess. And, obviously this conversation came out before the article from today, where you have this person, George Kazarullah, who supposedly was assisting in Khelif's training, saying that they actually got some gender test done in France, and they said that they had a Y chromosome.
Okay, look, it's no big mystery. I don't see why they just move away from this whole test thing. But look, I guess Jank already said, yeah, if they have a Y chromosome, they should be out. But I guess it's like end of debate, right? It's over.
Right. That would be the end of the conversation.
They are arguing the facts, not the principle.
This is the problem. This is like the psychology of why shit's the problem. So you have a situation where people see this video and this picture of these two boxers, right? And you look at Khelif and people go, that looks like a dude, right? And so a lot of people on the right go, what the fuck? Why is there a trans woman in the Olympic sports? Because the assumption is that they're trans, because that's kind of like the conversation that everyone's been having recently. So the right kind of puts that position out there. And then the left goes, no. Joe, they're not trans. They're really intersex. No. Shit, you lose. La, 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 la. Right? And they think they won some kind of internet culture war victory, which is funny because they're always complaining about the right being so terminally online and complaining about culture war. And here they are like super hyper, trying to dance on this one. And then it turns out that they're probably wrong themselves, because like, okay, well, they're intersex, but they definitely appear to, have a Y chromosome, definitely appear to have gone through male puberty. So there isn't really, in terms of like the fairness of competing, there really isn't that much of a distinction between being a trans man and being, an XY DSD person who went through a male puberty. There's not. super huge difference there, except actually the trans woman might even be in a lesser situation because maybe they're taking, estrogen and stuff. And then, but they've already, the left has already staked too much of their position on this in order to win the culture war victory. So that's why they don't want to back down on it. That's why it's not like let's just look at the facts. It's like everything has to become representative of the tribe you represent in the greater war.
Yeah.
Disingenuous. Hang on, I'm going to bring Michael in, but hang on a second, Shank. You're being so disingenuous because the truth is they were both banned from the last World Championships because they failed a sex test, which is rightly said. Fine, but they had a chance to appeal, but they didn't. They took the ban. They accepted the findings of the ban, or they would have appealed it. That's the bottom line, which means they're male. They've got a Y chromosome. Yes, Riley.
80% of the female athletes at the Olympics.
Particulars here.
Hang on, let Riley go first, then Michael.
80% of the female athletes. 80% of the female athletes at the Olympics are in favor of a simple cheek swab to test sex. Over 80% of the athletes, female athletes.
Takes 2 seconds.
20%
It takes
are
2
male.
You do literally a cheek swab. That's it.
80% are in favor of a cheek swab, and the other 20% are male.
And
that's funny. That joke hits, Sitch. Why aren't you laughing?
Then you establish, are they male or female? Michael, I think you've got a more overarching solution to this.
I do, actually. But before we even get to that, which I think was simple enough and it worked a quarter century ago, I have this question for Cenk, because it seems like we're getting so bogged down in the particulars. What exactly are this fighter's chromosomes, and what leagues are credible in ascertaining this question? But you just said, Cenk, that you would have no problem with your daughter engaging in a sport, even we're discussing a combat sport, with someone who has male biology. And what people find so disturbing about the Imane Khelif story, I think, is the notion that a man is punching a woman in the face. So if you say you have no problem with this, with men, people with the biology of a man, even fighting women, even playing sports with women, do you think there is any circumstance in which it's okay for a man to punch a woman in the face?
Yeah, so I'm glad you're asking the question, because I said it, and let me double down and clarify so that no one's confused about it. So my cutoff is high school. The reason why I fought with the left is beyond high school, especially in contact sports, you are risking not only the women in that ring, but you're also risking trans rights.
Look, in high school? Are you kidding, Cenk? You can have a 17-year-old boy punching a 17-year-old girl in the face?
They're saying that they're in favor of it in high school, or is high school they should not?
He's in favor of it in high school, but not beyond high school.
Yeah,
I'm just like, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
I mean, even in high school, you get in situations with the late bloomers and the early bloomers, and the early bloomers are like kicking the shit out of everyone. It's insane.
Because the minute that a trans woman knocks out a biological female in a way that is significant.
I'm going to back up just to make sure, because it's such a crazy position. I don't want to straw man Cenk here.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm glad you're asking the question, because I said it, and let me double down and clarify so that no one's confused about it. So my cutoff is high school. The reason why I fought with the left is beyond high school, especially in contact sports, you are risking not only the women in that ring, but you're also risking trans rights.
Okay, so he's fine with it in high school.
I don't. It's unclear to me, because he said beyond high school, but then he said I don't know, because he said contact sports. Doesn't really make sense.
He said his cutoff is high school. So in college, no more trans women in sports, but in high school, you can have trans women in sports.
Right.
That just seems, and this is what parents are afraid of. They're like, look, I paid a lot of money for my daughter's orthodontist. I don't want her in the ring with some 17-year-old boy who's going to punch her teeth out.
Right.
Because the minute that a trans woman knocks out a biological female in a way that is significant, right, and does real damage, trans rights are going to be set back 50
Hold on, though. I want to be clear, Chad.
And I don't want that. I want to protect the trans community. Hold on. Can I just answer the question? Hold on.
I just want a little clarification.
Guys, in high school.
You're saying an 18-year-old man should be able to punch an 18-year-old woman in the face. 18 is fine. 19, that's when it gets
boxing is there in high school? What are you talking about? In high school, there are no contact sports like boxing and MMA. If you're talking about wrestling, that's about as much of a contact sport as there is. So in high school, look, guys, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. First of all, this affects 7 people. You're being ridiculous. And the reason you're talking about that is because you don't want to talk about higher wages.
You're evading.
And then he always retreats back to you're talking about an issue that affects 7 people. This is so dishonest. So disingenuous. It affects everyone who's got a kid in high school, okay? Everyone who has a kid in high school is affected by this. It doesn't just affect the trans people. It affects the people that have to interact with the trans people. It affects everyone.
Well, and yes, that's 100% true. And then also, if it's a non-issue that affects 7 people, then why don't you just capitulate on it?
Yeah.
It's so unimportant, right? And
is there high school boxing? I don't know.
Well, it depends what he means when he says high school. Does he mean like literally through like a school, or does he just mean the age range? Because those are very different things. Because I don't think, to my knowledge, most high schools don't have any boxing or martial arts as part of the schooling, at least public schools.
Xavier High School Boxing Showcase, High Point
is that
High
a public school?
I'm looking at high school boxing videos on YouTube.
No. Is that no? Wait, hold on. Is that a public school or private school?
Oh, I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter.
What I was going to say is that most public high schools that I'm aware of, even if they don't have boxing, because I've never heard of that, maybe they do in other states, they do have wrestling. And I definitely think they do have wrestling. And that's definitely, that should, trans women in high school that have gone through male puberty should 100% not be, wrestling, women, young women in high school, number one. But then even if you expand it beyond high school, and you're just talking about the age range of high school, which is like 14 to 18, I don't think, there are lots of combat competitions. There are boxing for people 14 to 18. There is, taekwondo and martial arts and all sorts of contact sports from 14 to 18 range. And obviously I don't think trans women that have gone through puberty should be competing in those divisions either. So.
Right. You're right. The boxing is in private schools, so
right. Yeah. So for private school, that obviously boxing applies. So when Jenk says high school, I don't know if he means the age range, or I don't know if he's thinking of just like public high school sports.
Football is still a contact sport that's in high school.
I've never seen a female football league in high school, but that could be.
Right, but the idea would be, okay. There would be there'd be no transgender woman in the.
Well, there could be a trans man, but no one cares at that point, right?
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. You'd be more worried about them getting hurt. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe there is something to this, as long as it's not contact sports.
Well, no, wrestling is the one that wouldn't apply. That doesn't make sense. So.
Yes. There's female wrestling.
For everyone. But if you want to talk about high school, what you have to do in order to let me just goddamn it answer the question. Can I just answer the goddamn question? So in high school, you're trying to find 7 people that you think is a problem. Oh, okay, apparently I can't answer the goddamn question.
I love this part. Michael Knowles is so trolling him right now. He waits till he starts talking and then starts talking
I know.
And laughing at the same time.
Okay, listen. What you're doing is you're saying in order to find the 7 trans girls out there that are so dominating these sports, which is not even true. Leidecker is dominating swimming way more than any trans woman is on any sport. I'm not going to test her testosterone. I'm not going to test all that stuff. But in terms of the high school athletes, I'm not going to go and ask all the state officials and government creeps to go check the genitalia of our daughters so that they could ascertain whether they're trans or not. This is a trans witch hunt, and I'm not going to stand for it.
Oh. He's not going to. So it's a witch hunt. Wow, look at
that. Genital inspection day, guys. Here it comes. It's so dishonest. So dishonest.
Okay, great. Good for you, Cenk. You're not going to worry about whether blokes are beating up women. Great. Michael.
I love it. He totally throws him under the bus. It's great. Watch Cenk is so mad.
What's your biggest solution?
Did I just say that? I said on the professional
I hate
level.
to sound like
Are
a
you hard of
far-right
hearing?
conservative.
He gets so mad. He's like,
I
okay,
know.
Cenk's in favor of female assault.
No, your trans hate has taken over your body
I'll wait
so
for Cenk
much.
to finish.
I
But can you
have
just
never
focus for
hated
a
trans
second?
people.
So, okay,
I
you
think
guys are
trans
all
people are
pervs.
entitled. I think trans people are entitled to the absolute same human rights as everybody else. And I've always promoted their rights to fairness and equality. Right to the point, it actually erodes women's rights to fairness and equality. Michael, final word to you.
Thank you. I know this is going to sound like a far-right, crazy, conservative answer, but we're all defending the great tradition of women's boxing. That did not exist in the Olympics until 2012. Women's boxing didn't exist pretty much anywhere until 1998, 1999. I'm all for women's sports. There are great sports and wonderful women athletes. To me, I think it's kind of distasteful to watch women get their heads cracked in. And so call me old-fashioned in that way. But I think maybe certain things are better left to the fellas, and catching blows to the head maybe would be one of them, and then we could circumvent this whole debate.
On that bombshell, thank you all very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Michael Knowles wants like the muffin baking competition for the women. For the Women Olympics. Yeah. Good for you, Michael.
But let's just not forget that there are going to be two people who are alleged to be biological males winning Olympic medals in women's boxing, and those are medals which I believe should be going to biological women, or just women as we used to call them. Anyway, thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
That was great.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was epic. So, do you want to read some super chats?
I'll read some supers. Yeah, it's such a losing issue. I just give up on it, but they won't. They sure won't.
Why not?
I don't know.
Because it's great television.
I guess. Twisted Trading for $20 says, after 2028, I think the Olympics will be a thing of the past. Cities are tired of debt spending for 2 weeks of fame. It really doesn't make financial sense. Good God, am I turning libertarian?
I completely disagree because like all of the local businesses love it. They make so much money when the Olympics come to town. They're like, all that international money just flowing into the city's coffers. That's why they spend so highly, is because they know they're going to make it back.
Well, I don't know, but I would guess, at least in America, that when you had the Olympics, like we had the Olympics in Atlanta in the 90s, I don't remember what year it was, and now I guess we're having in LA. Is this the first time we've had it since Atlanta? No, we had the Winter Olympics here, didn't we? At some point.
I'm not sure.
Well, whatever.
I mean,
Yeah, I would imagine that whenever we have the Olympics in a city in the United States, that the federal government doesn't help spend. Is this all just the local government? I would think the federal government would, because doesn't the federal government or some representative of the United States have to levy the commission to get it, or is it like literally each state and each city is like levying the Olympics Commission? Like that would be strange to me.
lobbying, you mean?
Lobbying, yeah. Levying, I guess is not the right word. Lobbying.
Yeah, they lobby the...
Right.
Yeah, they lobby to get it because it's such an economic boon. So it's not like they don't make the money back that they spend on it. I mean,
right,
if you're
I don't
in
know.
China, like China built like an entire city and a stadium and like all kinds of crazy shit, right? They probably lost money on it.
Well, but
like
even
Los
if
Angeles
theoretically,
is just going to throw them in the Staples Center, right?
right. Even if theoretically cities lose out, I'm assuming they get some amount of federal funding to compensate.
Yeah.
So, well, let me see. Actually, okay, wait. According to Google's AI, I don't know if this is true or not, it says the federal government provides significant funding and support for the Olympic Games when they're held in the United States. For example, in 1992, 24 federal agencies reported providing or planning to plan nearly $2 billion for Olympic-related projects and activities from 1984 and 1996 and 2002 Winter Olympics Games. So there you go. So it's I would imagine it. They end up making more money off than whatever it costs. The city does. I don't know if like the country does as a whole, but that's interesting.
Were you aware of the Willie Brown controversy from Trump's news conference where he said he was in a helicopter that had to make an emergency landing with Willie Brown, and Willie Brown came out and said, "Oh no, you weren't."
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, Trump said that he was in some helicopter with Willie Brown. Willie Brown said that didn't happen. And then wasn't there some other black politician that said that he was
That
in a
did
helicopter?
happen. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, well, he made a oopsie whoopsie on that one.
At first, it kind of went in Trump's favor because at first they thought it was Jerry Brown. And Jerry Brown came out and said, yeah, I was in a helicopter with Trump, and Trump didn't. There wasn't an emergency landing. I don't know what he was talking about. We were touring like fires in California or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, oh, this is great. Trump can say, look, I'm so colorblind. I think Jerry Brown and Willie Brown are the same person.
Right.
Jerry Brown is obviously a white guy. Willie Brown is a black guy. So you're like, okay, look.
That works in his favor.
He doesn't even see color, right?
Right.
But then a couple days later, it's like, no, it's this guy who's not named Brown, who is a black guy. And he's like, yeah, that was me with him.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Listen.
And he said Trump was scared shitless, that he was sheet white.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Do you remember what the guy's name was?
I don't. They had a woman that works for Trump that did an interview. She was talking about it because I think she was on the flight too. She worked closely with Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And she remembered the flight specifically.
What's his first name? Doesn't say what his fucking first name was.
I don't know. I'm looking for the transcript I'm looking through the news conference transcript to find some clips.
It says his name is Holden. I didn't say what his first name was. I hate when like the articles, they only say the person's last name and you're like scrolling back up like, what the fuck's the first name for it? Oh my God, there's some kind of like horrible Nate Holden. Some kind of horrible high pitched sound I'm hearing all of a sudden for some reason.
Good.
Oh, I figured out what it was. Okay, I unplugged it before I died. Nate Holden said it was a former Los Angeles City Councilman and California State Senator. So, I mean, listen, at least it's the same. It's like the same state. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's a black guy from California, right? Though he said, Willie Brown is a short black guy living in San Francisco. I'm a tall black guy living in Los Angeles. I guess we all look alike, he said.
I know, he rubbed it in his face. He did rub it in his face.
Right.
I thought Trump dodged a bullet for a second there, but it turns out he stepped right into it.
Yeah.
This is the problem with these off-the-cuff press conferences. It's like this whole press conference became a news cycle about this helicopter crash off this one offhanded comment that he made.
Right. Stacy Pastry for $20 says, put the intersex ladies in the Special Olympics and watch them knock out the retards. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, that'd be great. That would be more popular.
That does sound awful, but fun at the same time. S-Class is the best class. A-Team has the voice of an ASMR super soother. There you go. Are you happy about that, Adam?
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Some ASMR, baby.
Thank you, baby.
Ken Tompkins for $20 says, Jamie Lee Curtis is rumored to have androgen insensitivity. These people have XY make testosterone, but their body doesn't listen to it, so they have no biological effect of testosterone and appear totally as women. Oh, that's interesting. Well, there you go.
Nice.
Well, if that was the case with this boxer, that wouldn't be the issue, right? So.
Maybe not.
Austin Unruh for $20 says, the argument is inverse. A ban on intersex or trans people in sports would only affect 7 people. Not allowing 7 people to compete would affect everyone.
Exactly
Yeah,
right.
Right.
Exactly right. Yeah, that's why it's so disingenuous. I hate it when Jank goes down this. This only affects 7 people.
Right.
No, we want to get it so it only affects 7 people. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Lucy Lundberg, thanks so much for the 5. Get the memberships.
Yeah, thanks, Lucy.
Nathaniel Rosen for 6. I think
shekels.
That's a shekel. Yeah.
Right.
6
it's
shekels.
Weird,
Thank
huh?
you. Says
it's
while
a
we're
weird
waiting,
little shape, isn't it?
It's a weird little
What's
shape.
it remind you of? Anything?
Like an N?
Oh, okay.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
It's
You
very
fucking racist?
swastika. It's swastika-ish.
Wow.
And it's a
terrible.
shekel.
I know, it's
like,
confusing.
What?
Right? Israel, what are you doing?
What?
You want to avoid any swastika-like shapes, right?
Yeah, I think
Terrible.
so.
Nathaniel says, while waiting, what is going on with everyone? Well, thank you for the shackles and the joining of the Free Will Seekers.
Yeah.
Micro Mega for 28 months says, behold my awesome milestone. Behold! Thank you,
28 months. That's beautiful.
28 months, baby! M1A2 Abrams for $10. Thank you. Says, I saw something that Trump hasn't spent 60% of his campaign funds.
No
I think
way.
We're gonna,
oh, my God.
I think we're going to Willie Horton Kamala after the second Great Chicago Fire in August is over. I've been seeing ads online already. That's possible that they could just be holding back. I mean, I don't know if you'd... Well, I guess maybe it would be smart to wait until... Because there's always like... People always say there's going to be like a bump after the DNC, like a week after the DNC. So maybe it would be smart to like wait for the DNC, give that week of a bump, and then do like throw everything at Kamala, maybe.
Willie Horton refers to an ad campaign against... I can't remember who it's against, but they used a convicted murderer that got out of jail and committed another murder. I think Willie Horton was the guy. And that was very, very effective. But this, it seems like, would be easy to use with Kamala, right? She's a prosecutor. She's dealt with various criminals. There's probably one that she chose not to prosecute, right? That did something bad afterwards. I wonder if they have a Willie Horton.
Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, this was when H.W. Bush was running against Dukakis.
Right.
And Dukakis was governor of Massachusetts. And yeah, they let someone out for some, I don't know what the policy was, and they went and they committed assaults, robbery, and rape.
Right.
And yeah, so then they said, look at this, piece of shit. But I thought with Kamala, wasn't the accusation against her not that she was letting people out, but that she was like keeping people in? Because weren't they saying like she was like keeping people as prison labor? I thought that was the accusation.
Yeah, I don't know how well. I mean, if they do an ad like that, Republicans are going to love her. She's going to get all kinds of swing voters, right?
Right.
They're going to be like,
maybe, yeah.
Kamala Harris kept weed smokers in jail. They're going to be like, hell yeah.
Well, maybe not.
I love this woman. What they want to hit them with is the crime. Kamala Harris shared a bail fund, and Willie Horton's great-great-grandson got out on that bail fund and
it committed murder.
Yeah, exactly. And murdered 16 young white women.
Murdered a bus full of nuns. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're looking for.
Yeah.
They want salacious stuff.
Critically Chibi for 11 months. Thank you so much. Says, behold, J-Mac's awesome milestone. The man is truly everyone's sugar daddy. Now quick plug the comic that I await with much anticipation.
Nice. Sign up for our comic. I'm working on the printing files now, so almost there. Yes.
Malik for $10 says Kamala has policy objectives that she won't reveal. She'll just pander to whatever is popular until she wins. Trump has no policy objectives and will support whatever you can sell him on in the moment. It's sad, but you could be right. That could be the situation we're sort of heading towards. So
very, very unfortunate, right?
Yeah. Matt for $10 says, and what if the reverse happens, Adam? If Harris shows incompetence she's shown for the last 5 years, it'll be worse than when Tulsi single-handedly destroyed Kamala's entire campaign with one rebuttal.
The thing is, I don't know if we could have that situation now, because when this happened, there was no investment by the Democratic Party in Kamala Harris. No investment from the population, the Democratic voters, nothing. So, I mean, she basically snuffed it out before it ever got off the ground.
Right.
Now she's like the Democrat Jesus. It's a little more difficult to just somebody to come out and throw a bunch of stuff at her and everyone to go, okay, I give up, after they've given so much money, put so much of their love and energy and attention, talked on the phone to their son about how this is a democratic savior and how they were depressed for weeks before this happened and now they're suddenly happy again.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of that is going to weigh in on their thinking.
No,
Somebody
that's very
comes
true.
up and smashes her in the face in a debate, they're just going to brush it off. They're going to be like, a mere flesh wound.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to play, and also it's going to play on, I imagine her team is going to expect all this stuff. So we'll see if she's able to have some kind of prepared response to hit back, or if she just falls to pieces. So, I mean, I think it would hurt her. I don't think it would put her out of the race, but I think it would definitely hurt her if she doesn't have a good response to some kind of lengthy attack that Trump is going to try to levy at her.
Could happen.
Yeah. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for 15 months. Says, gentlemen, this is democracy manifest. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't you mean constitutional republic manifest? How dare you?
Well, no, it is democracy, though. What is that democracy? And what was that super chat about?
It's about democracy manifesting.
I mean, people don't think of it this way, but the whole idea around voting is you're supposed to vote for your self-interest.
Right.
Yeah. Can you imagine? These progressive pollsters probably actually do that. They probably call up and try to talk you into how you should answer the poll.
Mm-hmm.
Like you answer, oh, no, I really don't care about Gaza. And they're like, are you sure you really want to answer that way? Is that? I mean, that's how you honestly feel? Don't you care about the guy? They try to talk you into changing your answer.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be odd? Wouldn't that seem like an odd, like a off poll?
That would be off a little bit, yeah.
But everybody on the election does the exact same thing. They're like, well, don't you think you should vote this way, the way that I want you to vote? Like, who cares about what your personal interests are? What about me, my personal interests?
Right.
Right? Let me cajole you into voting the way that's good for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like low tax. I like tax cuts. Vote for tax cuts.
I want tax cuts on my taxes, but no one else's.
Right, but you're talking to a person who they're like, look, I don't pay any taxes. I don't make any money.
Right.
I get a full refund at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, yeah, but don't you think tax cuts for me would be good? Anyway, I don't think you get what I'm saying, but
I get exactly what you're saying.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. Fuck you. Stop manifesting democracy.
That's how democracy is supposed
on your
to work.
succulent meal. Riding with Biden for $10 says, my prediction, Trump loses, claims it was rigged, contests, but loses in court again, refuses to admit he lost, runs and wins GOP nomination again in 2028. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if he runs again in 2028? Oh my God.
Just shoot me by then.
I don't know.
Put me out of my misery.
I don't know.
And then he's going to be the next Lincoln?
2028, Trump running again if he loses.
Do you think Kamala is going to be the transformational president?
I mean, I want to think that that's a bridge too far, that he'll be too old, that losing twice in a row is just too much. But I don't want to be caught again as the person who wrongly said he wasn't going to run, and then he runs for a fucking third time, right? Or would that be a fourth time?
Won't it be?
You know,
this is the third time, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I said. It'd be a fourth time. So.
Yeah, I don't think he can really run again. I hope that Republicans are questioning their wisdom of renominating a guy who literally lost in the last election.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and him just destroying all other candidates. Like, what's up with that? Why was that the smart thing to do?
It wasn't smart. It was stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian Decker for $10 says, love you guys. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Brian.
Appreciate thanks, Brian.
The Booster for Jar says, LMAO at all the force anti-Trump propaganda this week. I mean, I would say more like the forced pro Kamala propaganda. I don't feel like there's forced. I don't feel like there's ever forced anti-Trump propaganda. That seems to flow naturally from the left. Don't you agree?
I wonder if he's talking about us, because
I don't think so. I mean,
look, I thought this press conference was a mess. Sitch doesn't agree with me, but
right.
I thought a lot of people just me mildly saying, "Oh, I think this press conference wasn't great," as like anti-Trump. Maybe it's propaganda. I don't know.
I don't know. I didn't perceive the press conference as really anything different than he's ever done. So, Ryan,
go ahead. We'll do one more super chat and then we can play a clip.
We can watch a bit. Yeah. Ryan Wool for $5 says, if you guys want a good laugh, look up the Australian Olympics breakdancer who has a PhD in breakdancing. Yeah, we saw that. And it was like, yeah, they wrote some like insane. At first, I kind of felt bad for the person. I was like, well, they just sucked, and everyone's being mean to them. But then I saw that they had like written some PhD about how like breakdancing, white people breakdancing is like a form of like colonialization and racism against black people. And I was like, oh, fuck this person.
Really?
Yeah,
awful.
like there's hyper woke. I was like, oh, fuck them.
Hate that bullshit.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
And lots of other things. And she should not be in a position, because if she becomes president, our country is going to be a giant fail. It's going to fail. It's going to be a failure the likes of which this world has never seen. Yeah, please. No, how about you?
See, this is terrible.
Well, it's true. Yeah, no one can hear the questions, so it's not
so
great.
We don't know the questions that he's responding to. I don't know why somebody didn't say, okay, we need another microphone for the questioners. They just hand the microphone around. They all go around and hand the microphone around.
I think there was one. It wasn't working or something.
Trump tries to turn this into a positive by saying, look, I'm in this giant room. I'm a huge rich guy and I have this amazing gigantic room. And I keep thinking, kind of goes against your populist message, dude.
Well, he was making the joke about the
You have to speak louder.
Go ahead. Nobody.
He was making the joke about their. I don't know if it was CNN or people are saying that Mar-a-Lago wasn't worth that much. He was referencing that.
Yeah, but you couldn't tell that was a joke he was making.
I know. It's unless you like really are like politically obsessed. Like, yeah, you're just gonna be like, why is he just bragging about this, like the richness of the room or the size of the room?
So he said this room costs $18 million. To a normal person, they think $18 million. That's a lot of fucking cheddar, right?
Right.
But no, Trump means 18 million is chump change. Like, that's another thing. I was like, whoa, why are you doing this, Trump? Why are you doing this? Like, why are you saying to the voters you think $18 million is totally worthless?
Right.
Only a loser has a room that's less than $18 million. Look, only a loser doesn't buy an extra microphone and a fucking plug-in cord that you can get for $50 on Amazon. Who's the loser here, bitch?
Right. Well, he was saying that the $18 million, people saying that the Mar-a-Lago is only worth $18 million is ridiculous, which, yeah, has that kind of that same, even if you get it, it has the same vibe. So
it has to let them eat the cake vibe, right?
Right. Not great. I mean, I don't think it's really damaging. I don't think Trump fans care about that. And so.
Yeah, look, and who's watching this other than people who are obsessed with politics, right?
That's true.
If nobody watches this, it doesn't hurt Trump. So I was only interested in it because I thought this press conference reads to me as Trump finally coming to the realization, oh my God, I could lose this thing. I'm down in the polls. I got to do something here. Call a bunch of reporters in and I'll do what Kamala is afraid to do. So I can have that juxtaposition, right? I'm the guy looking presidential, taking questions. But then he puts together this press conference that looks completely the opposite of presidential. Sure, he's in front of the flags and everything, but you can't hear the question. What is this thing? He's got this little golf symbol here. That doesn't look like a presidential podium. Presidential podium is like way high up. What's up with this microphone? He let his dog chew all over that thing?
I think you're being a little overly critical.
Look, you don't notice that, but your brain does.
Okay, that's true.
Look at this dirty. What's he? Is this his fetch stick that he plays with Rover or something? What's going on with this microphone? Normally they have two microphones, so in case one of them goes out. I guess we're going the cheap route here.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with those flags? They look plastic to me.
It all looks cheap, is what you're saying.
Look, do you think this is a good look here?
No, I agree with you that the press conference does not look presidential. You're correct. The flags look cheap. The podium being low is weird.
It is weird.
I don't know why it's low like that.
He's got this Arab-looking symbol on the podium. It looks like he threw this. It looks like he's from one of those shithole countries he's always talking about.
These are all. It's not great visual, but I don't think it's like a huge deal.
It doesn't make a deal. Okay.
Candidacy, but
and you can't hear the questions.
Yeah.
Does this have a presidential vibe to you right here?
Yeah.
No.
My God, here, let's try to. She asked, how do you think you're going to go after black voters now? I think she's asking the question. You can barely hear what she's saying, but I think she's asking about you questioned Kamala Harris's authenticity, black authenticity. Now that's been kind of blown up in your face. How are you going to go after black voters? So that's basically the question.
Well, it changes around a little bit. I'm getting other voters. Perhaps, I was doing very well with black voters, and I still am. I seem to be doing very well with black males. This is according to polls, as you know. It's possible that I won't do as well with black women, but I do seem to be doing very well with other segments, extremely well with Hispanic. Jewish voters way up. White males way up. White males have gone through the roof. White males way up. Now, I don't know. All we're doing is giving you the stats that you have. It could be that I'll be affected somewhat with black females, where we're doing pretty well. And I think ultimately they'll like me better because I'm going to give them security, safety, and jobs. I'm going to give them a good economy. We have a very bad economy right now. We could literally be on the throes of a depression, not recession, a depression. And they can't have that. They can't have that. So I think I'm going to do well with everybody, especially when the facts are out. Yeah, please, in the back.
What do you think of that answer?
So I think the second part of the answer should have been the full answer. Don't go through saying that you're good with like specific demographics, because it's all pointless and irrelevant. Just, say, I'm going to be good for the country overall, for everyone. I'm going to bring jobs, and we're going to fix the economy. I'm going to bring inflation, and everyone's going to support that, right? That'd be the way to answer the question.
Sure. Say, look, we're all Americans. It's not really about demographics. It's about making America great again. All Americans should be on board with the same mission, whether they're white or black. It's not the red states and the blue states. It's the United States.
Right. Yeah. There you go.
He should be on the unity message. The unity message, makes all this stuff go away. Well, but him saying like 3 times, I'm way up with white males. I'm just like, okay, read the room, guy.
I don't know. I mean, definitely Trump seems like lower energy than usual, but I mean, I don't know. I just don't really perceive this as much different than anything. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him doing some press conference or campaign events in a week or so, and it's same back to the previous energy level or something.
Right.
Everyone was speculating, was he sick? Did he have COVID? Is he mad? I know Scaramucci was claiming he was super mad because of Kamala, and he's like sitting in Mar-a-Lago sulking. I don't know if any of this shit is true. This is just like people, throwing out all these speculations and stuff. But
yeah, Scaramucci was saying that after the interview with the black reporters, I don't know if it's just black women or if it's just black reporters, but after that, he was super upset because the one Fox News reporter who he actually had kind of a good interaction with when he first questioned Kamala's authentic blackness, she had a big sigh and this body language was like, oh no, why are you doing this?
Mm-hmm.
And that's an interesting perspective because he does call out to her to kind of rescue him from the ABC reporter. And after Scaramucci said that, I saw it in a completely different light because I thought, he's reaching out to a friendly person there, but he's probably reaching out to sort of smooth things over because he saw this huge body language, indicating to him that he was stepping in it. So he's like, oh, I didn't mean to offend you.
Right.
You're supposed to be on my side here. Let's just listen to a little bit of the intro.
Okay.
What is up with this thing that's all like the paint is all chipped on and stuff?
You're talking about the microphone?
Yeah, the microphone.
It's not paint. It looks like it has plastic on it. And it's catching the light in this weird way.
Yeah, it looks weird.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. Just a statement before I talk about debates. I think that our country is right now in the most dangerous position it's ever been in from an economic standpoint, from a safety standpoint. Both gangs on the street and, frankly, gangs outside of our country in the form of other countries that are, frankly, very powerful. They're very powerful countries, and we don't know what we're doing. We have leadership that has no clue how to handle them or how to handle any other situation. We have a lot of bad things coming up. You could end up in a depression of the 1929 variety, which would be a devastating thing. Took many years, took decades to recover from it. And we're very close to that. And we're very close to a world war. In my opinion, we're very close to a world war. We have people that don't know how to handle it. They're not respected. All over the world, they're laughed at. And we can't have that. Most dangerous period of time I've ever seen for our country. With that being said, we have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running. And that's fine with me. But we were given Joe Biden, and now we're given somebody else. And I think, frankly, I'd rather be running against somebody else. But that was their choice. They decided to do that because Kamala's record is horrible. She's a radical left person at a level that nobody's seen. She picked a radical left man that is, he's got things done that he has positions that are just it's not even possible to believe that they exist. He's going for things that nobody's ever even heard of. Heavy into the transgender world, heavy into lots of different worlds having to do with safety. He doesn't want to have borders. He doesn't want to have walls. He doesn't want to have any form of safety for our country. He doesn't mind people coming in from prisons, and neither does she, I guess, because she couldn't care less. She's the border czar. By the way, she was the border czar 100%. And all of a sudden, for the last few weeks, she's not the border czar anymore, like nobody ever said it. And I just hope that the media becomes more diligent, more honest, frankly, because if they're not going to be honest, it's going to be much tougher to bring our country back. We have a very, very sick country right now. You saw the other day with the stock market crashing. That was just the beginning. That was just the beginning. It's going to
be interesting to see if the downward trend in the market continues. I think it might, but I was surprised that the market bounced back as quickly as it did. They had the crash on Monday, and then during the week it regained about half of what was lost. So,
well, it's interesting. So, like Trump's definitely lower energy than he normally is. I don't know if it's because he's tired. I don't know if it's just because he's not in front of like a crowd. So he doesn't really have like a crowd of fans. So he doesn't have the energy to draw upon. But it's interesting that so far, the framing of everything he's saying is all fear negative, fear negative. It's the other people are bad and scary. So it's all, which is, it's fascinating because, a lot of the criticism people levy at Kamala and at the Democrats, which I think is to some extent valid, is they're not really running on themselves or running against Trump. And at least so far in the first 3 minutes of this, it's all, running against Kamala, actually, running against the Democrats, not really running for Trump. So it's kind of interesting to see that reversal.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not polished at all. And you just think, look, if you're going to come out and do a big news conference like this, you want it to be a little more polished than this. That's my only critique, but
I see.
What do I know, right?
Well, I guess it is interesting that, you're right. It seems like this is an off the cuff thing he's just saying. It doesn't seem like he had a prepared statement or something for this part of the conversation.
He goes on for 5-10 minutes here.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's that big a deal, but I think people will forget about it. It'd only be like, this only matters if this becomes an indicator of like a trend, right? So if you see him next time and he's kind of the same way, and then you see him next time he's kind of the same way, then you're like, oh, okay, there's something going on here, right?
Well, the Kamala Harris campaign has spun this as a meltdown. This is like Trump melting down because he's losing.
I don't think that's anything.
You don't think that's gonna work?
No, that's like, to me, that kind of reads as like Pacman. Like every second you see David Pacman or some of these, people on the left on YouTube, they're like, Trump has total meltdown. It's over. Trump's brain isn't working. Like, this is just kind of the constant thing they always point to. And it's like, okay, then you never, nothing ever comes of it. So
David Pacman is so excited about this because they're like, he's like, yes, finally, the Kamala campaign is picking up on my propaganda.
Right.
They're playing into the Trump's cognitive issues.
Trump's having a total meltdown. Let me see. Like, let me look up David Pacman. Let's see what do we got.
Yeah, let's see that.
Okay. We got Trump cooked, Republicans endorsing Kamala Harris. Trump panics, attacks on Kamala backfires. JD Vance implodes.
Bring up his response to this press conference. That's what I want to see.
Trump is, well, that's what I'm looking for. Trump loses Fox News. Trump's worst nightmare. Trump's health is a growing concern for voters. You look at that. Look, he did a total reversal, right? Wasn't he like on the Biden is totally fine train? And
oh, yes, of course. Yeah.
Trump's health is a growing concern. It's funny. The thumbnail for the David Pacman Trump's health the growing concern. It's like the picture of, remember when Trump like held the flag and kissed it?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a freeze frame, like right before he kisses it, so he looks like a crazy person, like kissing a flag or something.
Oh, of course, he loves to do that. That's his favorite. That's his favorite move.
There's this is why Trump is triggered by Tim Walz. It's all like, it's just sort of the same. I'm trying to see if there's something about this. Oh, here we go. Trump press conference, a clinic in brain fail. What? Okay, wait. You have to see.
Network cuts away from Trump's mangled press conference.
So this
Trump's
is interesting.
Brain visibly collapses.
Yeah, there you go. Trump's brain visibly collapses. Spits tonsil stone at press conference. What does that mean? What's a tonsil stone?
I don't know.
This video has 1.5 million views, Adam.
Yeah, bring it up.
Okay.
You got to see the David Pacman perspective.
Right. Well, this is the narrative that they push, right? And this is the feed.
Well, struggling.
This is the feed that they throw out. They've been throwing out about Trump. It's funny because like if I talk to my dad or someone like that, this is what I've been hearing for like 4 years, right?
He listens to David Pacman. Your dad
no,
does.
he doesn't. He doesn't know anything about it. But he's like, this is what they always say,
Struggling and fumbling for anything to get his campaign back on track, failed former President Donald Trump announced a major press conference.
He loves saying that. Dave Pacman loves saying,
yeah,
failed former president,
mm-hmm.
convicted sex offender.
conference yesterday at his Florida home, Mar-a-Lago, and it ended up being a press conference at which he rambled incoherently, seemed visibly disoriented, and at one point appeared to shoot a tonsil stone out of his mouth, which we will get to in a moment. In this first clip.
Am I like, what is a tonsil stone? Am I weird for not knowing what that is?
I have no idea what that is. No.
Okay.
I can't believe this. He's asked about Josh Shapiro, and he gives such a generic response. If you listen closely, you might notice he has no idea who Josh Shapiro is. Of course, the governor of Pennsylvania, who was the final alternative to Tim Walz in Vice President Kamala Harris's choice for running mate.
That just seems completely inaccurate. Like Trump was worried about Josh Shapiro being the nominee. Like
yeah, I thought that's what he said specifically.
Yeah, the Trump campaign was trying to put out Oppo research on Josh Shapiro so they wouldn't pick Josh Shapiro. They thought it'd be a big... They want to paint themselves as the pro-Israel party and the Democrats as anti-Semite Palestinian lovers.
Right.
And picking Josh Shapiro totally goes against that narrative.
Okay, well, I'm curious. Let's listen to this clip here.
And he's the most popular governor in like Pennsylvania and forever, so they need Pennsylvania badly.
Listen carefully. I don't believe Trump knows who he's being asked about.
You're now leading with Jewish voters in your home state of New York. With that being said, what do you make of Kamala?
Did you hear that? They edited the audio to like super boost the report.
They did, yeah.
That's why you can hear all the air in the background.
Fox News did it.
Yeah, well, good for them.
Not picking Josh Shapiro as her VP.
Well, I don't know. I know Josh Shapiro. He's a terrible guy, and he's not very popular with anybody. I think that this election maybe is better than Josh Shapiro would have been. But I think other than Josh Shapiro, I think she had some good choices. But Josh Shapiro is not one of them. He's caused a lot of damage with a lot of people. And I don't think...
Notice, he doesn't say Pennsylvania. He doesn't say governor. He doesn't say who was damaged by Josh Shapiro. I do not believe he knows who Shapiro is.
He would have been better. I think he would have been maybe the equivalent, maybe not as good. But they had some people that they were looking at that were good, far superior to her. They actually had a story where they had everybody, including, they had like 10 people that she was looking at.
All right, so anyway, now he gets off of it. I don't think he knows who Josh Shapiro is. Hey, David, what do you think about the possibility?
So, okay, so he gave a generic, well, okay, I mean, so this is a total mind reading because obviously, like, yeah, he gave kind of a generic answer, but doesn't, I would assume he knows who he is. His campaign knew who he was. They, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, but this is the kind of chum you want to throw out to your base, right?
Yeah.
Ability of, King Jumanji being passed over as a candidate. Jumanji's terrible, has damaged so many people, not popular with anyone, and just so many better choices than Jumanji. He has no clue who he is being asked about. Moments later, I'm sorry, this is so disgusting. Trump appears to shoot a tonsil stone out of his mouth or some extremely thick white saliva. This is the strangest stuff. We're playing the video zoomed in here. Foreign matter just coming out of this guy.
Fuck, Sitch. Please.
I'm glad this is like what we're really, I mean, it looks like, I don't know what a tonsil stone is. It just looks like he had food in his mouth or something.
Right.
You know, like a piece of food.
Throughout the press briefing.
President, you commit to your White House having daily press briefings?
Who?
When your White House do daily press briefings, you commit to that?
Would you repeat that, please?
Your White House.
No, you. Would you repeat her, what she said? You have to speak up. This room is very...
When you're elected, will you commit to your White House doing daily press briefings?
See, this is so bad optically, too.
I agree.
The old guy just got out of the race, okay? Right. And you are just signaling, look, I'm an old person, I can't hear. I'm almost deaf over here. Like, why would you do this? Oh, God. I don't, Sitch. Just my red alert sense is going off, and I guess nobody else is.
No, I mean, I agree with you. The optics is bad, but I don't think it matters. Like, again, unless this is indicative of a pattern, it doesn't really matter.
Right, because
Like,
it's just a one-off.
it's just a one-off. Like, Biden's thing there'd been this momentum building that like Biden is this old fucking crazy guy, and it just like that was like the crescendo of it, right? This is just one sort of
Right, yeah. So
bump in
you
the road.
comes out and he can hear just fine. All this goes away. No, I
Right,
get
right.
it. Yeah, you're right. It's not a pattern. It's just a one-off.
Do you hear her?
Will you commit to doing
Oh my
Oh,
god.
and this is, it's funny because like, so I looked this up because unlike David Pakman, I actually give a shit about like reality and knowing what's true. And so before this press conference, there's a phone interview on Fox and Friends where they talked about Shapiro, and Trump specifically said that he was no big fan of Josh Shapiro, but thought he would have strengthened the Democratic ticket more than Walz, and that he suggested that Shapiro wasn't picked because he's Jewish and his support for Israel. So he obviously knows who the guy is. Right. So if David Pakman actually cared about knowing, what his speculation was true or not, he would have looked into this for 5 seconds and found out that Trump has literally made more specific comments about Josh Shapiro in the past.
All David Pakman wants to do is come up with anti-Trump propaganda. So
right, of course.
Yeah.
Will you commit to doing daily press briefings if you're elected?
Daily press briefing? Why would I do that?
Oh my god. He didn't have press briefings the whole time he was president. You remember this?
I thought he did it first, and then he got mad because they were being mean to him, and he didn't do it.
And he stopped doing it. You want to go back to that? No daily press briefings.
I don't want to go back to that, obviously. But
just who wants to go back to that? A completely uncommunicative, communicative executive office.
He did do. I could have swore he did a bunch of he had a bunch of things where he would like talk to the press, didn't he? I mean, during COVID, I remember there was a bunch of press briefings and shit.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Did that end during COVID? I don't remember. It's
I don't
been
remember
so
either.
long. Yeah.
It's been 4 years. 4 long, hard
4
years.
long years, yeah.
Oh, man. I mean, you couldn't script a more deranged press conference than this. The topic of the January 6th riots came up, and Trump took it as an opportunity, I guess, to court black voters by saying he got better crowds at the riot than Martin Luther King got.
Never see the picture of the crowd. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken. I've spoken to the biggest crowds. Nobody's spoken to crowds bigger than me. If you look at Martin Luther King, when he did his speech, his great speech, and you look at ours, same real estate, same everything, same number of people. If not, we had more. And they said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture, and everything's the same because it was the fountains, the whole thing, all the way back to from Lincoln to Washington.
And as you can imagine,
Martin Luther King had 1 million people.
Well, I guess they're saying the Million March was literal. I don't know if I assumed it wasn't literal, but
the difference between 25,000 people and 1 million people is quite a bit.
Well, obviously, sure. But this is weird. So David Pakman claimed that Trump was talking about January 6th. He wasn't talking about January 6th at all. That's just
Wasn't he?
That's just no. He was saying he said a crowd he had in Harrisburg.
Oh, he did?
Black picture, same everything, same number of Martin Luther King
got.
Never see the picture of the crowd. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken. I've spoken to the biggest crowds. Nobody's spoken to crowds bigger than me. If you look at Martin Luther King, when he did his speech, his great speech, and you look at ours, same real estate, same everything, same number of people. If not, we had more. And they said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture, and everything's the same because it was the fountains, the whole thing, all the way back to from Lincoln to Washington.
And as you can imagine,
that's in front of the Washington Monument, right?
Well, I'm trying to look at the transcript in the full video of where this comes up.
Oh, trying to figure it out.
Okay, no, never mind. I was looking at I was looking at a different part. He brings up the number again. I don't know if he's
I
confronted.
thought he was talking about January 6th. Yeah.
He says, "You see, Maggie, I was at the mall. I was at the Washington Monument. The whole thing
Yeah.
was crowds. I don't know who had a bigger crowd." I guess that would be. Well, was he at? He was at the mall on January 6th.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a fucking stupid answer for him to get. It's a pretty bad answer.
Did you watch his press conference?
I did.
Shot, but I'm a fast healer. Yeah, pretty much recovered.
Do you have any hearing damage from?
No, it didn't hit that. I got very lucky. It just hit the.
Okay. We can go back to super chats. We don't have to
He
watch.
said, if you look at the picture of the crowd, my crowd, we had 25,000. Martin Luther King had 1 million, but I'm okay with it because I like Dr. Martin Luther King. That's pretty funny. Okay. I mean, again, I said, I don't think it was like a good press conference, but I don't think it was like David Pakman, like, he was unhinged, he's falling apart, he doesn't know where he is. Like, that's all just seems to be totally nonsensical to me. So,
Well, all right. That was fun.
yes.
Look, I see
Okay.
David Pakman talk to Scaramucci here. Ex-Trump staffer.
Oh, really? He did an interview with Scaramucci?
Yes, it looks like he did yesterday.
Check
Well, he
that out.
posted it yesterday.
Right. Okay. The Justice 35 for 23 months. Thanks so much for over a year's support. Or 2 years support, I should say. I can never understand people voting for Trump after January 6th. Makes me think people just want a king rather than a president. S-Class is the best class.
January 6th did turn a lot of people off. So
Yeah. I think it falls into I think it falls into a few categories. I think it falls into, number one, if you feel like the election was stolen anyway, then it kind of gets turned into a justification. I think that's the first part of it.
Yeah.
And then the second part is that the Democrats, and I think the left, they pushed a lot on the riot aspect of it, which I think is honestly the weakest element of January 6th for people to push on. And so that part kind of gets easily sort of hand waved away or debunked. And that kind of, allows people to just be like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. So could be my guess.
yeah, every time January 6th comes up on Twitter, somebody comes in and is like,
Right.
no big deal. What?
Yeah,
Nothing
right.
happened on January 6th.
I think there's very few, I would wager there's very few Trump supporters who like literally want Trump to be king. So,
Yeah.
well, maybe not few, but I'd wager they're in the I'd wager they're in the minority. How about
You
that?
hope they're in the minority.
I would hope they're in the minority. Yeah. The Wooster for $5 says the Democrats are going to pull every dirty trick in the book this time. Mark my words, the U.S. will become like the UK and the courts will expand. Well, I think they're going to pull. Well, it depends what you mean by a dirty trick. I definitely think both sides are going to throw as much dirt onto the other person as possible. I don't know what you mean become like the UK with the courts expanding. That's, in terms of the speech thing, that's literally impossible and will not happen.
Because we have the First Amendment.
Because we have the First Amendment. And also, not only do you have the First Amendment, but you have, all the, first of all, there's the Supreme Court at the moment's Republican controlled, and they're not going to support that. Then you have on the state level, everything's kind of broken apart from Republican and red states and blue states. So that's not going to like turn into a UK situation. So I guess I'm not really sure what you mean by that. But I think the US is going to be pretty solid and safe regardless of who wins, Trump or Kamala. Christoph Keating for €5 says, for those like that lady acknowledging Israel's right to exist is Islamophobic. That's why she said, first recognize the violent formation of Israel. That's true. That's true, yeah.
Scaramucci said that Trump was throwing the Project 2025 people under the bus, that there was supposedly 85 super Trump loyalists that were in Project 2025 that Trump has met with directly and was going to use him in key positions for this whole like bring down the government thing, or have people in loyalist positions so he can get his agenda passed.
Right.
And I don't know if you remember that super propaganda piece that we were going to watch on Project 2025, how the guy came out and talked about how they had a bunch of people that had met with Trump personally and were involved with the Trump administration, and they were looking for people. I joked with you how I wanted to be one of those people. Like, how do I get involved? How does Trump put me in some key position? Because we could make some really good content out of that. So since those are two such different sources, it makes me think, okay, well, maybe this is really happening, right? But Scaramucci was saying he threw all those people under the bus, and all those people hate him now. They went from being like Trump loyalists to hating Trump's guts because he came out and was like, I don't know anything about Project 2025, right? And they're like, dude, what are you talking about? We met with you directly. You were going to make me ahead of the elections department in Pennsylvania or something, right?
That's fascinating. If that's true, I mean, I I'm kind of skeptical of things Scaramucci says because of his bias, but if that's true, that is pretty fascinating. Because
I'm skeptical, obviously, too, and that propaganda piece is just insane. But
because I could imagine, because there's two different things. Because I could definitely imagine that the Harris Foundation people had some meeting with Trump, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you guys are great," and then he like doesn't care, forgets about it, 20 minutes later, and says, "So Project 2025, who's fucking weirdos, right?" Like I could totally see that happening, but that's a little different than like if he'd actually made some kind of promise to put those people into some sort of positions of power in the Republican Party, and then said that they're like, threw him under the bus later when it served him.
Well, this is what all the leftists are whining about. They're saying this is his plan on subverting democracy, right? He's got these Trump loyalists that he's going to put in charge of all these key positions, and they're going to be able to basically subvert the democratic process.
We'll see. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical that democracy will be subverted.
Yeah, so am I, obviously, but I just think it's kind of funny that Trump immediately throws him under the bus.
I mean, it was, I mean, he saw which way the wind was blowing. They were all hitting him. First of all, like, and I could see Trump. I could see exactly why, like doing a little bit of mind reading here. Because if I was Trump, I'd be really fucking pissed at the Heritage Foundation too. You have the Heritage Foundation, these fucking retards come out with this like super long document that no one's going to read because it's too long, but has like spooky things in it that the Democrats can point to and say, oh, look, it's so spooky thing. And it's going to like be this albatross around Trump's neck. Like, and he has a right to be fucking pissed off. He's like, what the hell, you retards? Like, why are you harming me with this nonsense? What is the point? Like, what is the point? Think about it this way. And actually, maybe this is another element too of why he's pissed off. I just thought of, what is the point of the Heritage Foundation making that document public?
Yeah.
Because
I was thinking, voter turnout.
I don't know, because unless it's like to try to pressure Trump into, maybe there's some behind the scenes thing where they're trying to pressure Trump into like accepting some shit that he didn't really want to accept or didn't really care to sign off on. And that's why they published it publicly, because they thought it would get a bunch of conservatives on board to sort of like push Trump in that direction. And then it kind of backfired. Because if this is like the quote Trump secret plan, then just keep it secret. It'll be the point of just broadcasting it to the world like retarded, like idiots.
It's not a good move.
No, not a good move.
Definitely.
Stoic for $5 says, everyone who says October 7th didn't happen in a vacuum or similar argument treats the present war as if it came out of thin air. True. Very true.
Yeah.
Ryan Wool for $5 says, you guys see Kamala is going to not tax tips like Trump has said. You think that hurts her or Trump more? I don't think it hurts either of them.
It hurts Trump. It does definitely hurt Trump.
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna say that. But yeah, in terms of like potentially taking votes away from Trump, it hurts him. I think it would only hurt Kamala if it becomes like a trend that Trump can establish of her just sort of being the follower and him being the leader. Then it could potentially hurt Kamala if he kind of phrases it that way, and that turns out to be the case.
Right.
Stargate 404 for $10. Thank you. Says, not a conspiracy theorist, but in 2020, RCP average polls were 0.75 Biden, but he won by plus 4 point. I'm sorry. RCP average polls were plus 7.5 Biden, but he won by 4.5 with a 3-point error. and only swing state by a few thousand. Now RCP average polls are Harris 0.5 average. Cross tabs show nearly every demo shifted +2 to 8 Republican, but she's +211 in swing states. It makes no sense. I don't know. I haven't looked. I'll be honest. I mean, I haven't looked deeply into the poll stuff, so I don't really have a comment on it. But
And I've looked at some pollsters who have factored in the error from the 2020 election, the error rate from the 2020 election with various pollsters. So,
right.
Who knows? I mean, you're really not going to know till election night anyway.
You could theoretically, again, I don't know, because I was listening. I forget who it was. Someone sent me. Is actually, I don't remember who it was or what the people's name were. I feel bad. Someone sent me kind of an interesting podcast of these two guys who I believe were Republican pollsters. They were kind of talking about how they thought Trump's campaign strategy is like really bad because he's not. They're claiming that they didn't think he was spending the money and the personnel on the ground game in these swing states. And if that's true, you could have a situation where if Kamala and the Democrats have been like really pushing their ground game in the swing states, you could create some kind of weird imbalance like this.
Yeah, so he's going to get slaughtered. He's going to get totally slaughtered. This is what I was talking about when I was saying, the Obama machine is all about hitting people up in their DMs and making them commit to voting. Like they harass you until you literally promise to them that you're going to vote on election day. And then they come back to your DMs on election day and ask you, oh, did you vote yet? Are you going to vote? What time are you going to vote? Like, you going to vote at 2? Okay. We'll message back and make sure you voted. Like, that's just, if Trump isn't doing anything like that, oh my God, he's going to get slaughtered.
Prince Iron for $5 says William Jennings Bryan lost 3 presidential elections and has been quoted as an inspiration by Harry Truman decades after Bryan's death. Really? I didn't. That's fun. I knew that because actually William Jennings Bryan was the inspiration for the Cowardly Lion in Wizard of Oz, which is kind of funny because he did this, and also he was in the very famous Scopes monkey trial. But I didn't know that he was inspiration for Truman. That's kind of fascinating. Malik for $10 says, I know second-generation Latinos whose parents didn't teach them Spanish so that they could integrate easier. Yeah, that was kind of like a common thing, not just among Latinos, but among a lot of second-generation immigrants from all over the world, was like just, teaching their children English first and foremost. And obviously, unfortunately, a lot of that has kind of gone down in the situation, or gone away, so... Burger Dan for $5 says, would it be better to think about it left and right wings both have their own conservatives and liberals? Like capital C and lib are independent to uppercase L and R? Well, I think what you're trying to say is like, yeah, obviously you're going to have, quote, more conservative, more progressive sort of spectrum in both parties, if that's what you mean, in terms of the left and the right. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Oh, this is, no, obviously you're talking to a super chatter, right?
Talking about, yeah.
This has got to be why they're so dead set on increasing early voting, because it gives them a huge window to do that, hit people up in the DMs and see if they voted already.
Right.
Because, when it's day of the election, like you have to have a huge like cast of people to make that system work. But if you've got weeks, if you've got a month to grind and bank those votes, I mean, you can have people working in shifts and constantly contacting people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I hadn't really thought about that. In terms of why they're really trying to expand the voting. Yeah, that makes sense.
Is Trump doing anything like that? No, he's pushing for one day voting so he doesn't have to worry about that stuff.
Well,
oh God. It's just the idea.
No, maybe. And well, it also, the idea again is, Republicans think that, more restrictive voting helps them because the Democrats are lazy. So
hold on, who's grinding into people's DMs to get them to go out and vote?
the voters, not
Are they
necessarily the people doing campaign stuff, right?
Are they the lazy ones or who's
Obviously,
the lazy one here?
right. But to go back to Buridan, I don't know if it's like, I don't know if it would make sense to conceptualize that there's like conservative Republicans and liberal Republicans and conservative Democrats, liberal Democrats. I don't know if I would conceptualize it that way. I think you conceptualize it like this more radical, because like what would that, because it'd be kind of confusing, because you'd have like conservative Republicans would be conceptualized as more extreme, while conservative Democrats would be conceptualized as more moderate. I think it just makes more sense to think of it as just there's more radicals. There's a radical element and a moderate element in each party. And it's just a little bit easier to kind of wrap your brain around. But CT for 5 Canadian, thank you, CT, says that boxer just proves that neither side can answer what is a woman anymore. There you go.
Good point. Excellent point.
Adam Gadbaugh for $10 says, "Hey now, for entirely selfish reasons, I hope you all stream plenty of hours this week so I can bank some free will. I'm gonna need it. Driving to and from North Carolina next weekend. 20 hours of driving. Ouch. Rough, but yeah, we'll be here. We'll be here.
Is it North Carolina or is it North Cal?
Oh, I don't know. I saw
Northern
NorCal, so I assume
California.
Carolina, but you're right. It's probably North.
Usually it's NorCal and SoCal.
Okay, you're right. So probably North California. So
yeah.
Well, there you go. We'll
in
be
the big
here.
State. Yeah, we're gonna be. Sitch doesn't like to stream on Mondays, so
no, I don't.
He's getting lazy on me.
You know what? You know what I might do on Monday?
What?
I might see
Badlands? Borderlands?
Borderlands, yeah. Everyone says it's awful. It's kind of curious.
I know. Has it made it to 4% on Rotten Tomatoes yet? I know
that's
it's
a good
struggling.
question. I am very curious. Everyone says it's just like awfully epic film, and it's not being one of these culture war things where like, one side says it's bad and the other side, everyone's just saying it's bad. It's got 9% on Rotten Tomatoes from the reviewers and 50% from the audience. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
Right. So, I mean, it looked weird. It looked, the whole thing, the trailer looked really awful to me. I thought it was super weird that they had the 2 female characters for some reason. Well, it's 3 if you count the little girl, but not kind of little girl. The 2 female characters who were supposed to be like in their 20s. They like made them old women for some fucking bizarre reason. I'm like, what is going on here?
They got like Kate Blanchett and they
and
couldn't get like a
Jamie Lee
young...
Curtis, who we were talking about.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
super
you're right.
weird. Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, let's put women in their 60s so we don't have to, so we can dodge the objectification bullet.
Right. In our action adventure comedy, let's, get like 6-year women. It's like, what the fuck? All right.
Yeah. Why would they do that?
And then even that,
sex appeal in there.
They even got Kevin Hart to be Roland. Roland is supposed to be like, sort of like the tough, attractive, he was black in the game too, but like, the big buff, like kind of hot, attractive leader guy. And they got Kevin Hart. I don't know. Like, I like Kevin Hart, but that's not some very strange casting. I don't know what the fuck happened with this movie.
Who's the hot chick from that Spider movie? Why didn't they get her?
Spider movie?
Yeah, I don't know what is the spider. I don't know the name of the Spider movie.
I have no fucking clue what you're even talking about.
Some movie that came out, there's like a super busty girl in it. What is it called? Madam Web or something?
Oh, Madam Web.
Yeah, why didn't they get, like, there's a super hot blonde girl in there that everyone's going crazy.
Sydney Sweeney?
Yeah, everyone's going nuts for her. Why couldn't they get her in the movie?
That's a good question, yeah.
I mean, she would be good casting, right? That would drag some gentlemen in to see.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Apocalyptic adventure with Sydney Sweeney.
You're not allowed to have attractive women in your movie anymore, Adam. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah, it sucks. She'd make a good vaulty, right?
She would make a good vault hunter, yeah. Yeah, Roland should have been Terry Crews. Even though he's older, That would have been great, just because he's funny, he's giant. Leo901 for 19 months. Thanks so much. Says, have you seen the Dan Carlin episode on the 1960s? It came out recently. I recommend it because it softly debunks seculum theory. It was much crazier. I have not, but I'll check it out.
How is that possible? What is this again?
Is this the Dan Carlin episode 30? So you want a revolution? You say you want a revolution?
Well, I'll have to listen to it then.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Yeah, actually, I did add that. I added that to my watch later list because it sounded interesting. But I haven't got around to it yet. So, but thanks.
So he goes after seculum theory.
I don't know. I don't know if he's doing it directly or just kind of coincidentally. BNT095 for $10 says 50% of voters identify as independents. Don't underestimate the kingmakers, the silent majority, the political homeless, the outcast, the canceled, those of us outside the matrix. RFK 2024. There you go.
Nice.
Is that true? Is that true? 50% of voters really identify as independents? I don't believe that at all.
There is a lot of independent. Independent, I think, is the largest number of registered voters. But if you break them down, Pew has done research where they put the independents in the category where they mostly vote, and it is super neck and neck between Republicans and Democrats.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, you're right. Shares of U.S. adults who identify, 50% say independent. That's true.
Yep.
But yeah, you're right. You'd have to compare it to okay, someone says they're independent, but
how do they vote? Yeah, exactly.
So
that's where it gets closer to neck and neck.
Right. Well, this is actually very interesting because it shows in 2004, independents were the lowest. It was actually 35% Democrats, 33% Republicans, and 31% independents. And then in the last 20 years, you just see that independence has been going up and the other ones have been going down. So that really shows you that since 2004, people have really actually, I don't know what it was like before, but at least since 2004, people have just really not liked identifying as Democrat, Republican. People have been tired of the parties just sucking ass. So it's fascinating.
They feel jilted. They're like, I don't want to be a part of the party that hides Biden's dementia from me. I don't want to be a part of the party that does January 6th. There's all kinds of different reasons.
That's interesting. Yeah, but I mean, it's been going on since 2004, so it's a very continual trend.
I don't want to be a part of the 2000. What happened around 2004? Let's see. Iraq lied us into
Iraq, all that stuff. Yeah.
Ooh, a lot of people probably left the Republican Party over that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it took a while for people to turn on Iraq. It wasn't overnight.
There was a huge number of people, I remember talking about it, that changed their designation to independent, but they still voted Republican. So
right. J-Mac or Circuit thank you so much for the 10. What?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
The $10 says Kamala is like a kid that says something funny once and then runs it into the ground. Democrats are liberal parents that are too sensitive to tell their kid it's not funny the second time. True. Very true.
Gotta tell them, though. Just tell them. Listen, you need to stop saying that.
Yeah. SB Elite for $5 says, LMAO, be real. Biden wasn't going to be the nominee regardless of the debate. They were getting ready to replace him because of COVID, in my opinion. I don't agree. I think that if Biden didn't have that horrible debate performance, I don't think he would have been replaced. Why would he have been replaced?
I expected Biden to be replaced back when Newsom debated DeSantis. I talk about it in that live stream.
Yeah, we thought that would. Well, we said that was definitely Newsom. New scum. Putting himself out there to say he could be the replacement. But I don't see why they would have. I don't see why they would have pushed. You guys, we all saw how much political pressure it took for Biden to be pressured out. It took the entire Democratic Party's voter base. It took every fucking Democrat senator and Republican. It took every fucking Democrat vote donor. It took such political pressure to really push him out. I don't see how that would have possibly manifested And even with all that, there were still tons of people that were saying, we shouldn't do this. It's a bad idea. We shouldn't do this. It's a bad idea. Right. There are tons of people who, hilariously, by the way, all should be criticized for looking like the dumbest fucking retards on the planet, even though they're not, because they were all terrified of replacing Biden. And now that Biden's been replaced, Harris is like fucking soaring sky high, and no one's really held those retards to account. But anyway, for their bad prediction model. But anyway,
David Packman.
Right. Well, a lot of people. But you see how much pressure it took for Biden to get pushed out. I can't imagine that without a debate performance or something like that, that this sort of mounting pressure would have been able to manifest itself.
Nancy Pelosi is on the record now saying that she told Biden, we can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way.
Right.
And like you have 3 weeks for the easy way and then the hard way is coming, right? And it seems like he did try to dig out in that 3 weeks, right? And he finally just knuckled under. He's like, okay, I don't want to do the hard way.
Right.
Which the hard way, you know what the hard way is, Sitch? We're going to 25th Amendment your ass. That's the fucking hard way.
I don't know if they would have done that.
What other hard way is there?
I don't know. I have no clue.
That's the fucking hard way.
I think before you get to the 25th Amendment, I mean, you're correct. But I think before that, you get to all the Democrats publicly say he should step down first.
Yeah, but you threaten them with the 25th Amendment.
Right.
Like you say, look, I have the votes for the 25th Amendment. You want to finish your term out?
Yeah, maybe you're right. That would make sense.
There's no way. That is such incredible pressure.
I think the issue though is but I wonder if it's like a real threat, because if Biden, so now we live in the universe, obviously, where Biden steps aside, Kamala's like anointed the second coming of Obama and now is riding high. If they had the literally 25th Amendment Biden, it's hard for me to see that like positive energy shift would have occurred. Because don't you think that would have put like a negative taste in people's mouth if Biden literally got 25th Amendmented out of office?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely wouldn't be as smooth as it is now.
Right.
Yeah, that would be the hard way on all parties. Yes.
Right.
Everyone concerned, that would be the hard way.
Right. So I don't know. I feel like they would have been real skittish to pull the trigger on that.
On the 25th Amendment?
On the 25th Amendment.
Look, you threaten him with it and maybe you're bluffing, but I mean, when she said that, I was like, well, what other?
Yeah, I know. You said,
that is the only hard way there is.
I don't know.
But look, they haven't, she also said she hasn't talked to Biden since that conversation, which makes me think. Right. She's like, I hope our relationship is okay. He hasn't actually reached out.
Mm-hmm.
You try to 25th Amendment me. Like, how do you have that conversation, right?
Right. Well, we're gonna find out. Like after this election.
Oh, there's gonna be books written. Yeah,
there's gonna be books. Yeah, there's gonna be books on.
I love the tell-all books. I do. I read one after Hillary Clinton from someone who was in the Hillary Clinton campaign, and she was like, "Oh yeah, Hillary Clinton was a mess. She couldn't make any decisions. She had to have everything focus grouped for like 2 weeks before she could decide. It was completely paralyzing."
Well, Hillary Clinton has no political instincts. That's the problem. Like, her husband has great political instincts. She doesn't have any.
And at some point you have to have a marriage between the two, because you can't really, you can't be completely instinct. You have to know what's going on the ground. Yes. But at the same time, you can't be paralyzed by waiting for this polling cycle to come in, right? You're like 3 days behind everything. So
right. Well, it's interesting because I think Trump is the polar opposite of Hillary. I
think
he's mostly instinct.
He is.
And he's been skating by, because I think Trump does have good instinct, and that's been basically his strength. But it can also, it's not going to get you the full way.
And it's not with the Democrats grinding out voters in early voting and you just sitting there holding rallies while they're banking votes. Dude, that's not going to win you the election.
Right. Equal Docs for $5 says, check out Charlie Chian commenting on left-wing racism. Man is approaching critical levels of base. Okay, I'll check it. I'm not familiar with them, but I'll check it out. Let's see. Tommy Simonson for 50 Donkey Kong dollars. Thanks so much. Says Kamala calls herself South Indian, not black. This is from her own YouTube. Kamala Harris and Mindy Kaling cook masala dosa.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen clips going around of that. So
Really?
right.
Let's see, where does she say?
But she's obviously on a podcast with another Indian person, so she's playing into her Indian. Like Mindy basically wants to claim her as Indian. Seems pretty obvious that she's into it. So, and Kamala kind of just goes with it. So I don't think it's a definitive. Kamala has always defined herself as Indian.
Right.
I would want stronger evidence, and she went on a podcast with a famous actress who is Indian that's trying to claim Kamala for the
as they're
Indian
cooking
community.
Indian food. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I've seen a bunch of the right passing this around as decisive evidence that Kamala has had a rich history. They've also they're passing around the picture of her with her Indian family. So, but she did go to like a famous black college, right? All black college. It's not a famous Indian college.
And I think she was also in like she was, well, obviously she'd be in a black fraternity. She's at a black college, so a historic black college. So, but yeah, I don't know. Cause I have seen clips of both. I've seen clips of her, older clips of her saying that she was black. I've seen clips of her saying she's Indian. I think she probably is, we've talked about, I think Kamala is a chameleon. I would guess, because my understanding is that she was raised primarily by her mother. And so I would guess that she probably, because of that, associates more with her Indian side, but still acknowledges that she's black. I think this is such a massively, I'm just going to say it one more time and then hopefully never have to say it again. I think that the Republicans harping on this are fucking retarded. I think you're shooting yourselves in the foot. I don't think it's an effective strategy whatsoever. It comes off as racist to most people. The small amount of black voters you're going to peel away from this. It's not effective. It's not an effective strategy. That's my gut intuition on this. I guess we'll see if it's effective or not. So
the only way this is effective is if you're on an all black podcast and you're a bunch of black guys talking about it.
Exactly. Yes. Right.
Then knock yourselves out.
Right.
It's completely effective.
I agree 100%. Right. If the Breakfast Club comes out and they all say like Kamala's like not really black and she's full of shit, then I agree 100%. Bunch of people on fucking Twitter, Donald Trump saying this stuff. It's just such a fucking such a massive fucking waste of time. I think what happens in this, and it happens on both the left and the right, is you have your candidate or a pundit say something that's stupid. They stick their foot in their mouth. And instead of people just moving on, people dig in and they try to double down and they just make it worse. Just move away from it. Just pivot and move away from it. It's a waste of time.
Right.
SB Elite for $5 says, also, I feel like hardly anyone's mentioned this before. Joe Bungus was obviously so forgettable, but Trump literally beat Joe. It's literally Jover now. Yeah, listen, this ties into exactly what I was just saying with the Kamala Black thing. Democrats, the Kamala Harris, they pivoted away from Joe Biden. Like the literal second he dropped out, he was forgotten to the depths, right? They never want to talk about him ever again. They pivoted away from Joe Biden so fucking fast.
Right. They glazed him up good for 24 hours straight, and then they dropped it like a hot potato.
They're like, he was a fucking savior. Now we're never going to talk about him again and lock him in a room somewhere, right?
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Now let's talk about the anointed one.
Yes. Now let's talk about our savior, right? So that's what you got to do. Stug Provider says, the response to, quote, Harris said she wasn't black and now saying it has pretty much been, quote, you can be both right. That strategy is very weak. Yeah, it's just, I don't even think they need a strategy. It's just dumb. The whole thing's dumb. It's a waste. SB Elite for $5 says, I feel like the Kamala campaign is real. Same with the energy, but simultaneously it's being held up by a single stick ready to break at one mistake.
I disagree. Yeah.
I get that feeling. I don't think it's quite a single stick because so much energy has been poured into this that even if Kamala like fucks up, you're gonna have so much, not buyer's remorse. What's the thing, like gambler's fallacy? Like when people buy in so much to something, it's
Yeah,
like very difficult.
Sunk cost.
Sunk cost. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. You're gonna have like so much sunk cost into Kamala that it's gonna take. I think it's gonna take a couple stumbles for the kind of the tide to shift away from her because so many people have really just feel like, because here's the thing. You can think about it this way psychologically. If people feel happy about something, they're not going to want to let it go, right? You have to really work hard to convince them of it. And here's the problem too. If you convince them and they lose their happiness, they're going to hate you for it. So it's not like those people are going to vote for Trump. I mean, I guess you'd be happy because they just won't show up and vote, maybe, possibly. But I think people are really going to be sunk cost for Kamala. Now, that's not to say it can't happen. I think it definitely could happen. It's a long couple months to October, or I mean, sorry, to November. So we'll see.
Well, I think the sunk costs are working with Trump as well. Obviously, nobody wants to see the flaws in Trump right now.
They work with both. Yeah, that's a good point. They definitely work with both.
What's the point if you're really invested in Trump winning? What's the point in even acknowledging the flaws? You start getting mad at Kyle Rittenhouse because he's saying Trump is too soft on the Second Amendment.
Right, or Joe Rogan because he's not sucking Trump's dick like Aiden Ross did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Christian Baugh for $5 says, "What do you guys think about the people that call Trump a rapist? I think he was found civilly liable, but didn't look too hard into the facts of the case. I think it's preposterous, the people that are throwing the rapist accusation at Trump. I mean, I'm not surprised because obviously this is what people do. I think it's ridiculous. That whole case was kind of sketchy to me. Obviously, it's something from, years ago. They had this special law to sort of make it so that anyone could charge anyone out civilly outside, time limitations for these sorts of cases. The entire thing, to my knowledge, was entirely he said, she said situation. So, which I'm never comfortable in those situations for these sexual assault allegations. But
yeah, the lady seemed like a weirdo.
I don't think it's fair. I think it's pretty gross. But people are going to do what they're going to do. SB Elite for $5 says, anyways, the outcome is so clear, no one sees it. It's going to be a tie with President Trump and VP Kamala because Clown World and all that. Orange Coconut 2024. There you go. Could you imagine if it was like back in the day,
right?
Where
second place
got the VP. Yeah, that would be pretty hilarious. So.
Oh yeah, they're like battling for president and VP spot. Wow.
Yep. SB Elite for another $5. Thank you, SB Elite. Says, what's the take with Tim Walz literally living in China for some time while in the National Guard? It's sus and illegal, like literally Manchurian candidate territory. Well, I'm unfamiliar with the timeline of it all, so I don't know if he was... I know that there was a time where he was teaching in China. I don't know how that intersects with him being in the National Guard. I haven't done a deep dive on this at all. I've seen some very weird conflicting information on the time of him teaching in China because, I've been seeing some people saying, oh, he's teaching in China and was like pro-communist. But the people making that claim, I haven't seen like evidence of it besides the fact that he was teaching in China. Like no one's produced that I'm aware of. If you've seen this, send it to me of like, here's what he was teaching, right? And here's where he's saying pro-Chinese, like pro-communist China stuff. Because I found an article that was like a contemporary article about him talking about teaching in China, and there's no information about what the fuck he was teaching or anything political. It's just all like, I was teaching whatever American culture in China, right, at the time, and I was very happy, and people were very nice to me, right? And then in the same article, they claim that he was, or no, in a different article, they were claiming that throughout the years, if you look, he's been critical of China throughout the year. So I don't know. I haven't seen really definitive information about the whole China thing one way or the other. But I'm assuming that there's going to be a lot of digging coming up in the next 2 months because obviously if there's dirt to be found, people will find it and dig it up. Satan Gray for $2 says Hasan Habibi seething is always a treat. That is true. That is true.
Epic treat.
Chuckle Desk for 21 months. Thank you. Says, I heard Miami is in play by polling Sitch. Is this true? Also Texas as well. I have no fucking clue. Let me see. Let's see. So if I recall correctly, in 2020, and I think it's kind of been the trend, in Florida, it's like there's like this little chunk of the southeast where you have the major cities. I think it's like Miami, West Palm Beach, Boca Raton, and I forget, it's some other city in the area. Those go blue. I think Tampa goes blue. I think Orlando goes blue. I think Jacksonville went blue, and I think some of the other big cities go blue. Let me see if I can find it in Florida. Oh, okay, I was exactly correct. Miami-Dade County, Broward, Palm Beach, all went blue. Okay, we have Orlando, Orange County, Tampa, Jacksonville, and then Tallahassee. Yeah, they go blue. The rest of the state goes red. So that's So that's the way. I don't perceive that as changing. Let's see. Is there polling recently? Let's see. Kamala Harris on track to trounce Donald Trump in Miami. Dade County new polls show. That's interesting. It says, what are we looking at here? According to a new poll among all county voters, 53.8% say they support Harris. 39.5% say they support Trump. 6.7% say they're undecided. Okay, but how does that compare to 2020? 2020 was 53.4% for Biden and 46% for Trump. Well, I mean, I guess that's basically the same exact numbers, unless, of course, some of those undecided all turn to Harris. Well, let's see. Biden lost Florida by about 300,000. So that wouldn't be enough. Even if all those, if that 6% of undecided, if they all went to Harris and all the other numbers were essentially the same, she would still lose Florida. So I would be skeptical if Harris wins Florida. If Harris does win Florida, it's over. But I would be very skeptical. Florida's been kind of trending red for the last 3 elections, I believe. So, but we'll see. I don't think it's in play. SB Lee for $2 says Democrats are gonna go anti-woke because this aren't the what? Democrats are gonna go anti-woke because this aren't they skull good. I don't know what that means.
Don't either.
TL1524 for $2 says baked and based Hasan talking loud doesn't equal smart. True.
Nope.
Cyborg for 28 months. Thanks so much. Says white dudes for Kamala. Looking for group. Oh wait, this isn't a rally where I can get laid. Never mind. True.
Sad. Yeah.
Edward Sr. for $10 says if Harris walls clearly and publicly support Israel, will pro-Palestinians interfere with polling places in November? Oh my God.
Yes, they will.
Holy shit.
Police can arrest them though if they do that.
They will. That would be a dream, Adam.
shaming people away from the polling places.
In terms of getting like the mainstream left to turn on the woke left, that would be the way to do it. That would be the way to do it if they start going after polling.
This is another reason why the polling, like voting for a month long, because they can't interfere with polling places for a whole month. Like half the voting is done before the election day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Lethal Strain for $2 says, did you watch the JD Vance interviews today? I watched. There's more than one. You said interviews. There was one I did watch. I don't remember who it was. And it was interesting because I was listening to it sped up and then I slowed it down because I was trying to clearly hear like JD Vance at a normal speed. And I was listening to him and he was giving good answers, but his audio, I don't know how would I say this. His verbal charisma is bad. Like he's speaking too quickly. He doesn't seem calm or assured in the way that he's speaking. Trump has a very good way of speaking in that Trump has a very sort of like, he generally has a very commanding tone of voice where he's like, excuse me, I'm talking here, right? And then he'll kind of say something at like his pace, right? His pace, his tone of voice is sort of feels like it's always his own. And I think that's a strength. Most politicians do that. I feel like Vance, he feels too nervous when he's talking, right? And it doesn't mean he is nervous. Some people talk quickly. You know, I talk quickly. Ben Shapiro talks quickly. Destiny talks quickly. But I don't think that plays well in politics. I feel like it comes off his nervous energy. And I think,
I like that.
I think Vance needs to work on that because he was giving good answers, but it doesn't come off right because of his tone. So his tone of voice.
You have to slow it down a bit.
Yeah, slow it down. Yeah. No, I think Vance could. I mean, he's young, so even if this doesn't, even if Trump loses, he's got a lot of time to sort of perfect his craft and be part of the Republican Party.
They're trying to make a big deal out of him walking up to Kamala Harris's jet. Do you think that's a?
I think that was a great idea. I think that was a really good, it was a smart play because he gets to walk up to Kamala's jet. That gets a lot of press to him, and then he controls the sort of the scene.
Yeah, what's said.
Right, because he says, why are you guys asking Kamala questions? Why isn't Kamala taking these questions? Right. That was actually, I think that was a great thing. So Vance is definitely doing smart things. He's definitely saying smart things, but he just needs to kind of work on some of his the way he presents himself.
Yeah, the left was trying to make it seem like he was a stalker, though.
Yeah, I know. They're trying to play into the weird thing really hardcore. I don't think they connected with the plane thing, which is why you didn't see the left talk about it that much. Mostly the technique they did with that is they just didn't talk about it. They kind of buried the plane situation, right? After like a half a day. So that's how you can tell when something is kind of effective that the right's doing is the left just doesn't want to talk about it. They kind of hide from it.
Yep. Very effective.
M1A2 Abrams SCP for $5. Thank you. Says Trump needs to run ads with this clip and put in the clip of the Gaza protesters burning the flag and with Kamala cackling and saying, I respect your voices.
That'd be good.
That would be a very powerful campaign ad. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he should be spending some money on those ads.
I mean, listen, I might see that ad in Florida. Okay, there's lots of Jews in Florida. So we'll see. I'll let you know. Lethal Strain for $2 says, we know Biden ain't working past 7 p.m. LOL. That is true.
Oh, yeah.
Lethal Strain for $2 says, this clip of Harris feels completely staged. Which you think I don't think you're talking about the protesters. I don't think it's
maybe the second one.
It's staged in terms of that she workshopped an answer to give in the case of hecklers. Like it's staged in that level, but I don't think the protesters were staged or anything. That was probably legit.
Yeah, she'd be happy if there were no more protesters, but she's ready if there are. And there probably will be even more. She'll probably perfect this.
Well, I don't know if she'll perfect it. I think she'll
continue, she will.
Right?
She'll be like, I know these protesters type.
I'm kind of skeptical of Kamala Harris's ability to perfect anything. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe.
She doesn't strike me as a political master, but. Lethal Train for $5. Thank you. Says, have you ever seen the movie Predestination? Main character has the same gender issues. I have not seen that movie, no.
No, but they have male chromosomes and a female anatomy.
I don't know.
Interesting.
Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, if we sent Gaza a foreign aid package that was just $50 million in tampons, I'd be for it for the meme. That's terrible. Stuck for $5 says, how is no tax on tips populist? It's a minor step towards neoliberal capitalism, is it not?
What's populist as it's a policy for the working class.
Right.
That's what populist usually means.
Right. So I
Or-
guess you're technically correct. It would be a neoliberal capitalist position, but it would be perceived as a popular thing for the populist working class, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The opposite of elitist.
Right, right.
Which would be tax cuts for the rich.
Yes.
This is tax cuts for the poor.
Right, right. And then Sug for $5 says, or is it populist simply because it's perceived as not for big business? Is populism just a vibe at this point? Populism has always been just a vibe. It's never been anything but a vibe.
Really?
That's the way it's always been. Yeah, it's always been just a vibe. That's what populism is. It's anti-elite, whatever the elites are. And that's kind of a vibe. So. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says, I picture the hypothetical creepy tampon carrying guy as the Resident Evil 4 merchant, and it makes me feel better. Got some rare things on sale, stranger. That's pretty good. That'd be a good cosplay. Don't actually do that. You'll get in trouble. The Real Hultainer, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Secrets. And for the $10, says, did you guys see Sargon's video about how the media in the UK media united to project a message about right-wing riots and then admitted to making it up to ship the message? If not, I can give a link. I didn't send it to me. That sounds fucking crazy. I know, like, all this, everything I've been seeing in the UK, like the riots, the reaction to the riots, it's all been fucking crazy. Like, wasn't there some clip of them suggesting that, like, even if you're not a British citizen, even if you're American and you like post something on social media that they find objectionable, that if you come to England, they can like arrest you or try to extradite you or some fucking wacky shit. Like, it's just, I don't know what this UK is like lost its fucking mind. It seems like.
You post anti-trans stuff?
No, it
it
wasn't anti-trans. It's related to
anti-immigrant.
Yeah, things that they say would get people motivated towards violence, I believe. So,
ooh,
which, I mean, obviously, I don't think people should do that anyway. But the question is, what exactly defines that? So, Cerebral Policy for 14 months says, I'm not particularly pro-Israel, but when I see someone wearing Hamas keffiyeh, I instantly don't trust them, nor want them in the country. Crusade now. I feel like a lot of people have that gut reaction as well. So. Saswato Sen for 1,000 yen. Thank you so much. Says, I'm Shash? I don't know what that means.
Shash?
I have been a fan of your stream for some time now, but I couldn't catch your live stream owing to time zone. This is a token of appreciation from my side. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much.
First super chat. Welcome.
Yes. Thanks for the yen.
Sounds
baby.
like you've been here quite a long time, but
That's
thanks
right,
for contributing. Yeah, it's nice of you.
We need more people in Japan that watch the stream, right?
Sure, that'd be awesome. That'd be
Japanese
great.
Brethren. Suck for $5 says, am I the only one who thinks the whole trans DSD sports discussion would end reverse entirely if we just abolished women's division for like 2 years?
Would anyone
I
even
guess
get
so.
mad? Oh, I guess there are a lot of women who like sports.
I think people will get mad. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, you can determine chromosomal information from a mouse swab. The chromosome information being publicized is a HIPAA and contract issue. Yeah, I know. So, but it doesn't even seem like, I don't think the Paris Olympics have even claimed that they've even done testing from my knowledge of the subject. So,
look, and is it a HIPAA violation if they just say they can't get in? Because then you kind of know the answer, right?
No, that wouldn't be a violation, which is what the other organization, I think that's what they said. I don't know if they said specifically that they had a Y chromosome. I think they just said that they failed the test or they couldn't get in or something. So you had to like kind of, connect the dots there. Right. Well, it's like, I don't know if you have to, it's not really hard to connect that dot. It's really just 2 dots next to each other. So,
right.
Stug for $2 says, I heard Brittany Grimer is now Brittany Muck. That is true.
Yeah.
She did evolve. She got
married.
As soon as she came back from Russia, she started to evolve. So
no, she got married, right? She got gay married.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, I think she did.
Oh, he was making a Pokemon joke. There's a
Oh, it is?
Pokemon called Grimer that evolved into Pokemon called Muck.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I thought it was her wife's name was Muck.
No, that'd be if Brittany Grimer married someone whose last name was Muck, I would believe we live in a simulation. I'd say, okay, that's it. We do live in a simulation. What the fuck is happening? This is a joke.
She probably wouldn't change her name though. Celebrities often don't.
That's true.
They're like, I got a lot invested in this name.
Eye of Memes for $10 says apparently the US is in a summer surge. Am I the only one annoyed that Koof is still blown out of proportion online? Guys, it's been 4 years. We know how to deal with it, drop the BS and move on. Yeah, it is annoying. I mean, there was a surge. I unfortunately got COVID from the surge. But yeah, it is, people still overreact to the whole situation, obviously. So it's not the big deal, just move on. But they're going to be pushing that forever because it's like the flu thing. They're going to be pushing those seasonal vaccines for elderly people for COVID for the rest of time. So Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says when Wiener Inspection Day rolls around and it makes you uncomfortable, the trick is to start running your fingers through their hair. If I'm going to be uncomfortable, so are you. There you go, guys. There you go. Do not try that with your doctor, though. Don't try that with your doctor. It's a bad idea.
Yeah, don't get in trouble.
Lives in Deswell specifically for $5 says, I thought testing was mandatory for all athletes after the great douchey of Robenia won all the medals. I'm not familiar with that situation or if that's a meme. Oh, that's the Futurama thing. That was when there was like female Bender. Do you remember that episode? Yeah. Ken Tompkins for $10 says arguing on the basis of chromosomes is a bad argument. Turner syndrome is XO. They do not have a second X, but they're very much female. Yeah, I think chromosomes alone isn't enough. It has to be like, well, you could say that chromosomes the beginning part, and then it's like, okay, did they go through male puberty? Was the testosterone activated in their body? I think that's really the key here is male puberty. Did they go through a testosterone induced male puberty or male adjacent equivalent, whatever you want to call it, puberty? The Real Halsey for $2 says Jank is kind of a woman. Let's see a man. Wow. Look at that. Stock for $5 says, I think the issue with trans women in high school sports is more about girls' scholarships and such, since the trans women would ruin that for them.
Yep.
That's true. 99 IQ, near perfect score for $10. Says nothing to say, so here's my Tim Walsh approves lunch schedule. Monday, hot dog. Tuesday, taco. Wednesday, hamburgers and chocolate milk. Thursday, sloppy joes and burritos in a bag. Friday was pizza day, the best day of the week. Look at that.
Pizza is always great.
Well, especially in school, because almost all the other food was like trash. For some reason, I mean, pizza's easy to do, right? It's just like bread, sauce, and cheese.
I had pizza this week. It was so good.
Really?
Amazing. Yeah.
Good for you.
I loved it.
I had something that you couldn't have, and it was delicious.
I have finally had matzo ball soup too.
Oh, how was it?
It was great.
I told you. Yeah,
I did
matzo
like
soup is
it.
great.
Yeah.
I knew it.
As soon as I saw it on the menu, I was like, okay, well, I have to get this.
I gotta try this.
I gotta try the matzo ball soup.
There you
You're
go.
right. It is. It's like a little dumpling in there.
Yeah, it's just chicken noodle soup with this really tasty dumpling thing.
Yep, I loved it. I used to love chicken and dumplings. So
yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
great.
I approve.
That's good to hear. I had a fried lobster roll.
Really?
Really
I had one of those
tasty.
just the other day too.
Oh my God. No, Adam, stop.
I know.
No. That's not worth it, Adam.
Sometimes there's a lobster truck that parks not too far from my house, and my wife and I are like,
a lobster truck? What do you mean?
Lobster rolls.
Like a food truck or like a truck full of lobsters? Oh, okay.
A food truck. Look, these lobster rolls are so popular in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
This guy started doing like a lobster roll tent. Like literally he would come and set up like a tent on the sidewalk, right?
Jesus. Yeah.
And he sold so many fucking lobster rolls that he bought a truck within like a month.
That guy's awesome, man. That's American Dream right there.
It is. He went from a tent to a truck in a month. just slinging lobster rolls on the corner.
This is the first time I ever had a lobster roll. This is a fried lobster roll. I was like, holy shit, this is delicious. God.
They are. They're great.
Yeah.
They're great. Yeah.
Adam, you need to stop it. Okay.
What do you mean with the lobster roll?
Yeah, I need you as my co-host. I don't want you to fucking go into anaphylactic shock
I've only
and die
had
because you're eating lobster rolls.
I've only had anaphylactic shock a couple times. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And it's never as bad as they make it out to be.
Oh yeah, you only had like a boil on your eye or what the fuck ever.
I would still do the show if I had the boil on my eye.
Oh God. Listen, I don't want you to do this if you do that. Wait, when you say lobster roll, do you mean like a sandwich or like I'm talking about lobster sushi roll?
I'm talking about like a lobster roll. They do lobster meat inside like a yeah.
Oh no. I meant like it was a sushi roll that was fried on the outside, like tempura fried on the outside, had lobster inside.
Oh, that's cool.
Spicy with the spicy mayo. Oh, so good.
I haven't had one of those.
Yeah.
That sounds delicious. I would try that.
Very good. I wouldn't let you.
Why do you want to keep the lobster away from me? I love lobster.
I want all for myself.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Stock for $5 says that is to say there are material consequences even in high school. That is true.
If you get punched in the face wrestling, you're in trouble.
Or just lose your scholarship, yeah. Tommy Simonson for 50 Donkey Kong dollars. Does a city like Paris lost $2 million in tourists to the Olympics? Sure, Atlanta might see an uptick. That's a good point too, I guess. Yeah, because Paris is already like a big tourist destination, where like Atlanta.
Oh, really?
Isn't. So that's a good point.
So it actually costs them. Everyone's like, I was going to go to Paris this summer, but these Olympics, ugh.
Well, they also had to spend like I think billions of dollars cleaning up their disgusting lakes.
Oh yeah. So people could swim in them.
Right. Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says, I'm a substitute juror for Trump's trial for running over 50 people in a crosswalk because he can't tell red from green. That's how colorblind he is.
Well, look. At least he's trying to end racism as we know it.
There you go. And listen, if Trump has to run over 50 people in a crosswalk to end racism, isn't that worth it?
Sure.
Salindre for 8 months says, fill in the blank. Hey guys, we've made a comic. Supervillains Anonymous comes out blank. S-Class is best class.
I wish I could.
Soon.
I don't want to fill in that blank. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, it comes out soon.
Yeah.
There you
go. Gotcha. The Real Hultinator for $5 says, literally just show all the people cringe Kamala locked up on nonsense and then show the people her donations bailed out after committing violence. That would, if that happened, that would definitely work.
Yes.
Damus for $10 says, look up Peyton McNabb, who was paralyzed after getting hit in the head after a trans student spiked the ball hitting her head. And you also have the Loudoun County School sexual assault in the women's bathroom. So I actually did see that video. It was pretty fucked up. And I did see that story. It was circulating Twitter the other day.
Really?
There was a trans woman, I think it was in high school. This would be another high school sport, volleyball, to kind of bring up, for Jank in that conversation. And they spiked the ball and it hit her in the head. And I think she's had some kind of partial paralysis for, going forward. It's pretty dark.
It's hard for me to imagine that didn't affect more than 7 people. Like that one incident probably affected easily 7 people, right? Her whole family, all her friends, the entire school, the entire volleyball league. Like, let's be real here.
It's true. Naxless for 28 months. Thank you so much. For 28 months, look at that. It says there's been a lot of online chatter that y'all lean towards support for Trump wait, what? They lean towards support for Trump now than opposition / neutrality to him. Do you think that's accurate? It's like really weird. So I don't know where this kind of got. Actually, I do know where it came from.
Yeah, you know exactly where it came from.
It came from It came from you on Twitter.
It came from me. Yes, I said
Right.
I would vote for Trump over Biden because Biden had dementia. Okay, and that became. I was a Trump supporter.
Yes. But then there's like this thing that like once Biden dropped out, I think there was some segment of people that were like unhinged in our audience. It's interesting because usually like a lot of the people in our audience that are very like aggressive towards us were the people that were like, oh, you're not pro-Trump enough. And now there's like some contingency of people that are like, you're not anti-Trump enough that are coming after us for the first time, which is kind of fascinating. Because I don't know, because now that Biden's out, you haven't pledged your undying allegiance to Kamala Harris. So I said that I would never, I can't vote for Trump on principle, and would, even if I was voting, I wouldn't vote for him. So I don't know how anyone could in their mind twist that around to me being supportive of Trump all of a sudden. Now I feel like there's shows that were pretty hard on Kamala. I feel like there's shows that were pretty hard on Trump, and it kind of vacillates to whatever the news story is of the day. So
Shows of ours, not other people's
right, that's what I
shows.
mean. Shows of
We've
ours,
done shows that are harsh on Trump, and we've done shows that are harsh on Kamala.
right.
And we've done shows that were praising Trump because I thought Trump did good in the interview. You know, obviously he did some fuck ups, but he did a lot of really good things in that interview as well with the black reporters. And we commented on that, saying no one is going to give him credit for the good things that he did.
Right.
And
Well,
look, I saw this one. I thought this last press conference he did was a disaster. Like I thought it was a big mistake. So, but yeah, look, I'm an undecided voter at the moment right here, but I'm going to vote for Kamala or Trump. So I'm not doing this third party thing.
Right.
Well, look, maybe I will do the third party. I don't know. Maybe I will vote for RFK.
No, you gotta vote for what's his name? Brother.
Oh, the
Cornel West.
The Cornel West. Is he even still in this thing?
I don't know. Probably.
It's hard. Look, and I said this on the last show. I was like, the thing that makes it tough to vote for Trump is I don't want to vote for Trump and then Trump lose and be a completely sore loser like he was with January 6th and go out saying, oh my God, it was completely stolen for me. Because I just think, like, dude, you're trying to deteriorate our institutions. You're literally sacrificing America to save your ego. And look, a lot of the Trump supporters, you know, they're America First people. If you still think Trump is an America First people when he's going to go out shitting as much as humanly possible on our institutions just to save his ego because he got beat by a woman, look, you're not an America First person anymore at that point.
Right.
Like, please give me a fucking break. Yeah.
Well,
we need these institutions, and conservatives are supposed to be the ones that understand that. It's the leftists that are the ones that are like, fuck these institutions, fuck the Electoral College, fuck this, fuck that, fuck how many people are on the Supreme Court. Fuck it. Let's change everything, right? It's supposed to be the conservatives that think, well, you know, Chesterton's fence, maybe we shouldn't change all of these things, right? Maybe we shouldn't just talk about how elections are completely rigged.
Right.
Right?
No, I agree with you 100%. But I think what will happen is, well, first of all, Trump will 100% say that if he loses.
Yeah, and that's, look, I don't want to be a part of that, so.
Trump will 100% say rigged, you know, scam, blah, blah, blah. And there'll be enough. It'll be like last time. It'll be like every time there's enough weird things people point to. There's enough like charts and numbers that change, you know, in the middle of the night, and enough people pulling boxes outside of things. There'll be enough of these, you know, little things that, you know, you might look into. They might turn out to be absolutely nothing, or things that will, you know, are undecided or we don't know that people will point to. So, like, it will be a situation where when Trump says that the election was stolen from him,
people will believe it.
People will perceive it as the election was stolen and I am America First because, which if it was stolen, that would be a legitimate argument, which is that, you know, in order for the American country to survive, we need to fix our election system and to prevent like election fraud, right? Which I don't think is an unreasonable position.
But there's a truth to that claim, though.
But Right, but you're never going to get to the bottom of that truth, regardless. So,
Okay.
But that's part of the
It's
problem.
hard. It's hard. It's literally hard for me to imagine that. I mean, there were some people. I mean, there was some interview. We should watch it where the woman was like, "I was convinced by Trump that there was all this election fraud, right?" And she thought, "Look, I'm going to get in the middle of this, and I'm going to stop the election fraud," right? She became some election official in her county, and she's like, "Oh my God, there's no way fraud can be going on."
Really?
Like
That's pretty cool.
yeah, she completely reversed her position.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I think
look, you got to have evidence for this fraud, and I don't think you can just destroy our institutions based on a hunch. And that is literally what is happening here. And I don't see how you can call yourself a conservative if you're going to throw our institutions to the wind on a hunch. What conservative does that?
Right.
That's like the opposite of conservatism, right?
Right.
That's paranoid leftism, CRT, conspiracy theory nonsense.
Yeah, I agree.
America is a fucking evil colonial power. That's what that is.
Right. I think
But
what
anyway,
Trump and the Republicans should have been doing for 4 years is coming up with some kind of very solid, like if they actually, I think they didn't do this because I don't think the Republican Party cares or agrees with Trump. But if they did, I think what they would be doing is coming up with on a state, because all the states would have to do this, coming up with very clear, easy policy proposals, which would not only ensure, I'm not talking about fucking voter ID, but I mean ways of validating votes and then making sure not only that you can validate that these are real votes to real people, and that when you're counting them, there's no shenanigans, but that this can all be displayed to the public in a way so that they understand and have confidence, because that's really what's important, is that the public has to have confidence in the voting process.
I totally agree with you, and I do blame the media, because after Trump started stirring up the waters after the election, they just kind of ignored it. And I was like,
Right.
This is a problem that you can't ignore. He's undermining our institutions. You, the media, should be coming out and saying, no, this is why this is incorrect, right? But no, they just threw up their hands and laughed. They're like, oh, Trump's a liar. That was their excuse, which allowed him to cement in people's minds that the elections were corrupt. Like, I think something like 30% of Republicans think that the elections are rigged.
I think it's
That's
more than that,
horrible.
but I think the issue is that the voting stuff, it's kind of like the reverse January 6th elector scheme in terms of that all the claims are like hyper complicated when you look into them.
I know they are. We looked
They're all
into
this, like,
them. We
right.
literally looked into them during around the January 6th time. We were covering this stuff.
Right. They're very complicated. There's lots of sort of conflicting information. Every state has its own different problem or different issue that it's sort of dealing with. So it's like this fucking never-ending stream of information. So
Yes.
But
But
this
look,
is-
back to the super chat. Do I sound like a Trump supporter to you?
no, obviously not. But this is why, the way that we've been sort of talking about the political scene for the last 2-3 weeks, I think, and this is kind of the way I've been approaching it, is I haven't really been approaching this on terms of who do I want to win or who do I think should win from some kind of moral or political perspective, because I think that's relatively uninteresting for the most part. I've just been kind of approaching this from the perspective of who do I think is doing better, like overall, and how they're campaigning. Like I'm trying to look at it from like, how's the campaign looking to people? Not really like, who do I want to vote for? Because I think that's kind of uninteresting.
We are looking at it from just kind of the horse race perspective. Like, was this a good move? Does it play into certain psychology of the electorate that is compelling? Do they have voter numbers on their side here? What we're trying to look at it, yes, as who is going to win objectively, not necessarily who I want to win.
Right.
As far like that's a tougher question. It was funny when Hamas Piker was losing his mind over the lesser of two evils voting. I'm like, isn't it always a lesser of two evils vote? when do they put up a candidate that you're like, yes, this is my candidate? God, I love this person.
I mean, people feel that way about, Trump. People feel that way about Obama. So
Yeah, yes, they do. For me, it's always like a lesser of two evil.
right.
I'm not delusional enough to think this candidate is like the completely selfless, magnanimous person that's going to try their hardest to do what I want. So,
Yeah. I mean, I guess me saying that, the dream would be, the leftist kind of ruining the election for Kamala. That'd be my personal take on it, my personal opinion on what I would maybe want to happen, but I don't think that's going to happen. So.
yeah, we talked a little about this before the stream began. We were going to talk about it on stream, and I'm not sure we even did. I was, I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking it's hard for me to imagine Trump pulling out a win at this point. It really is.
Well,
I just think the deck is completely stacked against him at this point. I mean, it was tough. It was tough before because there were people that voted for him in 2020 that defected and then voted for Biden or voted for him in 2016 and then defected to Biden in 2020. He needs to win those people back to his side. And I don't know if that's going to be possible with the dynamic that's here now. Because they literally voted for Biden-Harris.
Right. I agree with you that the deck is definitely stacked against Trump at the moment, but I wouldn't feel confident in having any level of confidence of him losing and Kamala winning until we see
Kamala
can actually perform and not just because right now she is, the deck's stacked against Trump, but Kamala is like essentially a house of cards that is being balanced up by the Democratic Party. And we're all waiting to see how many cards you can keep stacking on top of this before it kind of crumbles, or will it crumble? Maybe it'll crumble, the day after the election and they'll be totally fine, right? Which is possible. So
yeah, we're going on very little information right now. But the fact that she kind of pivoted on these Palestinian supporters so quickly, I think is kind of a hint that she can do this. And I do think things become a lot easier. Like the Matthew effect is real. Like as soon as you are a winner, like your confidence starts climbing. It becomes very easy to just do things that you were incapable of doing. And as soon as you're like on the verge of being the biggest presidential loser in history, which Trump is like, the stakes for Trump here are enormous. The stakes for Kamala, I mean, not so much, right? She was thrown in last minute. Like if she loses, she's got every excuse in the world to walk away and say, we did a good shot. I was thrown in at the last minute. I did the best I could. We'll get him next time. Trump? Look, you're a fucking 2-time loser, dude. Back to back. Like the stakes for him are just 1,000 times higher.
And if he loses, those, I'm assuming that most of those cases against him are going to continue.
Yeah, look, this is not a pretty situation for Trump at all. And Kamala's just got, she's walking on sunshine here. That dynamic in a debate, Sitch? Come on.
I don't know. You're right. Like this is all the makings for certain outcomes, but again, I'm not confident. I haven't seen Kamala perform, in a good way yet. So I'm still sort of like, we'll see.
We are going to see that
it's still her
debate.
game to lose. It's still Kamala's game to lose. And I think she could still very well lose it. So
I think that debate is on September 10th now. I think it was on the 4th, but I don't know if they were agreeing to the one on the 4th or they're going to change it. I think they both agreed to the one on September 10th.
Right.
So we'll see. But if Kamala continues to do these rallies, and these rallies get bigger and bigger, and her ego is just blowing up. Oh my God, she's just swimming in it. She's like, oh, I'm just Democrat Jesus. I can do no wrong.
Well, that could backfire though, completely.
Like,
right? Like if her ego blows up and she's like, oh, I can do no wrong, right? And then she starts doing wrong.
yeah, I guess it could.
So
I guess it could.
as I said, 2 months. We have a long time away, all right? We will see.
Anything
I'm not
could
confident
happen.
one way or the other. Anything could happen. So
yeah. We'll see. We'll definitely see. See how this plays out.
like 2.5 months, but yeah. Anyway. The real Halsey for $5 says, yes, Adam, Kamala will be a transformational president. The US will be like the UK in 20 years.
Oh, please tell me no.
Terrible.
Don't scare me like that.
Loser Doman for 2 Canadians says, A-team reigns supreme. There you go.
So half-hearted.
Fondue for $5 says, damn, Trump, maybe you should have spent a little less on the room. There you go.
Right. A little more on the microphones.
Grassroots Hegemon for $20. Thank you. Says, my conspiracy theory is that Trump lost a half dozen points in the polls in the states that matter because he has a piercing in his right ear, which makes him gay. You know what? I didn't think about that. That's a good point. That's a good point.
It's true. Yeah.
I think Trump should have gone to the doctor, right? He should have been like, I wanted to just cut like a chunk out of my ear where I was shot.
Oh, that's a good idea. Just
So
cut
that
the
whenever-
top half off.
Well, no, let's not get crazy. Just make like a little triangle, like incision to cut out like that area. So like whenever people look at him, they can see the hole, right?
Wrong, Sitch. Lose the entire ear.
No, that looks too freaky, right? You look like a weirdo at that point.
God,
You
that
want it's
seems
like you don't want to go full retard, okay?
How long ago were we watching Trump strut around with a bandage on his ear?
And that was only a few short weeks ago, right?
I
It feels like a
just-
eternity ago.
I think it was there was like a tangible difference. It's
Right.
demoralizing to him. He's like, I literally got shot at. Someone tried to assassinate me.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone loves this bitch. They just threw in at the last minute.
That's right.
That's
right.
demoralizing.
That's
That
true.
is demoralizing. He's going, listen, she's never been shot at. When did she get shot? This is what Trump is thinking about as he's watching Fox News. That weighs on you.
It could. It very well could. Loser Zoma for 2 Canadians says, Pac-Man has never made a woman orgasm. Wow.
That's true.
Terrible.
That is true. I've heard that.
I'm glad you've heard that. J
What do you
Mac, thanks so
mean?
much. I'm sorry, your father for $20 says, gonna name some of the fauna on my planet after you guys and reference memes from the show. There's a giant bug thing that is a prime candidate for Blunticus diptera. Look forward to funny screenshots. Well, thank you, Jay. We would be honored.
Look, I'm
Be
going
honored
to
for this
bring. I already saw you did some screenshots. I'll bring them
I
up.
did. Nice. Bring them
Looks
up.
pretty badass. But yes. Now, when you name stuff after us in the game, does that mean that other people see it? Is it permanent in the game? Because that's badass. That's what I want.
Well, single. I don't think it's not a multiplayer game to my knowledge.
Oh, really?
Right.
Oh, so it's only in JMAX game.
Right.
Oh,
That's
well, that's cool. Come on.
Right.
Is the AI
very cool.
creating this world as he's exploring it? What's going on here?
I believe so.
I want to know the level of excitement I need to feel. Hopefully it's
I don't know.
epic.
I sneezed. I don't know if it came on the mic, but
It did a little
max
bit.
level excitement. Okay.
Good.
A veteran for $5 says, hey, dummies, Nancy got a 25th Amendment committee ready during Trump. Said it wasn't for Trump, just saying.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah, over the January 6th stuff.
Right. What do you mean she said it wasn't for Trump? Who else would it be?
Well, it could have been for Biden.
During
She
January
probably has
6th?
it on. She probably has it on speed dial, right?
Right. Yeah, that was on January 6th. The Real Jose for $5 says the Dems are less honest and have more institutional power, so they will win. Might as well launch the big ones. I don't know if they're less honest, but they definitely have more institutional power. So their dishonesty is like projected more, if that makes sense. Like it's more in everyone's face because we kind of have the Republican standpoint epistemology.
We're to the point where everyone hates the other side so much it's just unfathomable that other people could vote for them and they could win an election.
Yeah,
that's
right.
just not a good place to be at all.
Mm-hmm. The real wholesale for $10. Thank you. Says, when I say less honest, I mean the less victory condition is the destruction of our nation. While the right needs to preserve our nation, the right will fail. So we should deny the left the win. I mean, I don't know what I frankly don't even understand what you mean by that. When you say the left's victory condition is the destruction of our nation, when you say the left, who are you talking about? Like that is the one condition for the leftists, the communists, is the destruction of, America as a liberal country, which I believe will end in the destruction of our country. I don't believe that the mainstream left Democrat Party in America, that they have a victory condition of destruction of our nation. So I don't really know what you're talking about.
This is very serious, okay?
Right.
JMac for $10. It 100% is multiplayer, and when I upload it, everyone sees it who visits.
There you go.
Yes!
Base. Look at that. That's what's important, right? Okay. Great.
Look at this. Look, our names are in the history books, Sitch.
There you go.
Finally.
Thank you, Jay.
Planets are named after us, Sitch.
Planets, bugs. I love it.
Who cares if America falls? We have these crazy aliens that are named after us.
Our names are emblazoned among the stars. Eat shit, America.
Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna be immortal. Yeah, I love it. Okay.
America. That boring place.
Where are the servers? We just need to protect these servers. That's all that matters. Fast and Bulbous for $5 says, do you think it's smart to run on, quote, MAGA, everything is bad and only I can save the day for 2016, 2020, 2024 seems kind of old and stale. I think it's bad for both the Democrats, and I agree with that. It's both stale and old for both the Democrats and Republicans to run on the same message of the other side is evil, only I can save you. I think that is not a winning thing. I think that's part of why I think Kamala has smarter campaign advisors, because they're not really, that's how they were running until Trump got shot. And now it's kind of changed to, I think, a better message, a better
right
brand.
Right now, Barack Obama is on the phone with Kamala saying, Kamala, you have to pivot to an aspirational message. Can't all be doom and gloom. Remember?
Well, it's weird.
Yes, we can. Remember that?
It's interesting because so Kamala's slogans right now are not going back, and when we fight, we win.
Right.
So we have not going back, which is kind of a vague thing that just kind of means progress, but without actually any picture of what the progress looks like. It's just kind of like, which matches Kamala perfectly at the moment, right?
Well, no, it also hints that electing Trump is going back.
Yes, of course. Yeah, electing Trump is, we're going to put all the women in the red outfits and the white bonnets. And then the when we fight, we win is kind of fascinating too, because it's sort of playing on the we will win this. Like, you're not going to be a loser if you vote for Harris. Like a lot of people, I think with Biden, they felt like they were a loser. They felt like they were cucks for voting for Biden. I don't think people don't feel that way when they talk about Harris. So
both of those suck. Those are terrible.
They are terrible. Yes.
Yeah. So,
but it seems to be working. So who the fuck am I supposed to say? So,
well, I think they'll probably come up with something better than that, to be honest with you. At least it's not I'm with her, right?
I'm with her was the worst ever, but I think you're correct. I think those are placeholder slogans.
They are. Yeah.
But I guess we'll see when the DNC rolls out.
As soon as they start pulling ahead, it's real easy to adopt that really aspirational message. You're like, look, I'm leaving my opponent in the dust. I don't need to talk about what a piece of shit they are anymore. I can start talking about the American people coming together, right? Overcoming obstacles, charting a better future together.
I think
Peace,
they're really
love, understanding.
They're really testing the waters on this joyful warrior shit and the joy stuff. And if that does well, I don't think it will because I think it's kind of cringy. But if it does well, they're gonna shove joy into the slogan somewhere.
Joyful warrior.
Not joyful warrior, but they'll shove joy or happiness or something into the slogan.
Right.
If it does well, I don't know if how it's gonna test.
Like Brianna Greyjoy.
Like the name? No, I don't think so. Lethal Strain for $10 says, in Predestination, they discovered XY chromosomes, ended up being turned into a man through surgery. Time traveling stuff happens, ends up sleeping with herself as a man, becomes her own parents. That sounds like quite the movie. Holy shit.
Sounds great.
Yeah. I think I'm going to skip that one, but okay. The Real Haltonator for, did the skip thing? Where are we? For $5 says, I will find the link for UK tomorrow. Sorry to intoxicate at this point. That's fine. Just send it tomorrow. Forrest for $10 says, sports physicals for guys always include a turn your head and cough hernia check. We pretty much already do dong checks. That's the penis inspection. Okay.
You've had one of those, right? The hernia check.
Isn't that like, that's like a normal thing?
Oh, yeah. No, your doctor's like, just wants to feel your dong.
You don't get that done once a month just to make sure?
You don't get that done every 2 weeks?
You don't have your weekly hernia check? What's going on here? The Real Haltator for $2 says matzo ball soup is, and then the mouth watering emojis. True.
Yummy. Yes.
It's very true.
It is good.
The Real Haltator for $5 says, thank you. Says the only foods that should be legal in California is stale bread and water. Ouch.
No.
Look at that. Terrible.
We have great food in California. What are you talking about? Don't be mean.
Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross. Says, excuse me. The Georgia Election Board is taking away Fulton County's ability to run their own election because of the 20,000-ish bad votes last election. There was some funny business, and you can find news reports about it. Wow.
Interesting. Okay.
Why is all this stuff? Because I saw some clips about, like, someone was like, Sitch, look at what's going on in Georgia. And I saw these clips, and there's, like, no context to them. So I'm just like, I don't know what any of this means. But why is this all happening so close to the election? Did it take them this long to do this fucking investigation?
Missing 2020 poll tallies in Georgia don't prove 20,000 votes never existed. Other records are available. That's from AP. Okay,
I don't know anything about the situation, so I don't really comment
State
on
Election
the facts
Board
about it.
clears Fullerton County ballot suitcase. Finds no evidence of conspiracy, no fraud. Send us the links that you're looking at, Mr. Ubercross.
What did the election board say?
I just put in the text that you had in the super chat. So Georgia Election Board says counties can do more to investigate election results.
Wait, is the election board a partisan thing, or is it a bipartisan thing, or a neutral thing? Because there's some person who's claiming, I don't know if it's true, and I don't know the facts here. They're claiming that the 5-member board are, quote, Donald Trump loyalists. Is that actually true, or is that just like a guess? Because if it's partisan, it kind of, that within itself wouldn't be evidence of shenanigans.
Republican majority on state election board seeks further inquiry on double counted ballots. Is this all from that suitcase thing? Remember the suitcase thing?
The suitcase that wasn't a suitcase?
Yeah, that was yes, exactly. Suitcase that wasn't a suitcase.
Well, these are the things that they were talking about where the Democrats were going screaming hair on fire when they're like, the Republicans / Trump are putting people in these positions in the states that are going to do shenanigans, right?
Yeah.
So New rule in Georgia could allow some local election boards to refuse to certify results. This election, I mean, if we have some situation where you have all these like local election boards in various states starting to refuse results for partisan reasons, I mean, then the election is going to be a total fucking disaster. And you and What If All Hiss may get your wish. So
what's
we'll
that?
see.
The seculum is
The seculum might come screaming in if we have all this fucking shit going on election day. So people started throwing out votes left and right.
Oh, please.
Pretty bad.
I want to live in interesting times, but not that interesting, right? Jen, look at this. Well, I guess you can look it up on Twitter. He probably tagged both of us.
Mm-hmm.
JMac sent an image of Blunter Rapid, discovered today by Mr. QMac, gender indeterminate.
Miss QMac?
Found on
I have so many fucking
Mitig.
notifications. I can't find anything. So
okay. Well, look at you. So popular that you can't even find a tweet. Oh my goodness. You've been tweeting too much then.
there's a lot of like really weird. It's kind of weird. Like recently, like I've been getting like weird replies from people who don't follow me. I'm like, who are these fucking people?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Everyone is mad.
Mm-hmm.
It's election time. They're like, oh my God.
Right.
You didn't say or said the wrong thing.
I know.
I'll share.
Okay.
You read a super chat. I think we're almost done, actually.
Mm-hmm. Here's Trump's True Social post for tonight.
Oh, good. Only one?
Yeah. I'm doing really well in the presidential race, leading in almost all of the real polls.
Oh my God, no, please stop.
And this despite the Democrats unprecedentedly changing their primary winning candidate, Sleepy Joe Biden, midstream with the candidate Kamala Harris, who failed to get even a single primary vote and was the first out of 15 Democrat candidates to quit the race. I did great in 2016 and won, did much better in 2020, getting many millions more votes than 2016. But this 2024 is thus far my best campaign, the most enthusiasm and spirit, etc. My team is doing a great job despite the constant 8-year obstacle of dealing with fake news and low self-esteem leakers. We're going to win big and take our country back from the radical left losers, fascists, and communists. I'm glad he threw in fascist. We will very quickly make America great again. There you go.
Look, none of you guys have to vote again in 2028 because
this will be fixed, right?
Everything will be so fixed.
Right.
So completely fixed. And Donald Trump won't be running. So, well, unless he loses, then he will be running. And you will have to vote again, unfortunately. Sorry. One more time. One more time. This time.
Okay, wait a minute.
I swear it's over.
Wait a minute.
No.
Wait
a minute.
Wait a minute.
Why
does Adam get to be a T-Rex? Okay. And I'm like this fucking stilt walker motherfucker. What the fuck?
What
the fuck, Jay? Why does Adam get to be a T-Rex with a big horn on his head and I get to be fucking the little creature from The Quiet Place? What was that? The fuck's happening here? Come on.
I didn't even notice that, but it's perfect.
Look at that.
J-Mac, you did excellent.
Terrible, Jay.
Oh, these are the new ones.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that. I am badass.
Yeah.
You look like a kind of a flea or a what is that?
Isn't that what the little Quiet Place monsters look like?
Adamicus Rex. Oh my God, this is based.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Quiet Place monsters had like.
No, I got to bring this up.
Terrible.
And this is Sitchicus umbralius.
Yeah, look at this. Adam's gonna step on me. What the fuck?
This is what you get when you don't shower for a couple months.
Look at this. Notes for Adam. Okay. Look, it says gender radical. Okay.
Oh, nice. I'll take
Notes. Did you write radical or is that automatic? Notes found primarily on the grassy plains of planet Magoo. Cautious by nature, they stalk their prey carefully. Once they've selected a target, this methodical hunter. I know it's late. Methodical hunter rarely fails to make a kill. Unsophisticated and unrestrained carnivores, they feast upon the raw flesh of their fallen prey. Right.
There
look
we
at this
go.
badass here. Right. Then look at me. Found on planet Magoo, where they roam both forests and grasslands. Quick darting eyes reveal their nervous habit. They're quick to make decisions and even quicker to take flight. Gut analysis reveals a varied but exclusively vegetarian diet. Look at this.
Oh my
What
God,
fuck,
you don't
Jay?
even eat meat.
I'm a fucking rabbit. I'm a rabbit. What the fuck? It's terrible. Oh.
Look at this.
How dare
thing.
you, Jay? Feel betrayed here.
Look at this. I mean, it almost looks like you're just dying. Is that your normal stance? Where's your head?
I look like one of those stilt walkers, you know, like at the carnivals and stuff.
Right.
So.
Wow.
I see how it is. I see how it is. All right.
I would look you in the eyes, but I don't know where your eyes are.
Terrible.
This was excellent. Thank you, Jay. You made my night.
Awful. Okay, Mr. Supercross sent me this AP article. It says,
all right, let's hear it.
Georgia's Fulton County approves plan for independent monitor to oversee general election. Georgia's most populous county, which has a history of voting problems and was a focus of former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn his 2020 election loss, has approved a plan for an independent monitor team to oversee this year's general election. The Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections on Thursday considered 2 monitor proposals and voted to accept one and reject the other. Blah, blah, blah. This will be Fulton County's second consecutive presidential election conducted under the watch of an independent monitor. The heavily Democratic county is home to about 11% of the state's electorate and includes most of the city of Atlanta. Has long been subject to national scrutiny because of its history of problems, including long lines, slow vote reporting. It's a favorite punching bag of Republicans, including Trump, who claimed without proof that the widespread voter fraud in Fulton County cost him the 2020 election in Georgia. Also this week, it became public that Woodlard's plans to leave the board July 25th, with just over 3 months left to go before the November elections. She was previously chaired the board, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. The 5-person Fulton County Election Board includes 2 members appointed by the County Democratic Party, 2 members appointed by the County Republican Party, and a chair appointed by the County Board of Commissions. The day-to-day operations of running elections are overseen by the County Elections Director, who reports to the board. Blah, blah, blah. As part of the agreement with the State Election Board in 2020, an independent monitor examined the county's election process during the year's general election. He documented sloppy processes and systemic disorganization, but found no evidence of illegality or fraud. The following year, the state board embarked a nearly 2-year performance review of the county's election practices at the request of Republican state lawmakers. The review panel found the county had shown considerable improvement, prompting the state election board to vote last year to not take over the county elections. Resolved the case against Fulton County involving allegations of double scanning some ballots during an election recount in 2020. The state board voted in May to appoint a monitor to observe the county elections and election processes in 2024. The choice of monitor has to be approved by the county, the state election board, and the Secretary of State office. The Fulton election board members briefly discussed 2 monitoring proposals at the board. At the Thursday meeting, the board voted 3-2, with Woodlard joining the 2 Democratic appointees to approve one proposal and reject the other. The proposal they approved, which Woodlard said already has the approval of Secretary of State, would cost the county $99,600. Okay.
Gonna be like a 24-hour watch?
Maybe. The Republican appointed board members voted against the proposal that was approved, arguing that the monitoring team was made up of people who had been involved in the 2020 election and had had ties to the Secretary of State's office. They argued that fresh eyes were needed. Okay. Democratic appointee Aaron Johnson noted that Garland Favorito, who currently has a lawsuit pending against the county over access to ballots from 2020, was included in the monitoring team in the rejected proposal. So it looks like there was sort of a partisan. Democrats were like, you should pick our guys. Republicans like, you should pick our guys. And they went with the Democrat guys. Fellow Democrat appointee Teresa Crawford called the proposal extremely invasive, saying it sought access to materials like hiring policies and the qualified voter list that she said don't have much to do with how the county is running the election. They all expressed concern that it wasn't entirely clear who was behind the rejected proposal or what their qualifications are.
What's invasive mean? Like they put cameras in the bathrooms or something?
Yeah, you got to make sure no one's smuggling votes in their pants, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
You put a little secret camera in the bathroom there. Make sure everything's on the up and up.
Right. Okay. Where are we here?
Are you going back to
Super Chats?
I'm going to read this.
What are you reading?
I'm going to read this article more carefully than you.
Okay, you read it more carefully than me because I was just kind of skimming it.
I'm going to read it later, though. Not right now.
Oh, okay.
Not right this minute.
Close this tab. We got too many tabs. Ryan with Biden for $10 says, I would prefer Trump beat Kamala, but I absolutely loathe Republicans for becoming sycophantic cultists who idolize Trump like he is America's dear leader. They're loyal to Trump, not America or conservatism.
Yep, I agree. Yeah. Very sad.
The Real Halsinator for $5 says, I totally agree, Adam. The problem is that conservatives lose. They always lose. What is there to conserve? Nothing. The national is lost. Scorch earth. Oh, he said the nation, not national. The nation is lost. Scorch earth. I mean, I think it's a very pessimistic view and not even remotely the case. I don't think you need to be that pessimistic, Halsinator.
I mean, they literally are dominating the Supreme Court right now. I don't necessarily know how you can say conservatives always lose. They have like a 3-point advantage on the Supreme Court right now. And all the Democrats are like, they're tearing their hair out going, how are we ever going to make this up?
I mean, honestly, I think if I said this, I said if it wasn't for Trump, if Trump wasn't the nominee for the Republicans, I don't see how
they would win. They would
lose,
win. Yeah.
They'd be dominating right now.
I thought as they're nominating Trump and Trump is up like 50 points above Haley, above DeSantis, above anyone competing against him. I'm like, what is happening here? People completely bought his bullshit about the 2020 election.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, he lost.
Right.
He lost. And putting up a candidate that lost, he wouldn't have been up that big if people hadn't bought his bullshit about the 2020 election, right, Sitch? I mean, how could, this is the weird thing because we had said, if he didn't do January 6th, he'd be in a better position to run now. But I'm not so sure that that's the case because I think a lot of people voted for him because they think he was jilted in the 2020 election. And if he didn't fill everyone's minds with the election was rigged, would they really be voting for a guy who lost to Biden in 2020?
I think if Trump said that the election was rigged in terms of that the media was out to get him, which they were, in saying that, like kind of, he just framed it like that. And he didn't frame it like that the votes were actually stolen, didn't try to do the elector scheme, didn't have the January 6th riot and stuff. I do think that Trump would be almost a shoo-in probably to win, or any Republican would.
Yeah, maybe so.
Currently, so.
Maybe that is the angle. Yeah.
This was really Trump's to lose. Well, I mean, I don't know, because the Biden switch out definitely added so much revitalizing energy to the Democrats. But if in the hypothetical, you had either not Trump or you had Trump had not done what he did sort of around the election stuff, I still think it'd be so much easier to to pin the Democrats as saying, look, you mismanaged the country for 4 years, and you wouldn't have the energy behind like Trump being the dark one reborn. Like they would try to, obviously they would attack him like that, but it just wouldn't have that effect. It wouldn't be anywhere near as effective as it is now. So
I don't think Trump can make this a base election. I think Trump needs moderates, and I don't think the grievance politics is going to pick him up any moderates at all. I really don't. Nobody cares about what happened in 2020. They want to know.
Well, the moderates don't care.
Yeah. I'm talking specifically about the moderates.
Right.
Like the people who feel jilted in 2020 that are voting for Trump, obviously they care. They care. That's the only reason they're going to vote for Trump. That's the reason they nominated Trump.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that's enough. I don't think that coalition is big enough.
No, I don't think it is either. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if Trump, Trump kind of was handed this gift of getting shot in the ear, and that kind of allowed him to reset his campaign entirely.
And he didn't.
Into this unity message, and then it kind of all fell apart, it kind of fell apart at the convention, but it really fell apart when, from his perspective, it was his responsibility. He kind of let it fall apart when Biden got swapped out.
It fell apart before that. It fell apart when he took the stage at the Republican National Convention. And that was before the swap out.
Right, but it really, he sunk he put the nail in the coffin when Biden was out. So
yeah, and he started going off on Biden.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Oh.
Well, we'll see. Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, you guys see the JD Vance interview on CNN? He actually did a great job articulating the issues with Kamala. Let me check my YouTube watch history. I'm curious which one.
That's the Dana Bash interview. I saw the Dana Bash interview. He did. Dana Bash kept hitting him with the stolen valor stuff, going, yes, but wasn't Trump a draft dodger?
So did he just do did he do like a gauntlet of interviews?
Oh yeah, he's out there interviewing like crazy.
That's good for him that he did that. But no, I saw the Face the Nation one on CBS. So I'll watch the other ones too, because I'm curious. I didn't see the Dana Bash one or the ABC one.
I think JD Vance is pretty good, to be honest with you. And I know you don't really like Vance. I think Vance comes off as genuine. I don't think he comes off as weird. I think he's getting better.
I'm saying, listen, okay. I'm listening to this Dana Bash. I picked a random spot. I'm listening to the Dana Bash interview. It's the same problem that I had with the Face the Nation one. He can be saying something that is smart and intelligent, but he's saying it like, it sounds like he's at 125 speed when everyone else is at normal speed, and it makes him sound too nervous.
Throw it in the watch together.
It makes it sound like he has Scott Adams has actually talked about this, that there's sort of like two modes of speaking. There's the commanding speaking. I forget, and he doesn't use the word command. I forget what he uses. Like, it's like a mode of speaking where you feel like the person is authoritative. They're just making a statement. And then there's a mode of speaking where it sounds like they're pleading with the person. And I think
please put it in the watch together. Come on, please.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And JD Vance has, in my opinion, he comes off with the pleading energy, and he needs to fix that if he wants to sort of become like president one day.
He needs to fix it.
Yeah.
You got to fix this. Fix this pleading energy. Here, I'll find it. Never mind. You read a super chat. I'm going to search JD Vance.
I'm hungry, so I don't want to watch the whole thing.
Okay, I got
Mr. Supercross, thanks. I read that one. The Real Hell Senate for $5 says, I know you guys don't know 40K, but I wish the 8th would visit all the Dem City. Jesus, Real Senate.
Yeah, watch out.
Listen, you're drunk. Okay, it's okay.
Are
Relax. Stop donating. Save your money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, look, it's all the Real Holsenator.
I know.
Dude,
I
you're
know.
going to wake up poor. Stop.
I know. Stop. Stop. We love you. Okay.
Yeah.
JMac for $10. Thanks so much. Our second father for $10 says it's 100% is multiplayer. Oh, you're right. When I uploaded it, everyone sees these visits. Well, that's based. That's awesome. And JMac for $20 says I'll post glyphs for anyone who wants to visit and build a base here. Be warned, it has very aggressive sentinels. Also, yes, Adam, all the creatures are procedurally created, including the descriptions. You get some funny ones.
Oh, that's nice.
So there you go.
It's building it as it goes. I love the future.
The Real Halsey for $5 says the mainstream left's victory condition is a high-ranking position in the commie order, but they don't really understand what God they worship. I mean,
true.
I don't agree with that at all.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
The mainstream left's victory condition is a high-ranking position in the commie order. I don't.
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly what Hasan is going for. Are you kidding me? All he wants
Hasan
to do
is not the mainstream left, though.
Oh. Okay. I guess you're right. It's a mainstream left.
Yeah.
Joy Reid. That's exactly what she wants. She's the original joyful warrior.
There you go. Damus for $5 says 2019, there was a guy arrested in San Francisco for eating a sandwich on a train platform. Wait, what?
My God, what kind of sandwich? Was it a shit sandwich?
Yeah, what kind of sandwich?
Was it a stolen sandwich?
Here's the story. Police officer detained and cited a man eating a sandwich on a San Francisco train platform. Confrontation captured in a viral video. He was told that eating on the platform was against state law. What?
You can't eat a sandwich on a train platform?
Why not? That's super weird.
What if you're hungry? What if you just so happen to have a sandwich that wants to be eaten? It needs to be eaten.
Let's see. General manager of the Bay Area Rapid Transit released a statement saying eating in the paid area is banned, and there are multiple signs inside every station saying as much. As a transportation system, our concern with eating is related to the cleanliness of our station and system. This was not the case in the incident at Pleasant Hill Station on Monday. The officer asked the rider not to eat while passing by on another call. It should have ended there, but it didn't. When the officer walked by again and saw him still eating, he moved forward with the process of issuing a citation. The individual refused to provide identification, cursed at and made homophobic slurs at the officer, who remained calm throughout the entire engagement.
Uh-oh.
I mean, listen, listen, I'm on the police side here. If the station says they don't want people eating because people fucking are pigs and they throw their trash everywhere, and there's a sign that says don't eat there, and the cop walks by once and says you're not allowed to eat here, walks by again, the guy's still eating and says, okay, I'm gonna have to write you a citation. The guy starts creating about it, like, fuck them. I don't know what to tell you.
Look at this establishment shill here.
There you go. I believe in law and order, motherfucker. All right. Law and order. You don't get the rules apply to everyone. You don't get to be special. You don't get to be like, oh, I don't give a fuck. I get to do what I want. No, fuck you.
What if you have a sandwich?
You.
What if you have a sandwich that has an expiration date that's like in 15 minutes, but your stop is like 30 minutes away?
Then you should have thought of that and planned better. All right. Should have planned better.
Sometimes shit happens and you need to eat your sandwich. What if you're having like a low blood sugar freak out and you're about to
Well, that's different. If you have a
crisis.
okay, listen, if you have a medical issue, if you're diabetic or something, that's a completely different situation. And I would assume that they would not, if you're like, listen, I have a medical condition, I have to eat, they're not going to like fucking hassle you for that.
You don't know that.
Apparently there was a race context too, because I couldn't really tell from the picture because it didn't really look like it, but they're saying that the guy was black and the officer was white. So they tried to make it like a race thing too.
Oh, but wasn't the officer like a homo or something? Okay, didn't he make some homophobic slurs?
I haven't seen the video. It says he's throwing homophobic slurs at him, so I don't know what he was saying exactly. But
look, I think homo is above black in the hierarchy of oppression.
It is true. Well, no, it's below. So because blacks are more oppressed.
Oh, they are?
Right.
I don't know. Homosexuals are pretty oppressed, so.
Not as much as black people, according to the woke crowd. Right.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, this guy wasn't starving. He's eating a fucking sandwich.
There you go. There you go. This the video, which garnered 3 million views, caused an uproar, inspired activists to stage a lunchtime eat-in to protest over the
Oh my God. These San Francisco activists are like, oh, we're all meeting on the train platform at noon today. Bring your sandwich.
Right.
We're going to have a real law-breaking experience.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes. I'm bringing a meatball with marinara sauce. I'm hoping to spill some of the marinara on the freshly painted tarmac.
There you go. There you go. I don't know what this. I mean, looking at the picture, this guy does not look black in the pictures. So
Oh, are you questioning?
I'm questioning. I'm pulling a Trump.
Now?
I'm questioning the identity. Maybe it's just the pictures or something. But
he was always white until he got in that sandwich incident. Then
there
all
you
of
go.
a sudden,
that's true. That's true.
Then all of a sudden he became black. He became a black person. He had a sandwich and he was black.
Oh my God, this story is amazing. How did I not hear about this story at the time? I don't remember anyone talking about this. There's like a picture of him like in court. He's like, he has like a
Send me the picture already.
He has a
Come on, I want to see this.
He looks black in this picture.
People want to know. People want to see this guy.
Let me show you the picture. I'm like, doesn't look like a black guy. I'll show you the picture.
Are you gonna send me the side by side? You're gonna send me the white picture and then the black picture?
Yeah.
What kind of sandwich was it? I mean, that's what people really
didn't say.
Know.
Did not say.
Was it like a pastrami on rye or? This guy's not black. What the fuck?
Doesn't he? Listen, I'm not crazy, right? That's the guy doesn't look black in that picture.
This is bullshit.
Okay. But wait, so
what is a black sandwich? I don't even know.
I don't know.
How do you know?
Well, I could say some racist things, but I'm not going to. So here's the picture in court. So he looks more maybe just the lighting or something. He looks more black in this picture.
That does not look like an ethnic sandwich.
No, how dare you?
I mean, you can see the sandwich. It looks more like a McRib or something.
Well,
look at that cop doesn't look gay. What the hell?
I know.
Everything
right?
in this story doesn't make any sense.
I know. Well, I don't know. Look at that other cop. He's got black gloves on. Maybe that was the one he called gay.
Oh yeah, you're right. That guy does look gay.
Got the gloves. You know.
Oh my! This guy is so in blackface here. This is such.
You think in the second picture, you think he's like
this is so blackface. Look at this. First of all, he's got the blackest attorney you could ever have, and he himself is in blackface.
Right? How dare you?
This is not the same guy.
How dare
There's
you?
no way this is the same guy.
How dare you? All right.
There's some bullshit going on here.
So this attorney he got is a civil rights attorney. So he got a literal civil rights attorney to do this.
He's like, listen, I can get you out of the sandwich thing.
Right.
But you got to be black.
No, it's not. I can get you out of it because I think they dropped the charges. It's like I can get you money for this.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Look, I can get you paid for this sandwich indiscretion. But first, you have to be black.
Right. The man detained for eating a sandwich on the Bay Area station platform last week has filed a civil rights claim against the transit agency, alleging its officers engaged in racial profiling and selective law enforcement.
Oh, God, this is such bullshit. This is such utter bullshit.
I don't even know how you can make that argument when if it like literally the guy walks past once and makes a claim and then walks like doesn't do anything to you until he walks back a second time. So art director calls and apologizes, humiliating the man. There you go.
What is this hat he's wearing?
I don't know.
Is that the same guy? I mean, that's some good blackface makeup he's got on.
I mean, I've seen other pictures. I think it was just that one picture he doesn't look black. So.
Oh, you think he looks black in the?
Yeah. I think it was just that one picture. For some reason, the lighting was not right.
I mean, his beard and his eyebrows look blonde.
No. I am curious as to what the homophobic slur was that he was throwing. I'm trying to find what happened with his case. Let's see.
You want to know if he's been sentenced to
I want to know if he
San
won.
Quentin.
I want to know if I want to know if he won a civil rights case or something.
Oh. It was a hate crime.
Right.
They got him on hate crime. They got the cop. Is the cop the next Derek Chauvin?
Well, he didn't put his knee on anyone's neck and no one died. So
look, this is Sandwich George Floyd here, right?
Oh wait, no, listen, he faced a $250 fine and 48 hours of community service. Look at that.
What happened to the sandwich though? Did he finish the sandwich? Did
he
they throw it away?
Not. Adam, I'm afraid he did not finish the sandwich.
They threw his fucking sandwich away.
Threw it away. They threw it away.
Oh, these cops, they deserve every homophobic slur he threw at them.
Wow, Adam, holy shit.
Going after a man's sandwich.
I didn't know you felt so strongly about sandwiches. Sandwich is a sacred thing for a man, huh?
Of course.
Okay.
Can't throw away food.
I mean, that's true. That's a good point. How dare they?
Starving children in India, these homos. How dare they?
Okay. I don't see anything about how the case turned out, so no one cared. So I'm assuming that it didn't go anywhere. Anyway, well, thanks. That's an interesting little story.
Oh yeah, this was great. Now we know. Stay away from San Francisco.
With your sandwiches, yeah.
Yeah.
The real wholesaler for $5 says, Sitch, why did my dog Jesus? Why did my doctor need a magnifying glass for my dong check? This class is best class. Listen, real wholesaler, you got to get away from that doctor, okay? You got to go. When that doctor says that he's taking those pictures for science, they're lying to you, right? I've had that scam thrown on me a couple of times.
That's hilarious.
So. Mr. Rubicross for $20. Thank you so much, Mr. Rubicross. Says, I sent the link about the independent Fulton County thing. Some votes doubled counted, some with no ballots. It wasn't an outcome determinative number. It wasn't enough Biden to overcome the 11K difference.
Right.
I mean, when I was skimming the article, it didn't say the double counted thing, but maybe they hid it in one of the links because they didn't want to report that. So
I don't know how they can double count when they have voter rolls, certain number of people on the voter rolls, certain number of people come in and sign the voter rolls. It's like, how do you double count?
Well, wouldn't that be the check if that number is more than the voter roll number of people that voted?
Right. Yeah.
Right. So that should be the indication.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. But as soon as you're like, I'm going to double count these votes, you're like, okay, I'm going to be way over the number for the county, right?
Right. Yeah. Right. The real wholesaler for $2 says Adam deserves to be a T-Rex. How dare you?
Thank you.
How dare you? Whatever, man. T-Rexes were really scavengers. Did you know that?
Nah, that's not true. They were apex predators.
No,
Everyone
they were
knows a
really
T-Rex.
scavengers. They couldn't run with their big fat stupid legs.
Everybody knew.
Yeah.
Apex predators ate everything in sight.
They didn't though. They were scavengers. They had when they do tests, they found out that they had very strong sense of smell but very shitty eyesight. So that's a classic tell for being like a vulture like scavenger. They actually think vultures are descendants of T-Rexes. I don't know if you knew this.
They were so terrifying, prey just jumped into their mouth. They didn't need to see. They just opened their mouths up and they're like, get in my fucking mouth.
There you go.
That's how terrifying they were, okay?
Right.
eyesight just was not necessary.
Right. J-Mac for $20, thank you so much. Says it's because the Strider is dark colored. Well, that's racist. Those Striders are big and they have a toothy smile. Read their descriptions. Yeah, I figured it was because of the face. So
Oh yeah.
the little
Nice
toothpaste.
save. Wink,
Yeah,
wink.
I figured.
Wink, wink. I hear you, J-Mac.
Oh wow, but wait a minute. It actually is. Oh, I didn't even realize because of the picture. I'm glad you pointed out, Jay. That little guy is actually bigger than your guy. My guy's bigger than your guy. It just didn't look like it because of the picture.
Oh really?
Yeah, because your guy's
I mean, I've moved on already. Aren't we reading super chats?
Wait a minute. My guy's way better than your guy. Look at this. Your stupid T-Rex is only 155 kilograms and 3.5 meters. My guy's 200 kilograms and 3.7 meters. Man, I fucking kick your ass.
Why are you dragging the show down?
I'm
we talked about this
I'm
like
the big man here. I mean, listen, I eat plants and stuff, but listen, I'm giant. I step on you.
This was like way before the sandwich story.
I got 0.2 meters on you, Adam. Okay.
Look, we're not going back. Okay.
Yo,
When we fight, we win.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Terrible.
Oh, okay.
Terrible.
I think it matters how you're depicted in the picture. I'm so big,
right.
I can't even be contained in the frame.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, this was just they just did a scam with the picture to make me look small, but I was really giant.
I mean, you're a vegetarian. That's all you need to know.
I'm healthy. I'm a healthy boy. That's why I'm bigger. You got those little tiny T-Rex arms. You can't grab shit.
Look.
Malcolm McKee for 5 Canadian says, regarding Trump Rogan, I don't agree with the pylon, but Trump's fine to balk at Rogan since Joe claimed to be apolitical, but then had a rival candidate on the show. Well, I mean, does RFK really count?
And, well, RFK counts a lot because when you put him into three-way polling, Trump gets eviscerated. Like, Trump loses half his votes to RFK. Yeah. Trump has supposedly been really petitioning RFK to get out of the race in exchange for some high-level position in his cabinet, like Secretary of State or something. And look, RFK is like, oh, I'm not going to do that. Like, can you imagine trying to argue RFK out of the race? Trump is like, I'll make you Secretary of State. He's like, so?
Has Rogan said he wouldn't have Trump or Kamala on?
Yes.
I feel like that. Really?
Yes. Rogan has said that the Trump people have tried to get him to bring Trump on, and he just doesn't want the heat. Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Interesting.
It is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? If Trump wanted to come on our show, would we have him on?
Of course.
Would we really?
Well, of course we
it's
would.
It's easy for you. Like, you're anonymous. Yeah. Like, you aren't. I mean, you would get a lot of heat.
So fuck it. Yeah. Fuck you, Adam.
That's
your
easy.
Fault.
Look, that's easy. That's easy for you, Mister.
Yeah.
Mister, I'm not on camera. No one can track me down. No one can find out where I live.
Whatever. Joe Rogan's like gotta be super wealthy, okay? He can have a little private security detail if he's worried about something.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, Ben Shapiro has to sleep with security guards outside of his room at night. Like, his kids have to have security guards and shit.
Right.
If Joe Rogan, I mean, look, Joe Rogan wants to smoke weed and hang out with his comedian friends. Like, he probably doesn't have a security detail that follows him around.
Right.
Like, as soon as you dip that deeply into politics, I mean, this is why Ben Shapiro has a security detail, right? Because politics is driving people fucking batty.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I don't know. Look, these people, he's probably getting death threats just from endorsing RFK. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, with Rogan, I don't know. I mean, I never heard him say that he was apolitical. I've heard him shit talk Kamala like constantly. I've heard him shit talk Joe Biden constantly. So,
Right.
you know, I understand if Trump's mad because he wanted to go on the show and he wouldn't have him on at RFK on, fine. But I still think Trump's response is like comes off as very whiny and lame. So
We would not have RFK on because I just couldn't take the
you couldn't
voice.
stand listening to him, right?
Be like, man, but why do
Yeah.
you sound like that?
God.
He'd be like, oh, Adam, I had throat cancer.
No, he has spasmodic
Oh, okay.
whatever. Scott Adams had that condition and then he fixed it.
Oh, that was the condition. Wow.
Yeah, it's the same. And he was like, RFK should do whatever he did. And I don't think RFK did. So, or
Yeah,
maybe it
I
just
feel
takes time to
bad.
heal.
I feel bad for the guy. Every time we bring it up, someone in the comments is like, oh my God, I can't believe you're making jokes about this. He's a victim.
I mean, yeah, it sucks, but you know, it's nothing he did. I think it's just like a random thing. So,
Yeah. Well, now he did that bear thing, so I don't feel guilty anymore.
terrible.
Did that weird bear thing.
Oh, okay. The real Hulk for $2 says Adam is the rider and Sitch is the elephant. Well, since we learned that Adam's T-Rex is smaller, he would have to ride me. That's true. That's true. Otherwise,
People
I'd
usually
crush him.
think of it as reversed. People usually
have
think I'm the one that is more emotional, but
That's true. But judging by the JMAC creatures, since I've got a whole 50 kilograms on you,
right.
you're gonna have. I mean, I'd crush you if I sat on top of you. So
yeah, everyone knows the elephant is a vegetarian and the rider is the meat eater. So
there you go. It all works out. Yeah. Joey Not Nice, thank you so much for the $25. Says, sup boys, listen, I hate the rigged election stuff. Also, the sketchy rule changes about mail-in voting resulting in Biden getting more votes and Obama doesn't feel right. Also, I bet $4,000 on Trump, and at 2 a.m. celebrating the win, the odds flipped, and I had to ask the stripper for my singles back.
No way.
What the? That's hilarious.
That
That sucks though. That does suck. Wow. Oof. Oofa boof. Well, sorry to hear that.
Did look like Trump was going to win that election. I couldn't. When Joe Biden won, I was like, oh, well, fuck, that was weird.
Right. But yeah, no, I think there's a difference between, like, obviously the rule changes in some of those states with the mail-in voting definitely helped Biden win. And I think people complain about that. It's fine. It's a far cry different than sort of some of the other accusations that are being tossed around. So,
right.
And hey, Bill Barr, he warned Trump. He said, hey, Trump, you got to fight all those fucking mail-in voting laws in all these swing states. And Trump didn't do shit about it. So
they are fighting them now, though, I think.
They are now. They learned their lesson. So
of course they did.
Didn't do it in 2020.
Do it wrong first. Well, it's Joey Not Nice again.
Joey Not Nice for 28 months says, damn, been a minute. Where's that comic book at?
Well, look, I'm almost done with the printer files. It took me forever to fix them up to do the vector story balloons so that it's like sharp text and not grainy text. So I'm believing, look, I'm boring you to death with this. I believe the printer files will be going to the printer this week. So that means I'm going to get a hard copy, I think in a couple of weeks, and then it goes to print. And then when I get the books back, I'll be mailing them to you. So we're in the final stretch here.
Okay. I gotta send Adam the little custom Sitch pictures too.
Yes, yeah. And I have to print the official art. What do they call those? The authenticity papers for them. So people know that it's authentic artwork by the artist.
Who else?
Formerly known as Sitch, now known as, what is that little thing called?
Oh, the little creature.
Your little JMac character.
I don't remember what it's called. It doesn't matter. It don't matter.
Look at this.
None of this matters.
What?
Oh, my mouse is like dying. Uh-oh.
Lesson Cell for $5 says reparations for all sandwich eaters. That's right. I want my reparations.
Okay, we're back. Damus for $5 says, "Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Quote, what is the charge? Eating a meal, a succulent sandwich? Get your hand off my penis." There you go. Thank you. Just putting them all together. Put all the memes together. Fondue for $5 says, "Oh, quote, okay, I can help you. But first, have you seen Tropic Thunder?" That's true. Never go full retard.
That's what he said, right?
Right. That's exactly what he said. The real Halcinator for $5 says, "I might die poor, but I will not die alone." That's great. That's based. Look right there.
Excellent.
And I'm already laying down in bed, so I have plenty of time to make money. Perfect.
Look at that.
Zoki for $2 says he's 102% black with a 2% margin of error. It's terrible.
What civil rights attorney doesn't work with a good makeup artist? That's what I'm thinking.
None of them. A-Team Frostback for $2.79 Canadian. Thank you. Says he'd have Trump on the talk anything but politics. Oh, that'd be awful. That'd be awful.
Could Trump do that? I doubt. I seriously doubt it.
Oh, actually, I don't know. Yeah, he'd complain too much about stuff, probably.
Of course he would.
Malcolm McKee for $2 Canadian says Rogan should have Trump and Harris on not the same time. I think he should have them on the same time. That'd be awesome.
Well,
Joe Rogan should moderate a debate.
He went to that thing because Harris was supposed to be there.
Yes.
He thought, "Oh, this is great. I have a chance to talk to my opponent."
The real Halcinator for excuse me. The real Halcinator for $2 says the mercy of liberalism is being abused. Quarter it. Okay. Okay, let me look at the Streamlabs here. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, "I remember election night 2020. I was bummed out that Trump lost, and then I got over it an hour later because ultimately the office of president has little impact on my life and wouldn't be the end of the world." Based. Look at that. What a base thing.
Right.
Sulla for $4 says, "Dr. Phil is turning into Boomer Tim Pool now that his latest videos are ruminating about a civil war." Really? Holy shit. That's hilarious. "I love his old show, but this and his past show, he's obviously a grifter. He used to be woke light before 2022. Wow. It's interesting.
He flipped on a dime with October 7th.
Oh, really? I don't know. Well, 2022 is after October 7th.
Oh, yeah.
And what movies and shows have you seen recently that you guys actually like? I mean, the last movie I saw that I liked was Deadpool and Wolverine. I thought was good.
Oh, that was great. Yeah.
Yeah, great. I watched Everything Everywhere All at Once again recently. Really good movie. I had to watch that because I watched recently, I tweeted about this, I watched the last season of Umbrella Academy, and it was so bad that I had to like wash the taste of it out of my mouth by watching Everything Everywhere All at Once. So
yeah, I saw a movie recently with my wife that was pretty good, and I can't for the life of me remember the name of it. But it was a very low budget type indie movie, romantic comedy about these two people that basically keep meeting each other over like a 10,000 year period or something like that, and having a relationship. It's kind of, It was actually very, very funny.
Are they like immortal, or are they like being reincarnated or something?
I think that it's like they're immortal, or I'm not sure. Yeah. If anyone knows the name of it, it's like they're two names and then falling in love or something like that. But I can't remember the name of it.
As for TV, I haven't been watching a lot of TV. Most TV I've seen recently, I have not liked. I did like the first season of Good Omens, which I just saw recently. I thought it was really good. It has, well, let me put an asterisk there. There are problems with it. There are definitely problems with it, but I thought overall it was pretty good. I liked it a lot. I like demon angel shit. I like demon angel shit shoved through the lens of like British bureaucracy. It has a very Hitchhikers of the Galaxy Guide vibe to it. so I like that a lot. Second season was horrendously disappointing and super fucking weird, and also like strangely woke, which I didn't really see coming. So, but yeah, it was very disappointing. So I assume season 3 will be just as bad. Dr. Lou for 2 hours says, "What am I doing with my life? I could have won a gold medal in women's boxing. Damn it! Finally, all those attempts to fight Sammy G will pay off." Look, there you go, Dr. Lou. There you go. And Dr. Lou for $2 says, "Sitch, since I know you don't watch sports, you no doubt missed this ad campaign featuring the Final Fantasy VII remake. I urge you to give this a watch and avoid cringing." Okay, let's see. Copy. Paste. What is this? Totally worth it. Is the here? Bring the watch together up here.
No. Watch Together's over. You said you were starving. What are you doing?
I am starving.
Life's daily.
Where's the watch together? Here it is.
Battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
What did I just watch?
Fucking gee! Oh my god! That ad makes me want to kill myself.
What was that all about?
I don't know. What? How is that real?
Terrible.
How the fuck is that real? Holy shit! That is terrible. Oh my god. Well, thank you, Dr. Dillard, for sharing that weapons grade cringe with us. The real Haltonator for $6 says, "Sometimes I wish the far left would win. Like, seriously, abolish the police, please."
Why? That'd be terrible.
I guess like accelerationist. Rhythmus for $2 says, "The contact sport thing is a red herring anyway, because even in non-contact sports, males have huge physical advantages against females, creating a fairness problem, especially when it comes to college recruiting and scholarships." That is true. The real Haltonator for $6 says, "Jank strikes me as the kind of person who has never faced any real violence in his life. Let me tell you, when you're held at gunpoint where your buddy is bleeding out from a gut wound, it changes how you see violence." I would imagine, definitely. That's true.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, "No shot the Olympics doesn't make boatloads of money. The NFL draft is likely a decent comparison, and 2023's draft cost Kansas City about $15 million and generated about $165 million in revenue." I mean, I agree. I'm assuming that the Olympics makes money. I don't know if the draft is a good comparison, because the amount of money that a city or whatever has to do for a draft is probably like orders of magnitude less than the amount of money cities have to invest in when they are going to have the Olympics come. So I don't know if that's a good comparison, but I still think the Olympics probably makes, I agree with you, overall they make boatloads of money, usually. The real Haltonator for $6 says, "Every fighting man in this great nation of ours votes for Trump. Most legal gun owners vote for Trump. We don't need to honor the opinions of traitors to our glorious nation." Well, I mean, you kind of do if those people get the vote. You don't get to call them traitors. And Real Haltonator for another $6 says, "Remember when AOC wanted to make a list of everyone who voted for Trump?" I don't remember that.
Wow.
AOC wanted to make a list of people who voted for Trump? Do you remember that? I don't remember this.
Maybe. Sounds slightly familiar. I mean, she definitely thinks they're all Nazis.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I just don't remember this. "I think we should do the same for anyone who votes for Kamala. They clearly have ADHD. We can make camps to help them. Focus clearly." Oh, Jesus.
No camps.
Calm down. Calm down. What is this? AOC wants to cancel those who worked for Trump? Okay, voted for Trump. AOC asked for a record of Trump sycophants who are complicit in his administration. I guess that could be interpreted as voting. Okay, where was he? Devin Goad for 15 months. Thank you so much. Says, I've been 18 for years, but that Carl quote is my favorite quote, and Sitch's use of it has moved me to S class, regretfully. Look at that.
What was the quote?
That base. I'm not going to tell you, then you're going to use it.
Maybe I won't.
Okay.
You don't know.
Okay.
I might not use it.
Okay.
I just want to know what it is.
Okay. No.
Just in case.
Nope. Can't let you steal. Listen, I don't want you to be like Kamala. You're going to steal my answer, okay? You're going to steal my tax tips.
It is kind of brilliant.
Right. The Real Hallucinator for $5. Thanks so much, Real Hallucinator. Says, Rexes are terrifying because of their sense of smell, eyesight, and bite force. Then there's Sitch. But you're wrong. They don't have shitty eyesight, okay? That's what the paleontologist said. So, incorrect. You can just outrun a T-Rex. They can't run.
Bullshit.
They're slow.
They're amazingly fast. What are you talking about?
They're
giant. Their legs
Jurassic,
are tall.
No.
You've seen Jurassic Park.
It was a lie.
Look at you.
A big lie. They're scavengers.
That movie was based on real science.
Oh, really?
How dare you say that?
Why did they have feathers, Adam?
What's the next super chat?
That's what I thought. The Real Health Center for $2 says Trump had security too. That's true. And they utterly failed him.
They did. And look, no one's even talking about that anymore.
True.
They're like, oh, Kamala. Woo!
That's true.
Our great savior. Look, the XX chromosome is going to save us all.
That's right, Lucy Lemonbug. Raptors are where it's at, not the T-Rexes. True. Raptors are based.
Too, Lucy?
Raptors are based, okay? T-Rexes are overrated and lame. Saswato Sen for 500 yen. Thank you. Says they should remake Jules Verne novels into a TV series. If they keep it authentic, it would be awesome. I agree with you, but that would be the big if, right? They could actually keep it authentic, which unfortunately doesn't seem like anything is authentic nowadays. Everything has to be changed. So
for modern audiences.
I am curious because there's that Grendel movie coming out. I'm curious as to how that's going to compare to the book, which is pretty interesting. I am kind of nervous because it's Jeff Bridges as Grendel, which I'm not a fan of that casting. I like Jeff Bridges, but I'm not a fan of that casting. So
is Grendel in Beowulf?
Grendel is the monster from Beowulf. Yeah.
Right. That's what I thought. Yeah. So it's like a Beowulf type story.
It's Beowulf, but from Grendel's perspective.
Right.
Right.
I
am worried that Grendel is played by Jeff Bridges. That's a very weird casting. So we'll see. When it really should have been Bryan Cranston, who's apparently the king. That should have been who they cast for Beowulf. So
I'm sorry,
as
Grendel.
Grendel, yeah.
Right.
Beowulf is Dave Bautista, which is actually perfect. So
oh wow.
Toxic Mix, thank you so much for the $50. Says, have to say, I don't think you guys understand the MAGA base as much as you think. I hear news stories from people coming over every day, and for a lot of us, it's about policy, whether 2020 was real or not. Maybe we can talk about it sometimes.
Yeah, look, if you want to come on and talk to us about it.
Sure, be interesting. So,
if you think we're missing something, we are definitely not MAGA. So,
right.
And I do. Yeah, I'm not sure I buy any of this policy stuff from Trump. So, yeah.
I'm trying to find this, like, I keep seeing clips of the closing ceremony. People are complaining it's demonic or something. It looks pretty fucking cool to me, but I can't find, like, the whole thing to, like, understand what the fuck I'm looking at. So,
what closing ceremony?
The Olympics closing ceremony.
Was that tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God! Tonight we don't have to watch another House of the Dragon. Finally, it's over.
Oh, that's right. House of Dragon is over for now. So,
yeah.
But you know what starts soon?
Oh, I know.
Rings of Power Season 2. Get ready, everybody. It's gonna suck.
The cringe.
Gonna be
the cringe de la creme.
Oh my God, it's gonna be so trash. And I'm excited. I just hope it's not boring. I want things to be bad, but not boring bad. That's the worst. That's the worst.
Yeah, it was immensely boring.
That's true. Anyways,
these elves will take our jobs. Remember that?
I remember them complaining about the elves taking people's jobs.
The elves are going to immigrate here and take all our jobs.
That was so weird. That was so weird. Yeah.
Very weird and distasteful. Can't believe they would do something like that.
Anyways,
what?
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donation. Thank you, you who made it in the stream. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai anime protagonists. You are the true gold medalists of free will. That's right. You've got all the medals in free will. And actually, before we end, what was the final Olympics medal count? Let's see here. USA. It was, it's what I read earlier. America and China tied with gold with 40, but America absolutely crushing it in overall medal count with 126 medals, with China only getting 91. That's right, everybody. USA number one, mofos. Yeah! And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.